Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit, juice, shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome in if you're out there listening. If you're just wanting to hang out and chill, that's fine as well. Hopefully we'll get some people in here in a few minutes. Notifications just went out, so we'll give it a second. We've got a lot to go over today with 2 upcoming trials starting this week. So we're going to get into some case updates on the information on that. I am solo this morning. Joe Schmo is, Joe is in Arizona, and he'll be covering Lori's trial. So Lori Vallow's trial starts this week, actually today technically, because they're going to be doing the questionnaires for the jurors today. No one's allowed in the courtroom, which doesn't surprise me because that usually is the case. Good morning, Forrest. Welcome in. As always, thank you for joining me. And anyway, so getting back to the Vallow, today is the jury questionnaires, and there's no one going to be allowed in the courtroom for that. So we'll see how that plays out at the end of the day. Tomorrow starts her actual jury selection, and the same thing with Karen Reed. So, like I said, Joe's not even allowed in the courtroom today, but I know Joe's busy getting all set up over there to be a part of everything. If we get any updates from him, I'll let you guys know. Also starting this week is the Karen Reed trial, the second Karen Reed trial, right? Welcome in, Christine. Good to see you this morning. So Karen Reed's jury selection starts tomorrow as well. So we're going to have 2 trials to juggle here. Both will have cameras, so we'll do our best to accommodate both trials, because I know that everybody's interested in the Karen Reed, and I'm super interested in the Lori Vallow trials, so we'll do our best to keep them both going. I know that the Lori trial will have a 30-minute delay on the feed, so once we start it, it's already a half hour behind, so we'll be able to stop and commentate and talk about things, and we'll take the time to get updates on what's happening in the Karen Reed trial as well. Haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do it yet, but we will work on that. And like I said, we've never covered a trial here live yet, and I do intend to cover the Kohberger trial, so this will kind of be a practice run for me, so you guys bear with me. We'll cut our teeth on this one together. So I appreciate all your patience with me, for sure. So let me see. We've got more watching than we do chatting. Good morning, Sajoy. Thank you for joining. So let me just ask, how many of you guys know a lot about the Lori Vallow case? If you know something about it, followed it, you can say yeah in the comments or no in the comments. Let's maybe I should do a poll. Who knows what? And we'll do one for Karen as well. Have a small update on Stephen Stern's case as well. I have access to the case log, right? So let me pull something up and show you guys, because they're not showing it there yet. It says it's needs to hang on. I'll show you exactly what it says. So he had a pretrial motion hearing held recently. We watched that here, and it was a motion to keep the cameras out of the courtroom during the remainder of his pretrial hearings for his CSAM charge, because he doesn't want all of us to hear that gross stuff that he was out there doing. But I don't know how much of that they'll actually bring into trial as far as what we can see and can't see. But he didn't get his way. He did not get his way. Let me pull that. I had the wrong docket. I pulled up Idaho and said, where's my Stearns? Oh, there he is. Thank you, Forrest. All right, guys, let me get Stearns in here. No, I'm not a robot. And let me pull up the case now. I wanted to be able to read the judge's order, but like I said, it's showing that it's there, but it's not showing it to us yet. No, we need this one. He has 2 cases open on the page. Hey, Butterfly, welcome in. Okay. Yes, view case on this one. As soon as I get this brought up correctly, guys, I'll bring it up so you guys can see what I'm looking at. But we do have an article to look at in the meantime. Okay, so let me bring up this page. I don't know why it says requested, because that's usually not the case. This is the Stearns case file for the CSAM charges. All the pretrial stuff's up here of the scheduling. And then down here it starts the actual case files that I can go and read and share with you guys, the documents. So I had to open this bigger so I could see it. Okay, so that first one there, it says notice of hearing, and it says requested. Okay, they changed it this morning since I looked. Now we have it. Order denying defendant's motion for closure of all proceedings. Let's see if we can view that. All right, can you guys see? Let me look at the screen, make sure. Uh-oh, it didn't come up for you guys. Let me see. Oh, let me get this one back up because I closed out the wrong one. There we go. Now you should be able to see with me. Okay, so this just came down, the order. It was filed the 27th. So, okay, we'll start reading it. Order denying defendant's motion for closure of all pretrial proceedings. This matter is before the court on defendant's motion for closure of all pretrial proceedings filed by and through the counsel on February 18th of 2025. After reviewing the defendant's motion, the arguments made at the hearing held on March 20th that the court filed, and the record of the court finds as follows. Oops. In the instant motion, defendant contends that there has been extensive coverage regarding the allegations in the case by television, print, and social media entities, as well as social media users all over the country and world on various platforms such as YouTube, X, Reddit, and Facebook. We're the problem, because the defendant expects to pursue multiple motions once discovery is completed that may require testimony and evidence prior to trial that could be later to be found to be inadmissible. Defendant asserts that the public dissemination of this evidence during those hearings would prevent him from receiving a fair trial. Counsel for Mr. Stearns further avers that there are no suitable alternative measures to protect Mr. Stearns' right to a fair trial. Consequently, defendant moves this court to enter an order closing all pretrial proceedings. The Florida Supreme Court's holding in the Miami Herald published Colorado versus Lewis recognized the presumption that the public should generally have unrestricted access to all judicial proceedings. Did you hear that, Judge Gall? Damn, it's quite a statement. I can't help you I gotta throw my shade at Judge Gull when I see it. I just can't help myself. And establish a 3-pronged test to determine whether closure is appropriate and warranted. This test considers whether closure is necessary to prevent a serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice. No alternatives are available other than change of venue, which would protect a defendant's right to a fair trial. Closure would be effective in protecting the rights of the accused without being broader than necessary to accomplish this purpose. And they cite the case Lewis at 3. As the first prong, the factors to be considered include the extent of prior hostile publicity, the probability that the issues involved at the pretrial hearing will further aggravate the adverse publicity, Imagine that. And whether traditional judicial techniques to insulate the jury from the consequences of such publicity will ameliorate the problem. And, jurors aren't supposed to know a lot about the case. They're supposed to be honest when they're asked, do you know? Nate Eaton said some interesting things this morning about the Lori case. Even right there in Maricopa County, there are people that he ran into once he got there and were like, hey, who are you? Where are you? Because you're from out of town, you're ordering food or whatever. And he tells them what he's there for. And they're like, we have no clue this case is even happening. So for people, it needs to get it out of their head that everybody in the country is aware of every single criminal case, because they're absolutely not. They can live right there in the same damn town and not even know it's happening. I barely watch my local news. Like, my son has to tell me, hey, did you hear this or see that? I'm like, oh, well, maybe I should pay more attention, but I just don't. I just watch crime cases. So anyway, I don't. This jury pool problem's got to stop. After considering the arguments from the parties at a hearing held on March 20th, the court finds that closure is not necessary to prevent a serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice. Although defendant proved that various news organizations, social media outlets, and individual social media users, that would be us, had posted numerous articles or comments pertaining to the case. Defendant failed to establish evidence that the media coverage was fundamentally hostile, or that the issue involved at all future pretrial hearings will further aggravate adverse publicity. Defendant also failed to establish proof that potential veneer members in Osceola County have been exposed to detrimental facts about the case, thus tainting the jury pool from the outset. Furthermore, the alternatives such as multiple veneer panels, your door, I can't, why am I not be able to talk right in the mornings, y'all? Voir dire, by cancel, I promise y'all I can talk, maybe I can't, peremptory challenges, cause challenges, individual questioning of jurors regarding media exposure, sequestering, and a domination of the jury are available in the case to ameliorate pretrial publicity concerns. The court is confident that these alternatives will be employed to ensure the defendant receives fair trial and due process. Finally, the court finds that an order granting defendant's motion to close all pretrial hearings would be overly broad. Defendant has not established that every future pretrial motion and hearing filed and yet to be filed will contain evidence that the public should not have access to. As a result, it will be unnecessarily broad to veil all future pretrial hearings from media coverage or public scrutiny. Based on these findings, the court will endeavor to balance the potentially competing yet fundamental rights of a fair trial guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment and presumption of unrestricted access to public judicial proceedings, and the free press guaranteed by the First Amendment without closure. Welcome to the Florida Sunshine Laws. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered and adjudged that defendant's motion for closure to all pretrial proceedings filed by and through the council on February 18th, 2025 is denied. And thank you for that, Judge Karsten. We appreciate that. Let me say hello to whoever's popped in to chat. Where's my chat screen? There we go. It came up now. Sinead, welcome in. It's Monday. What happened, Butterfly? Is it a Monday, guys? I had to look at the calendar this morning and is it really a Monday? I don't ever know. It's Monday. So yes, Butterfly, aren't you glad to hear that he didn't get his way with his little camera closures because he doesn't want all of us to see his evil face and to hear the disgusting things he is charged with. So welcome to Florida, Stefan. Like I've said many a times, you picked the wrong state. You fucked around, you found out. And too bad other states don't adopt that more broad sunshine law. They just have their little bitty ones, we got sunshine laws too. They're not as good as Florida's, but they're getting there, some of them. They're getting there. Right? Right? We get, you're so right about that. If ever a case that need to be told denied, it's this one, right? His nasty self. but we will be covering more of his stuff as it comes up. I will, it's still a big debate. Is this guy going to get some kind of plea deal? I don't think Florida is willing to play ball because they have so much damaging evidence against him. You know, you really want to do a plea bargain if you feel you can't get there, maybe, or maybe not can get to the full charges you want, and things of that nature a lot play into it. Um, so I don't think the state's going to offer a plea deal. Oh, girl, lately I've been reading so much and trying to concentrate and reading them accurately. I had somebody tell me that I think it was Sirius Black. She'd watched one of my videos. She's like, I could listen to you read your grocery list. I'm like, for real? Oh my goodness. Um, so yeah, y'all give me grace. Y'all usually do, and I appreciate that. I do, I do, I do. All right, let me minimize or pull my other screen back up and we'll get it. I got a lot I want to show you guys today on the Lori Vallow case. It's just a lot of backstory type stuff as to why we are here. But we're going to start with this Karen Reed update because it's not as big. There's not a lot there. I mean, as far as a lot of information to bring to you, except for this one piece. Now, a lot of you know she was on trial already once, and Karen Reed is charged with the death of her then boyfriend, John O'Keefe, police officer. And y'all, if you followed the case or even watched the first trial, you know that she was accused of backing over him, leaving him in the snow to die, and she drives away because apparently all these law enforcement officers and their women thought it was a great idea to go out during a blizzard or an impending blizzard and drink and drive. I don't give a shit who you are. That's unnecessary. It's just drinking and driving, first of all, is very unnecessary and illegal. And y'all are cops all doing it. And going out during a freaking blizzard to do it? Jesus. Whose accent you love? You like mine? I'm down here below the Mason-Dixon line. I get real country sometimes. I can go southern real quick like. Um, so anyway, let's take a look. So before I get to the next part, let's start. So Karen Reed's trial ended in a mistrial. They ended up charging her again, and there's been a bunch of back and forth in this messy case. Shadiness on prosecution side, shadiness on the defense side. The judge is like, I don't even know what the hell anymore. Y'all just sort this shit out. Now I got to sort it all out. So I think they got there with all their pretrial motions that were happening over the past couple weeks. We've watched a little bit of that here. The officer, what's his name? The trooper was fired. I can't recall his name now, but he's in this piece. And now one of Karen's former jurors from the first trial, who was an alternate juror, was, all heard all the evidence and all the good stuff, ended up making a statement to a news agency after that trial. And then recently she joined the Karen Reed defense team. Now, she's not a defense attorney, and she didn't join in that aspect. Like, she won't be arguing anything at trial or anything to do with that. What she's actually going to be there for to help with, Proctor, that's his name. Thank you, Forrest. And I don't know how I forgot that, but I did. So this new juror has joined, but she's going to be there to help, like, give insight as to this jury selection process, I believe. She knows what the jurors were thinking. She knows what they heard as far as evidence, what stuck out to them, what didn't. She's going to be a big help, in my opinion, as far as jury selection. And it's odd, we don't rarely hear of anything like that happening. That a case happens, ends in a mistrial, a new one is granted, and a former juror joins the defense team. That's just crazy. So you can't make this stuff up when it comes to Karen Reed. All right, so this is a piece from a local news station, and it gave a pretty good rundown, I felt like, of everything. So we're going to play this, give you guys an update on what's happening ahead of her trial starting. And guys, I still haven't been cutting out for us. Anybody let me know. I haven't heard anybody cut out on the panel on me lately. Oh, okay, Butterfly, you be safe, or be safe. Go to your meeting, but come back. So yeah, if y'all start having any issues hearing me or me cutting out, please let me know, because I am hardwired in now, and I think that solved our little problem. All right, so I will play this. Let me make, if you can't hear anything in the chat, let me know. Everything's turned up. It should be good to go.
Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
At that moment on the 1st of July, 2024, you could hear a pin drop inside the Dedham, Massachusetts courtroom. After nearly 5 days of deliberating, the jury in the Karen Read murder trial could not reach a unanimous verdict. Outside the courthouse, cheers erupted from dozens of supporters wearing pink who had been standing along the sidewalk for weeks.
We're accepting the hung jury.
If this is retried, will you be here?
I will 100% be here.
I hit him! I hit him! The number of people in blue supporting victim John O'Keefe and his family also grew during the first trial.
Most normal people don't show up and tailgate at a murder trial, and we're here to support the O'Keefes. They have been harassed relentlessly.
The case has garnered national attention.
It's smoke and mirrors, and it's going through my private life and trying to contrive a motive that was never there.
They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting.
Karen Read and her defense team spoke on the steps of the courthouse moments after the judge declared a mistrial. Minutes later, the district attorney's office decided to retry the Bristol County woman for the death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. The second trial is set to begin April 1st, with the second-degree murder charge still on the table, despite a federal appeal from her defense team. But what led up to a mistrial, and what's happened since? A lot. Let's take a look back at some of the first witnesses to take the stand.
I hit him. I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
Experts say testimony of the first responders the morning O'Keefe was found outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton is some of the most compelling evidence in the case. Read is accused of backing into him with her SUV and leaving him to die during a snowstorm in 2022. Her attorneys claim she was framed and say the Boston police officer was beaten up at a party inside the Fairview Road home.
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms.
Read's defense also claims the Albert's German Shepherd dog Chloe could be involved. But prosecution witnesses say no dog DNA was found on O'Keefe's clothing. A key defense witness, Dr. Marie Russell, will be back on the stand for Read's second trial to testify about O'Keefe's injuries.
They are consistent with a large dog attack. There's a combination of both what I consider bite wounds and scratch wounds.
Another high-profile witness to testify in the trial, Jennifer McCabe. She helped Read look for O'Keefe.
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
A search on McCabe's phone will likely be a focus during Read's second trial. The state's witnesses and the defense witnesses disagree on the time it happened.
I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
A love triangle was also on full display between Read and an ATF agent who was at the party that night.
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend. Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?"
Those weren't the only embarrassing text messages read to the jury.
Is there an indication
bye,
that
guys.
Proctor is going to testify?
Yeah, Proctor's going to testify. Under you guys or them? They're going to call him.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. No nude so far.
Lead investigator Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor was fired in March after 3 days of trial board hearings. Documents say he was found guilty of unsatisfactory performance and drove his cruiser after drinking at dinner. 2 other state troopers were also disciplined in connection to the case after internal affairs investigations. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan had to forfeit 5 vacation days, while Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully had to give up 6. Read and her defense have been critical of how the investigation was handled by law enforcement because the homeowner's brother was on the Canton police force.
After 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured
Yes.
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
Correct.
Police say taillight pieces were found outside the Canton home. Experts testified DNA belonging to O'Keefe was found on the defendant's taillight, and tiny pieces of plastic were found in his clothing. A federal investigation was launched into how police handled the case, but that's now over.
There is no longer any federal investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe's death or any related matters. It is closed. It is over.
During that investigation, the feds hired 2 crash reconstruction experts from ARCA. Both testified during Reed's first trial, but prosecutors say the defense misled the court about its relationship with the expert. Reed's attorneys say jurors have come forward saying they agreed to acquit her on the most serious charge, second-degree murder. A gag order is now in effect for attorneys on both sides, with fears the jury pool could be tainted.
Through the jury pools, find that there's nobody who hasn't heard of the case, but that you're going to try to do excellent jury selection to at least find people who have an open mind, who are not biased, who are ready to listen to the evidence. That can be tough.
Motions continue to be filed, with the second trial set to begin in April.
It's going to be interesting because we've basically seen a preview because we saw the first trial. This particular trial will have a particularly skilled prosecutor that Hank Brennan is very much admired for his talent as an extremely good attorney. And it's believed that this trial might actually be a little shorter, that it'll be tighter.
Rallies for Reed continue across the country, including here in southern New England.
You see strangers who have come out and supported my sister week in, week out, and now for the first time here in Warwick. It's incredibly uplifting.
You can turn to 10 on air and online for coverage of the second trial. Katie Benoit, NBC 10 News.
You know, it makes me wonder, with all the people that showed up for Karen's trial, you know, and the demonstrators or whatever you want to call them, they showed up at Delphi as well. I wonder how many will show up outside Ada County Courthouse when Koberger's trial starts. Like, what's going on with people anymore, you know? I don't know when court proceedings and trials turned into demonstrations. I don't know. It's weird to me. Yeah, something stinks in Canton, doesn't it? I'm not sure what it is yet, though. I mean, good Lord. Like, both sides have pulled some shady stuff. That investigation was horrible. With the blood in the solo cups, the leaf blowers, you know, the Google searches and all the things. And every time they show that house where O'Keefe passed away, I always envision that video of Coffindaffer running up to the neighbor's house and trying to take, you know, photographing the lawn. Yeah, so she could, you know, come back and go live and show everybody where he passed away at. That shit was funny. I can't with that lady. Okay, so I don't think there will be cameras tomorrow for jury selection in that case either. Cameras usually aren't there when jury selections are going on and jury questions are being answered. So we'll get updates at the end of the day on things of that nature and how that. And I think they got, I'm not even sure when they got, I want to say Thursday is what I read this morning is when the opening statements may take place in Karen Reed's case. Let's see what I got here as far as these articles go. Oh, that's basically just a scheduling order. I don't even think that's updated. What a clown she is, right? Who? You talking about Karen? The judge, or which one? I get confused over there. Yeah. There's things I don't trust about that case. You know, I always thought it was a pretty good chance she accidentally backed over him. So was their charge too much, right? A murder charge. Why not a manslaughter or vehicular or accident? You know, anything. We need things of that nature, T. You know, I mean, I don't know. Yes, ma'am. I made a whole video. Like, we had a guy over in Delphi make up fake Google searches on purpose that were, he made it look like they were Rick Allen's Google searches in the Delphi case. And they were all totally made up. And all of us knew it. He posts it on Twitter. Somebody sent it to Coffindaffer, and she immediately ran live with it and said that she believed she now had those Google searches that were going to come up in the Rick Allen trial, in the Delphi case. Because we all knew there was apparently going to be brought in some Google searches. She made a fool of herself because they were all fake. And I don't know who sent them to her or why she didn't vet it first, all these things. So I couldn't help but make a video about it. And I had to throw in that little shot of her running up there taking that picture. Yeah. Right? She was overcharged. Now they can't go back without looking worse than they did. I agree. I mean, it's not about you guys looking worse anymore because you made yourself do that. But you can't railroad somebody because you screwed up. And you don't overcharge somebody when I honestly, if this woman did this, I think it was not intentional. Like, I don't think they were getting along. There was something going down there, and there was this little love triangle bullshit happening at the bar before this, which doesn't lend to Karen Reed doing something. It lends itself to somebody else doing something to him. So, isn't that interesting? Did you guys see those text messages between Karen Reed and that other police officer, right? That I think he was an ATF guy, and they were communicating at the bar that night and flirting with one another. And that guy was also at the house where John O'Keefe was found that night. Yeah, I'm undecided on Karen Reed, girl. I didn't watch that first trial. I kind of tried to avoid all the social media because I planned to watch it and didn't want to hear all the BS. I just wanted to see it for myself. But then once it started happening, I couldn't get interested, and I was like deep in the Delphi coverage at that point. So, yeah, I'm interested now, but I've tried to get more interested and just couldn't up to all this pretrial stuff. So, but we will cover the trial because I know a lot of you are interested in that, and we will do the best we can with that. Good morning, Brightwell. Welcome in. Good morning, Salty Mods in chat. Always nice to have you here. So we just went over a little piece where Stefan Stearns, for those Brightwell, where he's been denied. He had put a motion in to have cameras excluded from all pretrial hearings going forward in his CSAM charges, but he was denied. So there will be cameras in all of the pretrial hearings coming up. And then we just went over a little Karen Reed update, preparing us for the trial that's starting this week. Jury selection starts tomorrow. So now we'll move into the Lori Vallow stuff. Like I said, Joe is there. I know he's not allowed in the courtroom today. If he gets a chance, he may jump up here with us. I know he's busy getting settled in and making all his accommodations over there because he'll be there for the duration of the trial. So if we hear from Joe today, we'll bring that to us, bring that to you guys as it's happening. All right, so let's start with a news piece on Lori's case. This actually came out last night, but it's pertaining to today. So there's a little bit of a backstory there. Let me get the screen up and share that with you guys.
Tomorrow, the Arizona trial begins for the so-called doomsday mom, Lori Vallow. Jury selection begins in that case. She is representing herself. In 2023, Vallow was sentenced to life in prison in Idaho for killing her 2 young children. It was part of a doomsday cult she was in with her husband. In Arizona, she's facing 2 conspiracy to commit murder charges, and one of them is out of Chandler, where she's accused of conspiring to kill her former husband, Charles Vallow. 12 News will have continuing coverage this week on air and on 12news.com.
We have new details tonight in the case of Lori Vallow, the mother accused of killing her own 2 children. There are at least 5 deaths now linked to Lori, and tonight we're getting a much clearer picture on the first murder that started this saga. Chris Pickles here in the studio tonight with more. Chris?
Well, Jared, you really have to start by understanding the dynamic between Lori Vallow and her brother, Alex Cox. He was really seen as her protector. Well, it was 2 years ago this month that Alex called police to report he shot his brother-in-law in self-defense. But the new evidence being laid out in documents by...
Now remember, guys, Lori is now on trial in Arizona for conspiracy to commit the murder of her then-husband, Charles Vallow. Alex Cox, her brother, is the one who actually shot him, claiming it was in self-defense. So that is why we are here.
Chandler police paints a very different picture, including that Lori helped plan her husband's death.
Fire department, what is the address of the emergency?
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him in self-defense.
That was the 911 call made by Alex Cox claiming self-defense. But now, Chandler police are revealing what they say was the true motivation for murder. The victim, Charles Vallow, was planning an intervention for his wife Lori, trying to get her a mental health evaluation because of her extreme religious and apocalyptic views. Lori believed she was an exalted goddess, that she was chosen to prepare a select group of people for the end of the world, and that various people, including her husband Charles, were possessed by dark spirits. She also believed that Charles had to die so she could marry Chad Daybell and fulfill their religious prophecy. Lori's 2 children, Tylee and JJ, would later be found buried in Chad Daybell's backyard.
Chandler Police Department, anybody inside, make yourself known!
This is the body cam footage from the day Charles was shot to death by Lori's brother Alex at her Chandler home. Alex claimed he shot Charles twice in self-defense as Charles was coming towards him. But police say the evidence shows Charles was shot once in the chest while standing. The second shot was fired while Charles was on the ground. As Charles lied there, either dead or dying, Alex waited 43 minutes before calling 911.
Now, you shoot someone in self-defense and they're on the ground, injured. They're probably not getting up to hurt you anymore, but you're going to go shoot them a second time. And then you're going to wait 43 minutes to call 911. In a self-defense case? Doesn't that make sense? No, it don't, does it? Goodness. Look at these people, y'all. I think they did, Sinead, have a date. We'll look into some more of that here in a bit.
And while on the phone, Alex pretended to give Charles CPR, but did not. Investigators say Lori was at the home with Charles and Alex, but as she was leaving with Tylee, they heard the first gunshot. Lori then ran errands, including getting hamburgers and buying flip-flops.
And she did. Oh, goodness. Sorry, my phone notifications were going off over there. So after Lori was there with both of her children, Tylee and JJ, and when Charles came over that morning because he couldn't find the kids, he's been trying to get in touch with Lori, all the things. He finally gets there, and, all that happens. She actually sends JJ to the outside of the vehicle because it was morning time, getting ready for school. Then she sends Tylee out to go be with JJ. And that's when Charles is killed. And then Lori gets in the car, drives to the Burger King, orders JJ some breakfast. Nothing is said about what happened. And then she takes him to school and drops him off. And then she goes over to the Walgreens and buys a couple pairs of flip-flops. Like, what the hell, lady? Why the flip-flops? Because she was going to a beach party or pool party afterwards later that day or something. So that's on her mind first and foremost. I got to stop and get me some new flip-flops from the pharmacy here. And then she makes her way back to the house, her and Tylee, acting all nonchalant, like, oh, I just had to get my kids out of here because of what had just happened. And now we're back to talk to you and tell you how this is all self-defense. Okay.
6 months after the shooting, Alex died of what was ruled natural causes. So this statement by the Chandler police that we have here really lays out why Lori is now being charged with conspiracy to commit murder.
But she's lost her mind. I don't know how else to say it.
That's Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow Daybell's fourth husband.
She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god.
It's January 31st, 2019. He's called police to his home in Gilbert, Arizona.
So what's going on tonight?
He tells them he just returned from a business trip to find his truck missing from the airport. Their joint account is drained. He's locked out of his home, and his kids aren't answering his calls. He blames it all on his wife.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, you're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers.
Less than 6 months later, Vallow was shot and killed by his estranged wife's brother, Alex Cox. Even more chilling in hindsight are Vallow's comments about the children.
So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them.
Charles' sister hears the desperation in her brother's voice.
That's how he was, always well-spoken, always, he was
In control.
For those of you who do not know, this is Larry and Kay. They were JJ's biological grandparents, and Kay is Charles Vallow's sister. Now, if any of you that's been around for a minute, y'all have heard of Difficult Research, the channel with Kresha. Kresha is Kay's daughter. And boy, you can tell a resemblance. Her mannerisms are a lot like her mom. I see it every time I was in her live last night. Bless her heart. If you're out there, Kresha, we're holding space for your girlfriend. But this is Kay and Larry. And I've gotten to know these two over the years. I've communicated with Kay off and on. They're great, great people.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
he just didn't he handled situations and then he'd fall apart later.
I love her to death. This is killing me, officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Our 13th anniversary is next month. We've done had a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month it just blew up. She just lost connection.
The couple married in Las Vegas in 2006, according to court records. They met through mutual friends in Texas, where they both lived. Vallow was born and raised in Lake Charles, Louisiana, a star athlete who went to college on a baseball scholarship. His obituary says he was drafted to play semi-pro baseball in Houston in 1977, then turned to a career in financial consulting. Vallow had 2 sons from another marriage. Then he and Lori adopted Joshua Jackson, or JJ, his sister Kay's autistic grandson. On January 31st, 2019, Vallow told police he tried to find Lori at JJ's school and ended up taking Lori's phone.
How did you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has supposed to have the keys and left.
Little did Vallow know that on the same day, his wife went to police with her own complaint about him.
He's mad because I took the money out of our account, but it's a joint account, so he wants me to give him money.
This blurry video shows Lori's daughter, Tylee, next to her at the police station.
I caught him cheating, and I had evidence, and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it. I told him not to come home, and that his stuff would be gone, and that his car would be gone, and I was... so he's a little mad.
Lori's allegation that he was cheating was never confirmed anywhere because she was the one doing all the cheating.
It was not the first time Vallow faced allegations of infidelity. His ex-wife told Inside Edition that he was to blame for their short-lived marriage in the 1980s.
There were many affairs or many relationships, and maybe not even relationships, maybe just call them flings, that had happened since the time we were married.
Nevertheless, it was Charles Vallow who tried to end the marriage with Lori first. In a petition filed February 11, 2019, he repeats what he told police in January.
Her religious stuff has gone way off the deep end.
But Vallow was killed before the couple formally parted ways.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
He came at me with a bat. I just went back to the living room. I'm like, what is your problem?
With the gun in your hand?
Yes. And I said, I want you to put that bat down. And he wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Okay, and then what happened?
That was it.
Vallow's loved ones aren't buying it.
If he took a bat and hit you with it, there'd be nothing left. You wouldn't be alive.
And you have to remember, Charles was a baseball player. It's something Joe and I discussed on the channel once. Because Charles was left-handed. Kay did confirm that to me finally. And he was a batter. So if he went after Alex Cox with a bat, I don't think he would have missed. I don't think Alex would have been able to overpower him. Not in the sense that Alex was trying to describe that it went down, right? Because allegedly, and Tylee confirmed it, she came out of the bedroom with the bat because she heard the argument going down between her stepdad, Charles, and her uncle. And I think Charles took the bat from her, but Yeah. So if he had hit him, now Alex is going to have a little mark on the back of his head where he claimed he was hit with the bat, but I don't know who hit him with that bat. If he had Lori do it, you know what I'm saying? But Charles would have annihilated that guy.
And so that show that was put on that day, that gentleman sitting on the curve is absolutely a show.
Today, we checked in with Chandler, Arizona police on the latest in the investigation into Charles Vallow's death, and they tell us it's still an active, ongoing investigation. They say that Lori Vallow is a person of interest, a strong investigative lead into the death of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow.
Yeah, it's so tragic. Listening to his words, Ashley, when you hear Charles Vallow, everything he's saying ends up in some way becoming true. He knew what was happening, sort of.
Yeah, and that is so hard for the police. I mean, anyone will tell you, Vinny, I know you've heard this from all of your colleagues who practice law, that the very worst and most difficult aspect of practicing law is family law. And so the majority of those police calls that go out regarding these domestic issues, they all sound like that. And a lot of people say, I'm worried about my kids. But my God, looking back in retrospect, when he says he has these concerns, it is just a gut punch to see that on video today, knowing where those kids ended up and how their remains were treated. That's the other aspect, just how viciously those remains of Tylee were treated and how just unsanctimoniously they were just buried with pets and, wrapped in garbage bags. It's just heartbreaking on all levels.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, Forrest, she's awful. I mean, so many people in their wake, right? Between Chad and Lori, all the people, because she was already charged with the murder of both of her children in Idaho. She was also in serving a life sentence. She was also charged in Idaho with the conspiracy to kill Tammy Daybell. Chad actually was charged with Tammy's murder, and now he is on death row in Idaho. And of course, after the Idaho cases were resolved and she was sentenced, then she was extradited over here to Arizona. She's facing 2 conspiracy murder charges here. She's got 1 more to go after this one. So the first one here is for Charles, her husband, and the second one will be for an attempted conspiracy to commit murder against Brandon Boudreaux, which was at the time her niece Melanie's husband. And we're going to get a look at those players in this as well. There's just been a lot of people, and Crescia was live last night. Like I said, she was the niece of Charles, and just, what families have to endure while waiting on all these trials to come up. And Kay and Larry have already had to sit through 2 trials because Lori's and Chad's, for the deaths of their grandchildren. And now they're here again for her facing the death of Kay's brother. It's just crazy that one family has had to endure so much from this nut job of a lady. It's insane. And her little, I'm going to represent myself stuff she's doing over there now. She's had some interesting court filings, but, she didn't get nowhere with them. And she has to wear her little stun vest, or actually the belt, right? So they're not going to make her wear the stun vest or shackle her. From what I'm understanding now, they're just going to put the little belt around her, so if she acts up, they can just, zap her one good time. Don't y'all wish y'all had one of those in real life sometimes? Oh my goodness. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud on a YouTube live stream, should I? Get us all in trouble for wanting some kind of stun belt. I do have a little stun gun over there, though. Come at me at my bed. I'm going to lay in wait. Zap your ass when you get close. Okay. I think I want to say that our news segment rolled into this next one that I was going to show you guys. Okay, so we're going to play a piece now from Court TV. It's about Charles Vallow. Who is Charles Vallow? Some of this will be a little bit repeat some of the other segments we'll have. So, but there's a lot of good information in these pieces. So I just wanted to bring it to you guys in case you didn't know about it. We're just like getting caught up as to why I think we all know why we're there in Karen Reed's case, but how we got this far with Lori's third case now. So, right? Zap, zap. We'll get you, won't we? Okay. I wish we had control over that little thingy, right? Because the zapper when we felt like it. Y'all let Joe have it. He'll zapper for us all. Okay, let me pull this up. I gotta run to the restroom when this starts, but I will be right back. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me today and taking in this information. Giving you some backstory here in case you don't know some of it. I think it's always important to get caught up on what we're about to be covering. Okay, here we go with this one.
But she's lost her mind.
I'm going to actually put it on 1.25. They seem to be okay at that speed. If it's too fast for you guys, let me know and I'll change it back. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't know how to say it.
That's Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow Daybell's fourth husband.
She thinks she's a resurrected being and a god.
It's January 31st, 2019. He's called police to his home in Gilbert, Arizona.
So what's going on tonight?
He tells them he just returned from a business trip to find his truck missing from the airport. Their joint account is drained. He's locked out of his home and his kids aren't answering his calls. He blames it all on his wife.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Less than 6 months later, Vallow was shot and killed by his estranged wife's brother, Alex Cox. Even more chilling in hindsight are Vallow's comments about the children.
So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them.
Charles' sister hears the desperation in her brother's voice.
That's how he was, always well-spoken, always, he was
in control.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
he just he handled situations and then he'd fall apart later.
I love her to death. This is killing the officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Our 13th anniversary next month. We've been at a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month, it just blew up. Mm-hmm. She just lost connection.
The couple married in Las Vegas in 2006, according to court records. They met through...
Wait a minute. This one we already seen, guys. We saw that. Right? Not just me going crazy. Not marking my playlist off as I went through it. Okay, let me get this back up here. I don't want to have to make you guys watch something again that we just watched. Okay, so I don't know, a lot of you may know that Nate Eaton had been covering this case since day one, right? He broke the news. He actually traveled over to Hawaii to try to find Lori and, track her down and ask her straight up to her face, where are your kids? The whole country wants to know, where are your kids? You're over here in Hawaii living it up. You've been court ordered to produce those children, but yet here you are living over here in Hawaii. So Nate recently was named as a witness on Lori Vallow's defense witness list. Now, during the Idaho trials, Kay and Larry were also on the witness list for the prosecution, but their attorney, Gray, what's his last name? He's the same attorney for the Gonzalez family. That he was Kay and Larry's attorney first, Shannon Gray. And so Shannon got it arranged that, Sinead, you got to leave us. Okay, have a good one. Be safe out there. Catch us on the replay then. Anyway, have a great day. Thank you for coming by, though. So almost lost my train of thought on that one. Okay. So anyway, so Nate had, Kay and Larry were supposed to testify in the trial in Idaho. So their attorney had it worked out where they could go ahead and get their testimony in at the beginning of the trial so they could sit through the rest of the trial. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been allowed to be in there. So Nate Eaton's kind of facing the same thing. So he's going to talk about that here in this piece that he did because, and how he's handling that. We don't even know why he was called to be a witness on the defense team, right? It makes no sense other than Lori not wanting him in there into the courtroom. And that's what I think she's doing. She just doesn't want him in there. And if he walks in to cover the case, she's going to be like, oh, Judge, he's on my witness list. He can't be in here. I don't know what she'd call him to testify to. You know what I'm saying? Good morning, Pokemon. Welcome in. All right, let me bring up the screen and we'll let Nate talk about this. Thanks for sharing with us, Nate. As always, Nate is great. And I want this shirt that he's wearing, by the way. Joe says he got promised a shirt. And I said, well, you better grab two, because I want this one. And look, it says, ain't nobody got crime for that. I like that shirt. All right, here we go.
Will I really be a witness in this case? Reporters hate being the story. Reporters, we're there to report. I did an interview with Colby Ryan last week, and it was odd for me to be answering the questions. We want to be there to report.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. So if that's too much, if that's too fast for you guys, let me know.
We're there to observe. I'm here in Arizona as a representative of the people, you could say. The people in Idaho, those of you who can't make it to court, it's my job to bring it to you. The freedom of the press. I am allowed to come and cover news events for you. So anytime a reporter is inserted into a story, much less a murder trial, it can become awkward. And because of that, originally, I had said here, I believe, that I didn't think it mattered because I hadn't been served a subpoena. And if I wasn't planning to go to court, maybe that would be true. But if I walked into the court, from what I understand, Lori Vallow could say, Your Honor, one of my witnesses is here watching, and there is an exclusionary rule. Exclusionary rules apply to all witnesses. They cannot watch or listen to other people's testimony because it could affect their own testimony. And assuming the judge allows Lori Vallow's objection to me being there, I would need to leave. The prosecution has already filed a notion to preclude, meaning exclude, all of Lori's witnesses. She filed the paperwork, her motion, late, past the deadline. So the prosecution says they should all be thrown out. The judge has not ruled on that yet. In order to kind of protect myself, after consulting with our attorneys, we came up with this that I filed last week pro se, meaning on behalf of myself. I worked with an attorney to write this. Know that I did not write most of this, but it sounds very smart. Nate Eaton, appearing pro se, files this emergency motion for protective order requesting the court strikes his name from the witness list of the defendant Lori N. Daybell, pursuant to Arizona Rule of Criminal Procedure or any other applicable law or rule as follows. I have learned that I have been identified as a potential witness by Miss Daybell for both this case and the other case, the one involving Brandon Boudreaux, which will happen in a few months. I'm a reporter for East Idaho News and have no firsthand knowledge of information regarding the crimes of which Miss Daybell has been accused. My involvement in any matter related to Ms. Daybell has only been as a reporter. It is my understanding that by simply listing me as a potential witness, I can be barred from the courtroom during Ms. Daybell's trial. This seems to be a clear attempt by Ms. Daybell to use the role of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. Such an effort clearly interferes with my First Amendment rights as a reporter and the First Amendment rights of my employer to view and report on the events of the trial in the same manner as any other member of the media. Thus, listing me as witness results in the harm far outweighing any claimed usefulness. There is no legitimate usefulness to listing me as a witness. Further, that risk of harm cannot be eliminated by a less substantial restriction of discovery rights, as it is not the disclosure of my identity that is harmful, but the abuse of the rules of criminal procedure to list me as a witness in order to interfere with my constitutionally protected rights and duties. Therefore, I respectfully request the court deny or strike Ms. Daybell's attempt to list me as a potential witness. Signed by me. We sent that in Wednesday or Thursday. Then we got a hold of a very smart media attorney here in Arizona who has done work for media all over the place. And we have not reported this yet, but on Friday, late, he filed this motion on behalf of me, asking the judge to hold a hearing before, if there's any chance that I'm going to be struck or that I'm not going to be allowed in, we are requesting an in-person hearing with the judge to discuss this issue. Here is the motion. Again, it hasn't been reported yet. It was just filed on Friday evening. I don't know if I'll read through the whole thing. It's 5 pages, but non-parties East Idaho News and its journalist Nate Eaton filed a supplemental memorandum in support of Nate Eaton's emergency motion for protective order. As the court knows, the case is the subject of widespread public attention, both here in Arizona and in Idaho, where the defendant Lori Vallow was convicted of murdering her 2 children. As the court also knows, Ms. Daybell has criticized news coverage of the criminal proceedings against her. Nate Eaton, the news director of East Idaho News, has reported on Ms. Daybell's criminal cases in Idaho and Arizona and intends to attend and report on the trial in this matter, scheduled to begin with jury selection on March 31st. Ms. Daybell has included Mr. Eaton's name on her list of potential trial witnesses, but has neither contacted Mr. Eaton about any relevant information he may have, nor issued a subpoena. Mr. Eaton did not witness any of the events at issue in this case. His only connection is his coverage of the criminal proceedings against Ms. Daybell. Mr. Eaton, acting pro se, filed the emergency motion on March 25th, noting that his inclusion on the witness list, quote, seems to be a clear attempt by Ms. Daybell to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. East Idaho News now files a supplemental memorandum to further explain why Mr. Eaton is entitled to this relief that he seeks. An order striking his name from the witness list, or at a minimum, exempting him from the exclusionary requirements. And then we go on to say that Ms. Daybell has no right and has not met the strict requirements under Arizona law and the First Amendment to compel me to testify. In order to do that, she would need to serve me a subpoena and require that the subpoena has to be supported by an affidavit setting forth certain information, like the information Lori seeks, a certification that she's attempted to get that information before sending me a subpoena, the identity of the sources, things like that. Second, and then that goes on. And then second, preventing me from attending the trial would violate my right and East Idaho News' First Amendment right to report on criminal procedures. Simply listing me as a potential witness who might be called to testify does not provide a basis for excluding me from the courtroom. Mr. Eaton has not been subpoenaed, and as explained above, any such subpoena would be void. But even if Ms. Daybell could issue a valid subpoena, barring Mr. Eaton from the courtroom during her trial would violate his and East Idaho News' First Amendment rights. It goes on to say at the end, for the foregoing reasons, well, actually, let me read this paragraph. If this court prohibits Mr. Eaton from attending and reporting on this trial simply because she inexplicitly listed him as a potential witness, Ms. Daybell will have succeeded in performing an end run around two of the most sacrosanct First Amendment principles. She will be excluding a journalist from a criminal trial and effectively gagging that journalist, with this court's help, from telling the public what transpires during the trial. The court should not stand for such misuse of its procedures. We then say, for the foregoing reasons and for the reasons set forth in the emergency motion, we request that the court grant the motion and issue an order striking my name from her list or exempting me at a minimum from the exclusionary rule. East Idaho News also respectfully requests that its counsel be provided the opportunity to appear and be heard before the court issues any order that would bar Mr. Eaton from the courtroom. Tomorrow I plan to go to the court. My attorney has told me I can be in the courtroom during jury selection. It's not part of the official trial, and I will not be hearing other witnesses. I'm hopeful that in the morning the judge rules on this and my emergency order, and that he says I'm struck from the list and we don't have to talk about it ever.
Right. Welcome in. We're all happy. Thanks for joining us. So that's good. I mean, he's able to get there today to cover what's going on inside the court, but they're still waiting on the judge's ruling about him being allowed through the entire trial. I think he should be allowed. That was a great filing. I think the judge will agree with it because, like he said, he's not been subpoenaed. He doesn't have a clue what Lori wants with him, and there's nothing he can testify to that's going to help her at all. Yeah. You know they got it. You know they got them attorneys ready to go when they need them. You know it. But that was a great filing, I think, and I don't think the judge is going to, fall for it because, there's not a damn thing this man can testify to that's going to help her, and we all know it. Except, yeah, I chased her down and found her in Hawaii. That was me.
Again, that is my hope. I hope you hope that too. There have been reporters forced to testify in other cases. It might. The issue is here. I have nothing to say. These crimes happened in July of 2019. Lori Vallow. I did not cover this story until December of 2019. So I have not witnessed anything, and all of the information I know has been gathered in news gathering from sources, from my own research, from investigations, my own doing, not about this case. So we'll see what the judge says. Thank you all for your concern. That's what I've been asked the most, and hopefully I'll...
So what do you guys think? You think the judge is going to allow Nate to be in the proceedings, or is he going to demand Lori show just cause as to how he's going to be a witness for her? Is this maybe a witness situation, Lori, or you got something real you're going to call him to the stand to testify on? I think the judge will make the right decision based on whatever he hears. Let's see if he'll grant that emergency hearing for them. I hope that he does. And we wish you luck there, Nate. I don't think you're going to need it, but it's just another one of Lori's last-minute efforts to be Lori, right? See how far in control she can stay. Okay. So Nate had another piece that dropped like within an hour of that piece dropping. And this is just 5 things to expect from the Lori Daybell's Arizona trial. And I just thought we'd look at that briefly to give us a good recap. And then we're going to take a look at some different things. There was something interesting I stumbled across. I don't even think it was actually used in the trial of Lori's trial. I'm going to have to go back and review because we didn't get video feed. We only had audio. So I have to go back and listen and refresh myself. But I don't even know. Oh, actually, it may have been used in Chad's. I'm going to have to go research it because I'm so freaking curious now. But remember, we were just reading all about the demonstrative dollhouse situation in Idaho, the 3D model. They actually did the same thing in Chad Daybell's property. And we're going to take a look at that here in a little bit. Like I said, we got a couple of things to review on this case, and we're going to remember the victims here. We're going to talk about the victims and Charles's family, because they are, they need to be respected, and we need to hold space for all these victims' families as these proceedings are happening. And John O'Keefe, bless his heart, he was raising a niece and nephew, so there were 2 children left again without anyone to take care of them. I'm sure others have stepped in to help. Family members or whatnot, but it's always victims, that are left to deal with this stuff, and they get lost. The victims that are no longer with us, and the victims that survive it, their families. It's just crazy to me how they're not honored enough. I think she listed him purposely to keep him from reporting and hold it. Yeah. I think the judge will agree that it was more Lori's bullshit. I think he's going to want some proof from Lori to prove as to why he is on that defense list, right? You shouldn't be allowed to just throw a name down there if you're not actually going to call them to the stand. And the fact that he hasn't been subpoenaed yet tells us he's not being called to the stand unless Lori's investigator is just that shitty and hasn't served that subpoena yet. Don't know which way that's going. All right, let's bring this up briefly. If you guys, I'm trying not to bore you to death. I just want to bring you good information with the latest that we can get on the case and some backstory about the case as well. So appreciate you hanging out with me, because there's, like I said, it's just jury selection happening today. We're not even allowed in there. So there's not going to be a lot to cover as far as that goes for now. All right, so this is a short little piece here. Let me get this started. Oh.
Interview. Let me know where you're watching from, because it will be fun to see where everybody is watching from all over the country and the world, really. Made it to Arizona safely, as you can tell. Had a great drive, left early Friday morning. And then I arrived here last night, stopped in Vegas halfway through, met some of you along the way, which was very cool to talk to you and hear your thoughts about the trial. And then basically kind of got settled in today. Did a couple of interviews that will air this week about the trial. And tonight I want to talk a little bit about, well, really 5 things that you can expect at Lori's trial, which jury selection begins tomorrow. I also want to, well, let me just show you what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about what happens this week. Obviously, jury selection is this week, and we have a full docket. You know what? I'm going to move myself down there. Look, I can put myself wherever I want on the screen. Isn't that cool? So I'm going to be down in the lower corner. Cool. We're going to talk about what happens this week, what we know about jury selection. There are 12 people out there right now, well, really 16 with 4 alternates, who have no idea that they're about to serve on this jury, this big, massive case. They have no clue, because if they're watching this, they probably need to tell the judge they've been watching. And I have a question for you. Would you want to serve on this jury? If you didn't know anything about the case, or I guess jury.
Yes, I would.
I've never been on a jury, and I would love to serve jury duty. My wife did it once, and when the defendant walked out, he saw the jury and said, "I'm out, never mind, let's settle." So I'm curious what you would think about that. Okay, so what do we know about jury selection? 5 things you can expect, we can all expect during the trial. And this is just kind of my predictions, you could say. Obviously, I don't have an inner tie to any of the people that are, on this case, other than apparently I'm a witness for the defense. But that aside, 5 things that I expect we will see at this trial. Also, I mentioned me being a witness. I have some new information about that I'll share with you for the first time here in just a few minutes, and some upcoming guests here on Courtroom Insider that I think you're really going to like. I know you're going to like. We also want to remember Charles. Every time I do one of these, I hope that we remember the victims. We talk so much about Lori and Chad and Alex, but we also should talk about JJ and Tylee and Tammy and Charles Vallow. And this trial specifically is centered on Charles. And today, as I've been prepping for this, I went back, and it took me about 2 or 3 hours. I went back and watched all the videos from Charles with the police and the phone calls. And he seems just like such a caring, kind man who just wanted his marriage to last and wanted his son to be okay. So we'll remember Charles, of course, and then shout outs, cities, and your questions. So any questions you have about the trial, about what's happening over the next few weeks, let me know. Okay, let's jump right into jury selection. So here's what we know what's going to happen. Last week, I believe it was the end of last week, questionnaires were sent to potential jurors, pools of, I believe, 200. Now, Maricopa County is a big county. I don't remember how many people, but you know what? I'm going to Google it, and I'm going to tell you how many people right here. We have a much bigger juror pool than in Ada County. How many people live in Maricopa County? According to Google, it's 4.586 million. That's from the U.S. Census Bureau. Okay, now that's not.
If you guys ever watch that show Lock Up, Maricopa County Jail is one of the largest in our country. There's a lot of inmates housed in Maricopa County. Welcome in, Miss Shorty. Thanks for being here. Probably going to fall back asleep. 2:10 a.m. there. Oh, goodness. But I'll be listening and back in about 90 minutes. Well, thanks for joining us in the middle of the night there, Miss Shorty. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's always awake in the middle of the night. I didn't realize we were on that big of a difference of a time zone. So I got to work out something with you. I want to have some conversations with you about the Karen Reed case, Miss Shorty. So we need to email each other. I'd like to work something out there. Even if I have to go in the middle of the night or to accommodate you, I'm good. Thank you, hon, for coming in. We appreciate you so much.
Registered people on the register, that includes children and whatnot, so obviously they couldn't serve, but you really have.
So yeah, like I was saying about Maricopa County being one of the largest, right? And the jail is huge there. A lot of inmates. I'm sure Lori got her lots of friends in there, and they probably have a huge law library for her to take advantage of. Obviously she has, and she's her own attorney. But there's a lot of people there, and I think this is the one where he's going to explain where not everybody knew about the case. And look, Pokemon, I stopped him right where you don't want to see him. Well, thank you, Miss Shorty. Yes, let's get together. My email is on my YouTube channel, and I'll look at yours and see if you got one there. If not, we'll hook up. God, Pokemon, I got to looking at that picture and thinking about what you said, and now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, my God. Yes, Lisa, that's why I want to bring her up, Pokemon. She seems to be very well versed in the Karen Reed case, a lot more than I am. So I think it'd be interesting to have her come have a conversation with us, right, about the case during this trial session. So, yeah, we'll be looking forward to that. All right, I'm going to let Nate play. Maybe I'll think about what I was saying. Anyway, the jury pool is going to be huge for them to pull from, and they're going to be doing 200 questionnaires today, so they'll be able to narrow it down. But I think Nate's going to speak here about the people not knowing about the case. So everybody was like, Idaho jury pool, Idaho jury pool. I have friends in Boise, in Ada County, and one of them, his wife follows true crime. Like, she literally drove to Rexburg to take a picture of Chad Daybell's home. But he had no idea who the hell Chad Daybell was, or Lori, or whatever his wife was talking about, right? So we were talking one day, this was some NFT friends of mine, and we're talking one day and on a YouTube or a Twitter live, and so I asked him, I was like, well, let me ask you a question. I said, have you heard about the Idaho Ford case a lot there in Boise? At the time, it wouldn't move there yet. It was still in Latah County. And he's like, no, We don't know about it. It's not on the news a lot. People don't talk about it. He's like, I know nothing about the case except it happened over in Moscow. That was it. The two other guys, it was the same way. But out of the three guys, only one of their wives followed true crime. So she was the only one out of that little group that knew about it. So people thinking that everybody in the communities, know about these trials, like I said earlier, they don't. I don't even watch my local news. Couldn't tell you what's coming up around there unless my son tells me. Thank you, Miss Shorty. Thank you. So, affecting jury pools, I think people are overly concerned about that too much. And they are supposed to be honest and say, yes, I watch YouTube, or yes, I watch mainstream media. Yes, I've heard about the case. And there were some very specifics about these questionnaires because they had to balance between bringing up, had any of these jurors heard of Lori Vallow because of the cases out of Idaho, right? If they could bring up JJ and Tylee's names. So that will be discussed as well here. I'll get this back on now.
Millions of people to pick from. I know so many of you were saying, well, how can anyone not know about this case? I got my hair cut yesterday here in Maricopa County. Lady had no clue. She asked why I was in town. I told her. She was stunned. She's like, I got to go research this. Today I had to, run a few errands, go grocery shopping, get stuff for my trip. No one knew. People that asked, where are you from? What are you doing here? No one knew. I did meet and spoke with a couple of people in the lobby of my hotel this morning who were very aware of the case, but they were visiting from Utah, oddly enough. And people in Utah, when I was driving down, saw me and wanted to talk about the case. So that's definitely, if this were in Utah, I think it'd be a different thing. So I don't know. I don't know how quick they're going to find a jury. It could be a couple of days. They've set aside this week, Monday to Thursday, potentially Friday, to get the jury seated. We do know that the questionnaires will include the names JJ, Tylee, and Lori. Why is that a big deal? Well, the prosecutor really wanted JJ and Tylee's name included because often we might remember seeing something on the news about Susan Powell, for instance. Susan Powell. But we might not remember Josh Powell if he were alive and were charged and a potential juror saw Josh Powell. Who's that? But they get to court and they're like, oh, Susan Powell. Yeah, that's that woman who vanished. So in this particular case, the prosecutor wanted to be sure JJ and Tylee's names were added to the questionnaire. The judge's name is on the questionnaire. The prosecutor's names, Lori's name, of course, is on the questionnaire. And these are just, we don't know all the questions that the list has not been publicly released of questions, but we do know that those names will be mentioned. We also know that in-person voir dire begins Tuesday. I'm sorry, I gotta move my mic. If that is blasting your ears, I apologize. That means that the jurors, they're gonna weed through all of these questionnaires that were sent in electronically. For anybody that passes that first round, they're going to bring them in groups. And much like the other trials in Idaho, they're going to probably question in groups, maybe 20. Do any of you have, law enforcement, brothers or sisters or spouses or whatever? And then they're going to narrow it down, and then they'll do individual voir dire. They are going to go until we have, well, first of all, there will be no cameras in jury selection. The judge has said no cameras. This is different than what Judge Boyce said. The first year, with Lori's first trial, obviously there were no cameras with any of them. And then the second year with Chad Daybell's trial, cameras were allowed, but we couldn't see any of the jurors. This time the judge has said no cameras for jury selection. So there will be no cameras at all this week. That being said, if there are last-minute hearings about other issues, we will try to get a camera in there. Obviously, I'm from Idaho, so we're going to rely on our friends here in Arizona, Court TV, to hopefully get a camera in there if we need one. There will be 12 jurors and 4 alternates selected by the end of the week. That is the goal. That is the hope, that by this time next week, next Sunday night, we are prepping for opening statements, which are scheduled for April 7th, which is a week from tomorrow. So that is what we know about jury selection. Now, let's jump into 5 things we can expect at the trial, the Arizona trial of Lori Vallow Daybell. Number 1, messages and videos from before Charles died. We've already seen this. I believe this will be admitted into evidence to this fresh batch of jurors. The text messages that Charles sent for months to Lori, to Adam Cox, to there's probably more. There might be some new ones that come in. But not only that, the videos. We've seen the videos of Charles Vallow going to the police for help, asking for help, talking about what his wife was doing. Those were happening in real time 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Yeah, 2019, 6 years ago this summer. Charles Vallow is no longer here to talk about those things, but there's video to do it. One of the videos, one of the calls, I think that will be played, again, my opinion, is this one. When Charles called his insurance company, not only once, not twice, but 3 times, he called his insurance company to get the beneficiary changed over. This first call happened in 2019, months before he died. And when he called up, the person on the line was asking Charles for his address, and Charles had moved. He didn't quite know what address it was registered under. Then the insurance agent asked for the person on the phone asked for Charles's PIN or password. Charles didn't know it. He repeatedly said, "There's no password on my account." That's when he got frustrated. And I believe, listening to this call that I'll play for you right now, he assumed that Lori, his wife, had called the insurance company and put a password on the account because she was trying to get that money. That's not confirmed, but listening to this call, maybe it will come out in court. I don't know if they've gone back and gotten all the previous calls for people who called on his account. But listen to this call from Charles Vallow. Oops, it's starting. Here we go. Sorry. Let me play that for you now. Hopefully you can hear it.
All right. Thanks a lot for holding. I do appreciate your time. So this is the best I can do. And I'm sorry because a lot of people are in a meeting. I was trying to get you to somebody. So I'm going to mail a beneficiary form out. Okay. And then you'll get that. Is there anything else?
Which address are you mailing it to?
Well, we can't change anything right now because you know.
You have 3300 BK Road, Suite 650.
That's the address that we authenticated you partially with, right?
Okay. And when did I set up a password?
Well, that was recent. It looks like on my note here.
I mean, how recent?
It looks like
6 months, 2 years?
220. No, February 20th.
Okay, somebody else has called in on my account. That's fraud.
I don't know, sir. I mean, that's the thing is that I don't know.
I do know. I haven't called in on this policy in a long time.
Yeah, if you have concerns about that, then you need to supply some form of proof or something. But yeah, that's I'll be able to do that. But you can request that request in writing.
My wife left me 30 days ago. She's taken a ton of my money. I don't know what she's doing on this account, but it's fraud. I'm the guy. I'm Charles Vallow. I'm the insured and the owner of the policy. Correct? And I need to know what to do right now today to change my beneficiary to my sister.
So what you need to do, sir, is the following, okay? What I would recommend that you do is you send something in writing, letting us know in writing, and I'll give you a fax number or an email address, etc. You need to send something in writing and be as blatant as possible with your concerns, okay? I would be personal in saying that you feel like somebody is trying to take away your information and etc. And that you talk to me, my name's Kevin, and that I could not authenticate you or change your address because the password could not be changed. Now then what they'll do is they'll go back to the calls, okay, that were made recently. All
right, guys, I'm back. Dog hardly ever barks, and when she does, I have to go check. Something in the backyard startled her. Oh, good Lord, it must be out there still. There she goes again. Like she's, what? Like she comes and looks at me like now, like I need to go protect her. It's the other way around, dude. Did this roll into a new clip, guys? If it did, sorry about that, because I do have a playlist set up. I got sidetracked with the dog barking. So I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to go look out the back door one more time and see what she's going off on.
Go back to the calls that were made recently, and then they'll do an investigation on the trend to see if something like that was to happen. And
will they let me know?
Yeah, they'll let you know. You got to put your contact information in, etc., and then they'll let you know. Yes.
I'll put my new address. I'll put my new phone number.
Yeah.
And
email address.
I've not added a password.
Email address.
I've not added a password or anything to my account. Somebody else has been messing with my account. Please discontinue any use and speak only with Charles Vallow or KF Kathleen Ethel Woodcock, the owner and beneficiary. Like that?
Yeah, right. And then you want to mention my name, that you spoke to Kevin and he could not authenticate me.
What's your last name, Kevin?
De La Rosa, DELAROSA.
Could not authenticate password?
I'm sorry?
Okay, I put on there to Kevin.
Yeah.
De La Rosa could not authenticate password.
Yeah, password that was listed on the account. And you're requesting to have an investigation done because you feel like somebody is trying. If somebody, you have to be personal. You have to say, I think you just used the word your ex-wife or your wife is trying to take away, and you say a brief synopsis that she's taking
your money.
Done. Yeah, because you fear your wife is trying to.
Password was offered on this account, and I did not do it.
Yeah, but don't just leave it like that because you just told me that it was your wife. If you feel like that's something personal, then you need to say that so that we can go ahead and put this under investigation and review. People will go back and call and review calls that were made before to see what happened. But just leave it like that in the air because.
I'm going to email it. Fax it today. Can I email it?
Yeah, I can give you an email or a fax.
Okay, I hope you could hear that okay. I'm in Arizona. You got to have the air on constantly or it gets really warm. So I hope that my air isn't messing with you. That is just a snippet of a long, extended, multiple calls that Charles Vallow made to the insurance. So you've got that. You've got Kay Woodcock, who's likely going to testify that her brother called and said, I need to change the insurance over. You've got the fact that Charles had filed those divorce papers that he later withdrew, saying that Lori Vallow thought she was the leader of the 144,000, all that sort of stuff. And then you've got this 911 call. Now, remember when this kind of all, right before this came to a head, Charles was leaving town for business. Lori moved his truck. I'd forgotten she canceled his plane ticket. It was all going down. And we now know, and these are texts that will probably be admitted, that Lori and Chad had been communicating for months. However, in speaking with FBI agent Doug Hart, there's a black hole, pretty much, of all communication between Chad and Lori between October of 2018, when they met, until 2019, the later part of the spring, summer. Would be, because they were using burner phones, would be fascinating if we could know what was in those conversations from the beginning. That stuff didn't come into trial in Idaho because they didn't really have it. We'll be interested to see what more Arizona has. Here's a 911 call Charles made that will also likely come into court.
January 31st, 2019, 13 hours, 12 minutes, 57 seconds.
Gilbert Police Department, this is Dee.
See, my name is Charles Vallow. I've got an order to hold my wife. You can look it up, Lori Vallow.
Uh-huh.
And go ahead.
Yep. We spoke to you earlier about her.
Right. She was at the Gilbert PD saying I stole her purse. I'm going to go over there and...
Okay. Sorry, guys. I had to go check on that dog. There's nothing out there. You know what? Occasionally we'll get a random cow that gets loose and comes through the yard, and sometimes that's what she's barking at. There's been a pig or two. Y'all checked docket this morning. Which docket, hun? Idaho? Because I have not. Did we get new, or is that what you're talking about? I can check it real quick. Oh, sorry guys, I had a piece of hair or something in my face. It won't go away. All right. Now I'm good. Yeah, let me know what you're talking about there in the chat, Happy, and I'll respond to that.
The officer said he won't hold it because he doesn't
Can
have
we
an active order.
barely hear this
Can you
one,
get that to
right?
him, like, immediately? I'm going there right now.
Okay, just one moment, sir.
Thank you.
Is she in the lobby right now?
That's correct. Blonde hair.
Oh, no,
Okay.
Happy, the Arizona, I have not. Did they get some new filings in this morning? I haven't seen them.
Where are you?
I'm about 10 minutes away. That's
Do you want
20 minutes.
officers
Where
with her?
you're at Civic Center Drive? You on Civic Center Drive?
Yes. 75 East
Yeah.
Civic Center Drive. And do you want officers to go down there with her?
She's supposed to be retained for bridges. I got an order last night. She's lost her marbles.
Okay, we'll get in contact with our front office or our lobby.
Okay, but I don't want to go there if she's going to not be.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them right now.
Can you call me back and let me know?
I can have an officer contact you. What's your number?
Thank
Okay, so
Correct.
again, a call, Charles,
Okay.
looking for help. And then we have police body camera footage. Remember this? This video will be played likely, in my estimation, in court.
Long story. She's had kind of a break from reality. She thinks you're LDS?
Yes.
She thinks she's married to Moroni in the past. This is her
You
eighth-
think she's what?
We're married to Moroni, top of the temple.
Angel,
Moroni.
LDS.
They don't let me in
She's
there.
on probation, and she's
The female cop automatically knew it was LDS, and then that other cop says they don't let me in there. Did y'all catch when the first time I heard him say that, I laughed. I didn't. It's like not like I'm not making fun, but he's like, they don't let me in there. Like, me neither, dude. I wouldn't have been allowed in there either.
knows when the second coming is happening next year, so is the prophet.
Okay.
He knows that she knows about it. She meets with Moroni, Jesus Christ, face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles will get killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it. I'm not going to with my priesthood, with my power. She does priesthood blessings. She does.
So who's Nick Schneider? Okay.
That's who I'm supposed to do.
Okay. Right. Okay. So he's not at church.
She's
He's
throwing me out.
not.
She took my truck from here.
So 16:29 p.m. she says, okay, welcome in, Elizabeth. Thanks for joining us from Scotland. I don't know how this really works with YouTube, but I did get a notification that, apparently we're doing good enough that they're audio dubbing the streams so other languages can get them and understand, however that's working. So I just got that notification in my YouTube studio. So maybe we'll get a bigger reach now, but we appreciate you coming all the way from Scotland to join us. We really do. I'm in Northwest Florida, by the way. So, PM, it's like, what time is it my time? 10:30 a.m. Central Time.
This fact, she took my son from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I found her a ticket. I took her back home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he's safe at school somewhere.
Right. Okay. For now. And she knows I'm here. She's going to go get it.
Okay. What car? What is she driving?
Black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots. Okay. All right.
Do you have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's not handicapped. Okay? And I don't know where she put my car. She put $35,000 in cash out of her account yesterday. I sent her payroll. I mean, I just never thought she would do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with reality. I'm not me. She yells. It's just she's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now? I hear
The
iPhones.
phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how did you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her house so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a set of keys and left with my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. So I think she's here. So we're going to give me the key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in the room.
We can't just.
She threatened me physically. She made us at the kitchen. Doesn't care what happens to her. Cut the head. I don't care. We won't carry that much longer anyway. And I've got my guy powers. I can kill you if I want, anytime I want. It's just irrational stuff.
Okay. Is the 6-year-old the only child in common?
Yes.
Okay.
We adopted.
Okay.
Nephew, my brother.
Okay. I think your priority should be there right now.
I wish that was louder. It's so annoying.
If you don't feel comfortable with her state of mind, maybe figuring out a way to keep him safe, even if that means not being at school.
My attorney's office.
Yeah.
File paperwork for restraining order.
Okay, so got that video. That's, again, just a snippet. We have the other video that where he had the encounter at night. I believe all of that will likely come into play. We have a bunch of messages, and here's just some of them. This comes from court documents. Everything seemed to change in June of 2019. That's a month before Charles Vallow died. On the 26th of June, 2019, Charles Vallow sent a text message to Adam Cox, Lori's brother, asking if he could chat. The two then had a telephone conversation. The next day, Charles sent Adam a link that talked about a, quote, translated being and about traveling to other dimensions. Charles told Adam that this was what Lori had been talking about extensively. Subsequent text messages expressed the opinion that Lori was ruining people's lives, to include Brandon Boudreaux, assumedly. Charles stated that Lori needed to be stopped before she ruined other marriages. The next day, June 28th, Adam sends Charles a text message stating that he told his mother they needed to have a family meeting to hold Lori accountable and have her explain the things that she'd been saying. Charles responded, "I will not be there. This is on her. I tried getting her help, and the entire family, except for you, put a scarlet letter on my forehead. The truth is, I put her back in Arizona so she could do her evil somewhere else. The only thing she's doing right is with JJ. He doesn't understand why his mommy left him for 72 days, but she did, and she blames it all on me. Good luck, Adam, and my prayers are with all of you. I don't think it'll work because she knows she's, quote, special." Charles then added on and on and on.
Now, he was communicating there with Adam, Lori's other brother. And Adam actually hosts a podcast on YouTube around him and his uncle, around, the Lori stuff. But that's who Charles was communicating, because Adam was the only one that believed Charles, right?
So I would imagine they will present these texts that Charles is aware something's up. How much the prosecution in this case will go into religion, I think you would have to. The question is, how much will they get into the whole zombies and light dark scale? It will be fascinating to see. On June 29th, Charles discovered the email that Lori sent to Chad Daybell, where she pretended to be Charles. Remember that email where it's like, "Hey, my name's Charles Vallow. I listened to you speak, and you're a wonderful speaker, and I heard you write, and I'm wondering if you would come to Arizona and help me write my biography," something like that. I don't remember all the details. I have it, but I didn't pull the time to take the time to pull it up. So, and Charles confronted Lori about this, and this is what he said. Let's see. They had gone back and forth. Then tell me why you used my name, this is to Lori from Charles, and fictitious email to send a BS email about a book I'm having him ghostwrite for me. It's a fraud and a lie. There's no other reason for it other than to get him to Arizona and have an excuse for his wife. You did this. I had nothing to do with it, and you know it. Also, he did not stay with us in November. I will find out. Lori responds, you're wasting your time. They are both my friends. Move on with your life. We are done. Let's just get through it. Charles, you're destroying people's lives. Had I known you were spending hours talking to Mel and poisoning her toward Brandon, I would have said something. You're disgusting. You have had a serious disconnect. Otherwise, you'd send your lover Moroni to come zap me or put me in a pod, or him do to Joe. Get through it. Are you going to go to court to fine, I believe? Are you going to go to court to fine? Otherwise, nothing will happen. You just hate it when your evil ways have been exposed. That is a lie, and you know it. Lori, I'm tired of the way you're speaking to me. I will not stay married to someone who claims to be a priesthood holder and speaks.
Thank you, Forrest, for letting us know that. I did not realize that, guys. If you know of the Rachel Morin case, good, because maybe she'll finally get some justice, right? They finally caught that creep. Got him, and so that trial starts today. Maybe we'll do an update on that in the morning for us. I'll look into some information tonight. Is that being held on court TV, or do we know? I have to check. Gosh, I could just follow in too many things at one time, but that's okay. That's what we do in true crime, right? Yeah, there were other big trials happening at the same time as Chad's, but I had listened to Lori's. That was long because you had to wait all day to get that audio at night, and then you were reviewing audio all night to be able to talk about it the next day. But I wasn't streaming back then, so it wasn't that bad. But did watch most of Chad's. Yeah. I'm not sure. Is it not in Maryland? I think it is. Okay. We'll get back to this. Like Miss Shorty said, she had not heard some of these text messages before, and maybe a lot of you haven't, because Chud the Spud was so dull. Pokemon. I got Brandon Boudreaux's testimony from Chad's trial, and like I said, Lori goes and faces his conspiracy to commit his murder next trial, although they didn't succeed, thankfully. Brandon was the only one.
To me the way you do. Charles, me? Look at what you say to me. You've called me Ned and Garrett, and you call me off. Lori, go look in the mirror. You will be stopped. That's all I'll say, and you won't see it coming. You are in need of some serious help. I do have the priesthood, but you're the one having the affair. You're out of your mind. Think about all the things you truly believe about yourself. I'm the one being brave enough and loves you enough to call you on this BS, which is all it is. You've been horribly deceived. You ask me if I ever hurt anyone, and the answer is hell yes. Just look around you. You're destroying every family you touch. Whew. Lori says, stop texting me or I'm blocking you. I'll assume you're not coming to pick up JJ since you are off to try to get non-existent evidence against me. Have fun with that. This was end of June. Charles Vallow died in July. Next text. I think I just played that one. Okay. Sorry, ignore the top one. Stop texting me or I'm blocking you. Charleston says, I don't enjoy fighting with you, but you need to be stopped from destroying so many lives that you've already, with your whacked out delusions, you've made our beautiful gospel a thing of horror. That will stop. Just take care of JJ. You get out where you belong. Till you get out where you belong, just keep me updated on how our boy is doing. That's all for now. Pick him up. I'm staying at my house. Lori, no, you are not. Jason blank will make sure of it. Get a hotel or stay with Brandon, your best friend, Brandon Boudreaux. So Charles is saying, I'm going to come and stay at my house. Lori's saying, no, you're not. No, is he on the lease? I'll have the police there. If he tries, it's my house. Are you going to stay with your boyfriend at his hotel since he's making so much money writing a book for me? Lori, okay, Joe Ryan. Joe Ryan's her third husband who died. He is the police. He is retired. He is not on the lease. Even he can't do anything. I'm assuming she's talking about Jason Mao, who worked for the police department, who is, Lori is saying, I'll get him to stop you, and they go back and forth. More texts. Lori, you don't come. Stay in Houston until the divorce is done. Charles, not filing. I'll be there later. Like I said, when I come to the door, you can leave if you like. Take Tylee too. You get awful angry when you get caught in your lies. Lori, JJ is sick and wants.
Oops. Yeah, guys, you're right. The California stuff versus the Maryland for Rachel's case. And because California is where they had him on the body cam, right? Or the ring cam, right, Miss Shorty? Yeah. That's where we got our first look at the guy and the guy we were supposed to be looking for and all that good stuff. So yeah, he made his way to California for us and got on that body the ring cam there. And I think he got in trouble there for something. And then was he eventually arrested in California, guys? Was he there when he was arrested? I can't recall. Like, I'll be like the cops now. I don't recall.
Wants his mommy. Out of all the texts when I was preparing this one hit me. JJ is sick and wants his mommy. Good rich.
Wow. JJ is sick and wants his mommy. And this lady was so checked out from her kids, it wasn't even funny. Like, she checked out on them a long time before I think it became relevant to people. Or people realized it, you know what I mean?
Rich, I think she means good luck trying to take him away from me. Here is Charles trying to make sure his son's okay. He's in Houston. He's coming to Arizona. He's concerned. He's raised the alarm. He's texting his wife.
Well, Jeff, I think it's maybe even between Lori, Chad, Jody Hildebrandt, and her sidekick, Miss What's her name over there, 8 Passengers Lady Ruby. Yeah, I almost forgot her damn name. All 4 of those, right? It's a lot of crimes against children that come out of the LDS church in the name of God.
Calling her out on this affair. She's denying it. She's lying. She's saying JJ can't come with you. He's sick. Charles is going home to die, to be murdered, allegedly. And these are the texts days before his death. I'm not taking him anywhere. I believe this is Charles. I'm not taking him anywhere. I hope he gets better soon. I'm staying there. I've never taken him from you. We've been good at working together since you came back from Hawaii, assumedly. As you can see, it's affected him greatly. Hopefully he'll get better soon. I don't want to escalate this any further. Let's both calm down and do what we're supposed to do. Take care of our boy. I'm sorry I upset you. I will find out the truth eventually about all your doings. I'll leave the rest to you. We need to talk about Mo, Run, but not today. Let's try tomorrow and both agree to be civil. I'm not going to file for divorce. I'll leave that to you. Charles told Adam Cox that this was a great example of what was happening, and this was the first time he's told Lori about how he feels. So Charles sent all of this conversation over to Adam Cox. So Adam had an idea of the relationship between the two of them. Then the texts, according to police documents, were pretty civil from July 2nd until July 9th. What other texts were swinging back and forth between Lori and Chad and Alex at that time? Well, we know some of them. I'm not going to take the time to go through them tonight. I imagine, will come out in court. The ones where Lori's saying, you need to stay close to me, Alex, the night before Charles was shot, things like that. On July 10th, Adam flew to Arizona to try to arrange a family meeting with Lori. Adam's flight, I hope you can see that. Adam's, flight was booked by Charles. A text sent to Adam from Charles on July 9th reads as follows, quote, one moment. This is, again, so the 10th was, Charles Vallow died on the 11th. This text was sent on the 9th, 2 days before he died. Your flights are booked. You should have the emails. I'm really uneasy about how she will respond, not only to you, but to me and blank and Brandon. I'll pick up JJ and take him to school at 8 a.m. Thursday. She'll be there. Friday the same. She will be highly suspicious about recording. Let me back up. They had talked, Adam and Charles had talked about going in and recording audio, Lori, recording some sort of interaction with Lori to get some sort of recording. And they had gone back and forth about having a backup recorder. Those are also in the text. But so that's why they're talking about recording. She will be highly suspicious about recording. If you can bring a second device and put your phone on the counter or turn it off, it might help. Just a brother talking to his sister. I personally feel she's gone too far. It is going to take us going to blank or she won't ever stop. She's hurting too many families. Mine is gone, Adam. I just want to save others from the same fate. I still love her more than life, but the slots we knew is gone. I fear forever. Gosh, 2 days before he died. Then, got it. I believe Adam said, got it. But honestly, if you blank Brandon and me, go to him, that should be enough. I believe they're talking about a religious leader, going to a religious leader to have Lori Vallow's temple recommend pulled, which a temple recommend is like a pass. It's a piece of paper that you go to your leader of your congregation and you're asked questions about, excuse me, a series of questions about whether you're living a clean life, a moral life. If you say yes, the leader gives you this recommend. You can then go to the temple anywhere in the world, any of the LDS temples, and get into the temple, which Lori was going to daily. So they're talking about going to her leader, her bishop, I believe, and talking about filling her in, filling the bishop in on what's happening. Charles arrived in Phoenix on July 10th. He stayed at a hotel that Lori rented for him. In a text by Charles to Lori, he asked if the hotel room was already paid for, and she informed him it was. Charles then responded, thanks. I'll see him tomorrow. I'll take him to school and pick him up. Friday too, thanks. On July 11th, the day Charles was killed, Charles went to Lori's residence in Chandler. At 7:34, Charles's phone showed just west of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Between 7:35 and 7:37, the following text string was located between Charles and Adam. Charles, Al is here, meaning Alex. Adam, at Lori's? Adam, really? I wonder why he never called me back. Adam, they are planning something. Charles, absolutely. Adam, I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that. What you do is up to you. That was the last message read by Charles at 7:37. Adam would send the following message at 7:37, but it was not read until 12:13 when Charles was dead and Lori was control of his phone. Adam, I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me right now. See what he says. Adam, okay? There were no further messages from Charles. Adam would send Charles the following messages at 7:49. Following message. Me and Blank are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Blank is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend. Again, I believe he's talking about the religious leader. When you see the black squares, the names have been redacted. Police have pulled those names out for privacy. The message about him going to play basketball and seeing the religious leader was read at 12:13 when Lori was in control of Charles's phone. At the time the message was read. In reviewing the data, I noticed that he left his location services on, and we'll get into that in a minute. That's how they were able to track where Charles's device went the day he was shot. In fact, that specific 1 hour, which is so critical. And that is the next point that I think we're going to see at the trial. So the first point was the text messages. And
it's okay, Miss Shorty. I live with some brain fog all the time. My autoimmune disease makes that brain fog tenfold. But I get you. I got what you meant when you said it. So don't worry about it. We all do it. And a lot of times these names just like all fumble together, you know.
And the cell phone and the videos from the police. The second point, I think they're going to really focus on the hour of the shooting. I played this a few weeks ago. I want to play it tonight because we have new viewers, which gives us a quick timeline. It's about 3 minutes of what happened during that critical hour after Charles was shot, and the timeline and locations. This is the home behind me where Charles Vallow was shot and killed back in July of 2019. Beautiful house in a nice neighborhood in Chandler. At 7:33 that morning, Charles texted Lori. And then police say that his device was here at the house at 7:50. So 17 minutes later, his device was here at the house. And then for nearly 40 minutes, the device left the home. It was not here. And I'm going to take you kind of on a drive to show you the movements, according to police, that Lori Vallow went on with Charles Vallow's device, allegedly that morning, where that device ended up before it ended up back here at the house. Now at 7:52 that morning, there was a voice call between Alex and Lori. We don't know what was discussed during that call. It seemed to be relatively short because Lori stopped at a fast food restaurant. 2 minutes after that phone call, Lori went through the drive-thru here at this Burger King around 7:54 a.m. Charles's device was pinged here at the restaurant around 7:55 a.m. So they were here for just a few minutes. Lori ordered some chicken nuggets, some chicken fries, according to a receipt that we have, some Sprite and a bottle of water. Think about it. While she's here getting that food back at the house about 5-6 minutes away, according to my driving records, Charles was dying and Alex was there with him. Lori was here with Tylee and JJ, and then they left the fast food restaurant and did one more stop before taking JJ to school. Charles's device arrived at Walgreens at 8:16 in the morning. Surveillance footage captured Lori purchasing a pair of flip-flops. She was here for about 4 minutes. She then left the Walgreens around 8:20 in the morning. Charles's device arrives here at JJ's school at 8:32. 4 minutes later, at 8:36, that's when Alex Cox, back at the house, calls 911 to report that he has shot his.
Yeah, she went through the drive-through Pokemon to get JJ's breakfast before she took him to school. That's what she said. And y'all notice how these phone pings, I'm telling you, when when I was watching the Chad trial, just how accurate they got with these phone records was amazing to me. So I'm really into these phone records right now in the Idaho case and these damn AT&T timing records. Just, I can't let it go. Something's fishy. Something's going on there.
His brother-in-law.
I'm in police in an ambulance.
What's the emergency there?
So apparently, Pokemon, the flip-flops, very odd thing to stop and purchase at the Walgreens, right? Knowing what just happened at your house. So allegedly, they were going to a pool party later that day. And I think they went ahead and went to the pool party, actually, her and Alex and Tylee. And I believe JJ as well. So, yeah, that was the whole reason she had to stop and get them damn flip-flops. And then, go back to the house and confront what was happening there with Charles. So shameful.
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him in self-defense.
Okay, let me get the medics on the phone. And is he hurt or is he alive or?
Yeah, there's blood. He's not moving.
How long ago did this happen?
A couple of minutes.
And at 8:49, the device ended up back here at the house. Of course, we have seen that police body camera footage with Lori Vallow talking to the officers, with Alex Cox on the side of the road dabbing his head, saying he had been hit with a baseball bat. And then Lori and Alex and Tylee were taken to the police station for questioning. And here we are 5 years later, awaiting Lori Vallow's trial. That's the timeline of that morning. I realized I sounded a little sick there. That was probably the start. I got a nasty, horrible sinus infection that I'm finally over just in time for the trial. Okay, so that 1 hour is going to be pivotal. Third point that we're going to see during the trial, in my opinion, Lori's life insurance and Chad's funeral home calls. Remember those calls that we heard?
Now, Lori was under the impression before Charles passed that she was still the beneficiary to his $1 million life insurance policy. Lori didn't know that Charles went and changed it a few days before that, leaving his sister Kay as his full beneficiary to that $1 million life insurance policy. Lori actually caused the insurance company to start the claim process. And that call is out there. I'm assuming that's what Nate's about to talk about here. So, was the only reason she was at Walgreens. Seems to be an odd place to go looking for flip-flop. I know, but in the morning, I mean, you know what I mean? She had just dropped the kid off at school. So if it's first thing in the morning, she didn't feel like swinging into a Walmart or whatever they have there, Was it just convenience to run in there real quick, killing time because you didn't want to go back and face the music as to what just unfolded at your home? all of it was odd, especially in a self-defense case. Why would anybody leave the home? Why would they wait the 41 minutes to call for help? None of it made sense. I felt like there was we need to get our shit together and story together process happening here. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Here's one.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number?
Sure. It is
Are you calling in reference to a death claim?
yes.
Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured?
L. Charles Vallow.
And who am I speaking with?
This is Lori Vallow.
And your relationship to the insured?
He's my husband.
Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have.
I had to speed these two up, y'all.
Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please?
Sure, it's 2.
And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing?
July 11th.
And what was the cause of his passing?
Well, he was shot.
Okay.
So I don't know how I want to put that.
Okay. All right. And I hate to ask,
Yep.
but is it?
Yeah,
you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide?
No, it was an accident.
An accident. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She says no, it was an accident when asked if it was a homicide. I was wondering when I first heard these, how would she answer that? Well, he was shot and killed when my brother did it in self-defense, or like, no, it was an accident, But boy, she really shit her pants when she found out she wasn't the beneficiary anymore to that life insurance policy. Ha ha ha, Lori.
And what state did he pass away in?
Arizona.
Okay. All right, just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things.
Okay.
Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is?
It's me.
Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address?
Sure. It's 5531 South 4 FOUR Peaks PEAKS Place.
Okay.
In Chandler, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
85249.
Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive the correspondence?
Email would be great.
Okay, and what is your email address?
So Lori ended up not getting that life insurance policy. And she was upset about that. There's that other call, too, that we'll play probably not tonight, but maybe another night, or it will come out in court, where Chad Daybell called the funeral home for his uncle, DeBell, to get a cost on how much it would cost to ship the cremains of his uncle.
I don't think so, Butterfly. I haven't heard a follow-up to any of that. So I think she found out, and then, If Lori had a brain when she learned she wasn't Jeff, am I about to read something going to get me in trouble? Hold up. Let me proofread Jeff's stuff before I comment out loud. I'll just display it. If Lori had a brain when she learned she wasn't getting that life insurance, she would have known she wasn't upright. Yeah, well, her God and our God and many people's God is all different. But I always said, we know they went off on the fringe, right? We'll call it that, the LDS. I don't approve of what they do in that church, in their mainstream church. But then her and Chad do their own thing. And they were incorporating a lot of things. I started getting some insight into what I knew was happening in that case. That I think Kresha has been trying to articulate it because it's a lot, but I see where some of the stuff they were incorporating started to come into play. And we're going to look at some of that here in a little bit as well and talk about that a little bit. But remember, Lori had her whole own brand of Jesus over there. No, Chad has not been named as a witness because apparently whatever was going on to get rid of Ned/Charles was between Lori and her brother. And it appears that there's probably these text communications between Lori and her brother, especially that morning after Charles was shot, when she leaves to go to the Burger King and to the Walgreens. They were communicating what was in those communications. You know what I'm saying? What are we going to tell the cops? We had to do this, do that, because it took that 41-minute delay. So I'm interested to see what kind of a communication the two of them had in the meantime. Money is the root of all evil, Jeff. I say it all the time. All the time. I kind of live by that. I just need enough money to get the bills paid and put some food on the table. As long as I got that, I wake up with gratitude in my heart every single day, right? I got a house. I got the bills paid. I got some groceries. I can go live with my friends. We're good. Money is the root of all evil. You ain't lying.
I believe it was the day Charles died or the next day, called the funeral home in Arizona. I imagine that call will be played. It was played in both the other trials in Idaho. Okay, the fourth thing to pay attention to during this trial is nearly 24 state witnesses. And we know who they are. Unlike in Idaho, where that witness list was sealed, here is who the state plans to call, or at least the people who are on their list. They could always take them off. But we have from the Chandler Police, Daniel Coons, retired. Nathan Duncan, we've heard him before. He testified in Idaho. Marissa Francisco, Jason Hunsaker, Robert Crotham, retired. William McDonald, retired. Nathan Moffat, we've heard from him before. Ariel Werther, we've heard from him. Erwin, he's got a great deep voice. He's the guy that went through all the data of the pings of where Charles's phone went that morning. Erwin Weiserbicki and Cassandra Youngklin, we've heard from her as well. So all of those people from the police are going to testify, or they're on the list. Chandler Fire, we have Kent Keller and Scott Cowden. I believe we've heard from both of them, or at least one of them. Department of Public Safety, Jeff Moberg. The medical examiner, Dr. Derek Baumgartner. He'll likely testify about Charles's body and the gunshot wounds. Office of the Inspector General, Mark Sari, we've heard from him. He dealt with the money, the finances. Robin Smith Scott from Banner Life Insurance will testify. And then we have the civilians, Christina Atwood, Adam Cox, Nancy Jo Hancock, Serena Sharp, and Kay Woodcock. Those are the 21 witnesses the state will put on their witness list. Maybe not on the stand, but they might put them all on there. Now, who will Lori call? Or who's on her list? We know that too. Lori Vallow Daybell is at the top of her list. Will she testify this trial? I think she might. You know what? I want to call it tonight. This is me just right now. I believe she's going to testify. I could be wrong, but I think we're going to hear from her this trial. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. I don't bet, but maybe if we did a betting pool, we could see. Not that we should.
Do y'all think that woman's going to get up there and testify? Is she going to question herself? Should we take bets too? I mean, that's something Joe and I have talked about, right? The prosecution's got the right to question her because she's the defendant. So they're going to question her, obviously. But will she call her own self to the defense, to the witness stand? And how will she question herself? Lori, did you do this? No, I did not. What the hell? That's going to be super interesting. Thank goodness we have a camera in the courtroom this time, Lori. You didn't get your way, heifer.
On a matter like this, but I think she's going to testify. We also have, she wrote, any and all individuals who have spoken with any witness. Any and all individuals who have spoken with any witness. she has on her list. That's a lot of people. Custodian of records for any and all exhibits, Nate Eaton. Vicia, it's a how? Sorry, Vicia. That's Tylee's friend. Gabriel Bonilla, Joseph Ponsgratz, Ashlyn Rind, Tylee's friend, Barry Cox, Lori's father, Zach Cox, Charles's son, Adam Cox, her brother. Adam's also, was he on for the, yeah, he's on for the prosecution too. Janice Cox, the mother, Summer Shiflett, even though Lori listed Shizlet, spelled it wrong, and Brandon Boudreau. Those are all of the witnesses that are on the list. We'll talk a little bit more in a minute about me and my situation. The final point. So the 5 things that I believe we're going to hear at this trial. Number 1 is the text message in the recordings. Number 2, we're going to hear the 1 critical hour of Charles Vallow's life right there. Number 3, we're going to hear about the life insurance and the funeral home call from from Chad and Lori. Number 4, these witnesses, obviously we're going to hear from them. And number 5, we are going to hear from Lori, the lawyer. The biggest question of them all, how will she be during the trial? Will she be like how she was every day with Keith Morrison? Defiant, smart alecky, you could say. Will that wear off after a few days, after a few weeks? That is.
There you are, Mr. Joe Schmo, busy man, busy man. I told everybody you was a busy man this morning. The link's there if you got time to grab it. We're just going over some stuff, preparing for the big trial here. Thanks for coming in. And I hope everything's going smooth for you there. I know you got your hands full.
That's what we will see. Now, the big question that a lot of you have, will I really be a witness in this case? Reporters hate being the story. Reporters, we're there to report. I did an interview with Colby Ryan last week, and it was odd for me to be answering the questions. We want to be there to report. We're there to observe. I'm here.
Now, remember, this is the stuff he touched on in the video we watched earlier from him about this particular subject. And I told you he dropped this one about an hour later. Well, there was about an hour in between the 2 drops of the 2 videos we've been reviewing.
Here in Arizona, as a representative of the people, you could say, the people in Idaho, those of you who can't make it to court, it's my job to bring it to you. The freedom of the press. I am allowed to come and cover news events for you. So anytime a reporter is inserted into a story, much less a murder trial, it can become awkward. And because of that, originally, I had said here, I believe, that I didn't think it mattered because I hadn't been served a subpoena. And if I wasn't planning to go to court, maybe that would be true. But if I walked into the court, from what I understand, Lori Vallow could say, Your Honor, one of my witnesses is here watching, and there is an exclusionary rule. Exclusionary rules apply to all witnesses. They cannot watch or listen to other people's testimony because it could affect their own testimony.
You making me laugh out loud. Oh my goodness. Thank you for your support, Miss Shorty. Every time you hear you're supporting me, and I so appreciate that. It means a lot to me. She wants to hear Lori say Shizlet. I don't blame you. There's a lot we want to hear Lori say, right? What is this heifer going to say that's going to make any sense at all? It's over there. Miss Shorty is joining us in the middle of the night, guys. So we appreciate her for waking up. Well, not for waking up in the middle of the night, because I know how bad that sucks sometimes, but for joining us, because I do the same thing. I'm up in the middle of the night. I'm looking for a lot. There's hardly any live stream because I'm in the U.S. on at my time of the morning. So I'll go back and review stuff that happened earlier in the night that I might have missed while I was napping. I'm horrible about taking afternoon, evening naps anymore. I guess that's part of age or just part of the way I like to live my life now. Joe says, hey Pokemon, Miss Shorty, Salty. Yes, I'm listening while I furiously work to prep. Kind of whistling while you work. Joe, don't whistle while you work. Listen while you work. He's getting all set up, guys. If I'm not mistaken, he should be at his new dwelling for the next few weeks. So he's getting all set up there so he can be boots on the ground for Lori, the Lori Vallow trial, and bring us his take on things from the courtroom. So we'll have to look forward to that. And with like I said, though, they're going to air that trial a half-hour delay. So we'll be watching it a half-hour behind. So Joe should be able to sneak us in some boots on the ground text updates and things of that nature while we're live. And if he does, we'll bring those out. I don't know how much more of this one we're going to watch if he's going to repeat what we've already heard.
And assuming the judge allows Lori Vallow's objection to me being there, I would need to leave. The prosecution has already filed a notion to preclude, meaning exclude, all of Lori's witnesses. She filed the paperwork, her motion, late, past the deadline. So the prosecution says they should all be thrown out. The judge has not ruled on that yet. In order to kind of protect myself, after consulting with our attorneys, we came up with this that I filed last week pro se, meaning on behalf of myself. I worked with an attorney to write this. Know that I did not write most of this, but it sounds very smart. Nate Eaton appearing pro se.
Okay, so we've already heard him read through these documents, so we're not going to do that again. If you guys missed it, it was the video before this we played. And so if you go back in the replay, you can hear Nate read the entire documents. It was great filings. I don't think they're going to keep me out of the courtroom. I think the judge will probably agree. Miss Shorty, you got to get up at 3:30 in the morning. I accidentally just wake up between 4:30 and 5 every morning. Butterfly's up at 4:15 every day, right? But you guys, y'all have to go to work. I don't have to do that anymore. I just get to sit here. But still, by the time the afternoon comes, I'm tired. We need a break. I need a nap. Okay. So I got some more stuff to present to you, and it's just about the players in this case. Since there's really nothing to watch as far as to try. I'm not going to talk about Coburger today. I need a break from that. Because the only thing interesting me right now is these AT&T timing reports, and there's some dates and questions I've got from both sides, not just one or the other. Both sides got some splaining to do. Somebody, don't know if the FBI will ever explain their stuff, but I think you do. Let me pull my list back up here that we're okay. So I gave you guys the rundown on the latest with Stearns. We get to have cameras. We saw the little update on the Karen Reed here. Miss Shorty says, I try to go to bed by 8, but it never happens. Right? I tell myself all the time, just go to bed, 10 p.m., just go to bed. And then I do, and then I don't go to sleep. I'm like, well, hell. But I'm a weird sleeper anyway, so always have been. But if I had to be up every morning at a certain time and leave this house, actually, when I was having to do all that, I get it. I was like, come bedtime, I had to go to bed, especially when you have to get up the next morning and do all these things. All right, guys, let me take a look. Let's see what we want to look at next. So we went over Nate's stuff. Now, let's go over this briefly. Let's take a look at this. It's about 6 minutes long, and I just wanted to, because this ties, I don't know, I just want to take a look at it because it talks about 3D models, and we know that's been a issue or talked about in the Idaho 4 case. Like I said, I don't even recall that this was used in either one of their trials, Chad or Lori. I'm going to go back and review, because if it was used, I'm very interested to know. This is just something I wanted to bring out for educational type purposes. Yeah, I end up sometimes I lose my phone in the bed accidentally. Like, I'm usually good about, putting it on charge, and I'll just play it. But some nights I don't. I just lay it down, like, in my lap on the bed and close my eyes. And the next thing I know, I'm asleep, and I wake up and I'm like, I don't even know where the phone's at some point. My stylus be over here, the phone be over here, and I'm over here. I got to quit doing that. All right, let me get the screen up for you guys. Probably not the only ones. There's probably a lot of us that fall asleep to these YouTube streets in one way or the other. Okay. And I'm kind of watching the weather a little bit. There's bad weather popping off around me. Thank God here it's barely rained, but allegedly we were going to get severe weather today, but I don't think it's going to be that bad, but I think it's way above me. All right, guys, here we go. I'll get this started. Butterflies had the same schedule for 17 years. It's hard. Oh, girl, I feel you.
If a picture's worth 1,000 words, what's the worth of a 3D model? That could
Can
be
you guys hear all this okay, or is it just me?
Prepare to take Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell to trial.
They'll have to first.
Oops, I messed with it. Made it stop. I got everything turned up loud.
Weighted jury, the couple and potentially others
conspired to conceal the fact Vallow's 2 missing children were dead and buried at the Daybell property on the outskirts of Rexburg.
Tonight, Dave Colley's back to explain how a 3D model of the crime scene, like the one we created, could make that task much easier.
We want to warn you, this story contains 3D images of a crime scene where the remains of children were recovered.
Those bodies were concealed. One of them was destroyed. They were located on Chad Daybell's property.
It is really low,
Prosecutors spent
Butterfly.
days this summer questioning witnesses, officers, and agents, convincing a judge they had enough evidence to move.
Why do they do that when these media people play your stuff loud or get something?
Move forward with their case against Chad Daybell.
Your Honor, the state does have a demonstrative.
We're not going to be able to hear that. I'm not playing it.
They
We'll
presented
just
an aerial
watch.
photograph of Daybell's property and used it to show where he was on the day in June when detectives served a search warrant and began looking for the remains of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
He would look over his right shoulder for a while, break contact, talk on the phone for a second, and then he would continue looking back over his right shoulder.
Detective Ray Hermosillo said Daybell kept glancing away. But at what?
The north side of the property at the pond area.
Right where an FBI team was in the process of exhuming JJ's body. But Daybell's defense attorney argued his client probably couldn't even see the pond from where he sat, planting the seeds of doubt.
Now, when I'm in the driveway, view to the tree back there where they found one of the remains is not particularly visible.
So was Daybell a conspirator or a hapless victim of circumstance? Witness testimony and a still picture taken from above can only go so far in persuading a jury one way or another. But what if we could actually see what Daybell saw? Thanks to Mark Johnson and his team at Visual Law Group, we can. They used pictures and video captured that day, along with data from a KSL drone, to make this exact model of the Daybell property.
I know it's really hard to hear, guys, and I don't know why, because I reviewed it like without my headphones earlier on YouTube. It was fine. Now it's low, but when they start to show you the demonstrative exhibit that they created, that was really intriguing to me, because we know they did Pharaoh scans in Maddie's case. They've done them in Idaho, and they're going back and forth now in some of the court docs about using this type of thing in the Idaho case. So I thought it was pretty interesting how because Chad said they were trying to get Chad's sight line when he was in the police car, how he turned his head and what could Chad see versus what Chad couldn't see happening on his own property, and this showed them. So if we just kind of look at the picture here, and I know it's hard to hear, so thank you for bearing with us. Uh-oh, now it won't want to play. I don't know why that happens when you stop it. Even after hardwiring in, it still wants to act a fool. Okay.
We know exactly where that driveway is. We know exactly where those...
See, isn't that cool? That's the model.
We can see what Chad Daybell would have seen when he looked over his shoulder at the pond. And it's very useful information, because it gives you a real understanding that, yes, indeed, from where he was...
Visual Law. I'd like to check out their website and look at different videos they may have
He wouldn't
out.
be able to see the grave, but he certainly would see the excavator working, and no doubt see the activity as the remains were transferred to the coroner.
Digital recreations like these are turning up in courtrooms more frequently as attorneys try to describe scenes to a judge or jury.
There are three primary reasons that what we do is necessary and useful at a trial.
First, to educate, in a way words, diagrams, and pictures cannot.
You can see that statue of the dog, and then right in front of that statue, there's what I would call an area that looked like it was a grave.
Our model identifies landmarks and areas on the Daybell property that detectives have described and put the viewer right in that spot, potentially eliminating confusion in a complicated case.
Officer, you're making reference to a fire pit in a cemetery. Are they at the same location?
Confusion over questions like, where was Tylee? Her remains had been burned, scattered, and buried over a larger area.
Kind of a mass of dismembered human remains. Eventually, we're able to excavate a few pieces.
There's no getting away from the fact that these are chilling details and they are tragic. But they also are the truth.
Understanding is a stepping stone on the path to persuasion, and that is the second reason.
Looking at the model, it conveys something that I don't think many of us get just from hearing, say, a detective's description of that event.
Underneath the white rocks was some thin wood paneling.
When you see the lengths to which these bodies were concealed and the efforts that were undertaken to recover that evidence,
What appeared to be a small body tightly wrapped in black plastic.
it does give you an understanding of what took place on the property. And so that
That's
becomes
crazy.
persuasive. That becomes an element that affects how you would make a decision in the case.
Finally, the third reason. Forensic visualization can play to the heart.
The judge tries to have the jury not weigh these decisions with emotion. But every juror is human. You can't help but feel a component of emotion. And had you not seen that, it's very difficult to reach that same level of resonance through words alone.
3D visualization can add an immense amount of emotion, persuasion, and education to an attorney's argument. But it can also open the door to intense scrutiny from the other side, whether that's the prosecution or the defense.
People shouldn't accept anything because they see it with their eyes. They should insist on proof. And a good lawyer opposing me should take as many shots as he or she can to try to question the work I've done. But if I've done my job properly, not only will the jury understand what I did, but the judge will say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is admitted into evidence. You may consider it during your deliberation.
Oh, that's true.
At this point, neither Chad Daybell nor Lori Vallow.
That's true. Look, I was looking at some stuff because I'm so into these kind of these 3D images that they can create and bring into a courtroom. You know, it stops having to take the time and the money, the effort, and all the things involved to get a juror to the scene. I understand everybody wants jurors at the scene, but there was a time in America where jurors didn't go to scenes. I remember one of the first ones that ever went, early 80s, it was a case where a woman died on a cliff. It was a whole thing. And, in Delphi, we were told, oh, it was a dangerous crime scene. They can't walk near the Monon High Bridge. Yeah, they could have. They could have drove down underneath the private drive in a van. A van, imagine that. Brad's van. Got out, looked around the whole scene, been safe the whole entire time. Yeah. So, come again, they didn't even try to do a Faro scan of that area and bring that into the courtroom. But I think these things are going to play a huge role going forward in court cases, and that stuff's always intrigued me. So when I found that this morning, I just wanted to take a look at it. I do want to go back and research and see if it was used in either one of those cases. I don't think it was used in Lori's, but probably in Chad's. But I'm not positive. Okay, let me pull up my screen again. Okay. Oh, I'm at the right place. I was like, I'm not even at the right place, but I was. Okay, let me scroll down now to get where I need to be. All right, we're going to start taking a look at some of the family stuff, like some of the reactions that JJ's grandparents had to the charges against Chad and Lori, and then we're going to look at some stuff about Alex Cox and Lori's relationship, Adam Cox, her older brother, when he speaks to the Chandler police detective about Charles's death. We're going to take a look at a lady named Julie Rowe, who's going to help kind of lead me into the way I saw certain things being incorporated into what Chad and Lori were doing with energy work and things of that nature. Because I could absolutely tell what was going on there. And I wasn't quite sure on how it got incorporated, who brought it to the table. And it's kind of becoming a little more clear to me now. So let me go back up here and click this. Because like I said, we're trying to honor, yes, Lori needs to stand trial and be held accountable for everything she's ever done. And we want justice for her victims, all of them. And so showing the family members is a part of that, And this is, again, East Idaho News. Shout out to Nate the Great. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. Yeah, Joe, we agree on that. It was a pretty stupid argument, wasn't it? I mean, we were like, no, we could get them down there safely. Watch us. Hold our beer. Okay. Let me pull this up, get this going. And again, thanks to Nate for his great coverage and bringing different stories to us that we can review. He's always done a great job on this case.
So, how are you feeling?
Even though this is a little young guy here today doing the interview. Again, this is Kay and Larry, JJ's biological grandparents, and Kay is the sister to Charles.
After yesterday's announcement.
Yesterday we were exhausted. It's like we were a balloon and somebody took a pin and as soon as it was over, it was relief, but then it was so sad because I don't know if it's because it was JJ's birthday or it's just another step in the acceptance process. It's like, I don't know. What do you think?
Yesterday was probably one of the hardest days that I've had. And why it was so hard, we knew yesterday was going to be JJ's birthday. We also knew, and we assumed, I say we knew, we assumed that there was going to be the pleas that were going to be entered, and that the grand jury had issued their verdicts. And it was hard. It was probably one of the harder days we've had, because for us every day is a what if day. What would JJ be doing today? What would we be doing on JJ's birthday? And then to have the grand jury verdict read at that time, and the moment that the attorneys finished reading the grand jury indictments.
When Rob read it,
and when they read those, it's just like everything went south for us. Look, everybody in that room, I know firsthand, I know their names, and I am telling you, when moments after that was read, I couldn't tell you who was in the room. Literally, I could not tell you who was in the room.
It's like the world just
stopped. It's just like it
stopped.
It's like... Yeah. And it was a hard day for us. Very hard day.
And is it one of those things, I think, forever? Or is it going to be one of those, because we can't reverse back to several years ago. Is this one of those that forever?
Miss Shorty, I'm telling you, she's her mama, right? She's got their mannerisms, everything is a lot like Kay. That's where she gets her little spitfire from, and I love it. I love it.
Forever, it's going to be hard to imagine. I mean, every year these birthdays are going to come up. Is that going to be something that's on your mind
always
forever?
It'll be forever. And the coincidence of this is it seems like every time there's a major decision in this
a court hearing
or
some
anything,
event,
it's always on a major date. Charles's birthday, JJ's birthday.
The day they killed Charles, there was a court date set for that last year, and I don't even know if it came to pass, and then, so now their court date that's upcoming is June 9th, and that's the day they unearthed them.
Yeah.
And so that was a horrific day last year. Will be this year.
So it just seems like every time there's a major break in this case, literally since it started, It's always been on something that we reference back to. And, you know, well, on this day, on JJ's birthday, this happened. And on JJ's birthday this year, this happened. Or Charles's birthday, or Charles's murder, or Tammy's murder. Or, I mean, it just, there's always a parallel to something that meant something to us in the back.
And
in
the past.
In the past. And
They did so many things that were illegal and so many horrific things that there's all these.
With that said, Miss Shorty, let's all hold some space for Crescia today, because she was not doing that great last night, you know, with everything coming up and the build up to it. You know, she's having a little bit of a hard time, and rightfully so. So everybody hold a little space for Crescia today.
These dates, you know, JJ's birthday, JJ's the day they found the bodies, the day that they murdered him. There's just 3 dates right there, and you know, the last time we saw JJ is this day. The last day we talked to JJ is this day. So it's ongoing. It doesn't stop yet. It hasn't stopped.
And it's like you can't outrun it, because every week, every month, every year, there are certain things that happen. And it's just like, you know, it's just hard. It really is. It's extremely hard. Very hard.
But we were happy that all the charges came down the way they did. We couldn't be more pleased. And my first question with Rob yesterday, or I guess my only question really, was, these aren't capital murder charges? And he said no, that there's some Idaho statute or something that they have 60 days to determine whether they're going to go with capital murder, capital conspiracy, and all that. So, okay, so we've got another 60 days. You know, within 60 days we'll know if it's going to be a capital case, and we do hope that that's going to be it. We do hope they want capital. We want a capital case, absolutely.
What's next? I mean, this is a long road. If they do go capital, I mean, this could be a year, 2 years, 3 years, years down the road.
We'll be here.
We'll be here.
However
long it takes.
Unless the good Lord needs me to manage something for him, I'll be here. And we're not afraid of time. Time.
They're in jail.
Yeah.
They're not hurting anybody, so that's where they need to be.
Yep.
And so we're patient. We waited this long for the charges, and we knew they were coming. People ask, how can you be so patient? Well, we don't have a choice, so we choose to be patient, because why?
You can't do anything else.
It doesn't. We can't do anything about it. So just, okay, it'll happen when it happens.
And once your stomach's ate out from acid, from worrying, okay.
I guess just one more question for me. I mean,
sure.
The community, I mean, there's several people in the community. I know they care about you guys and things, but how does that feel to have all these people in eastern Idaho and frankly the world coming to support you guys? How does that feel?
Let me tell you, I don't consider this eastern Idaho. I consider this our second home.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's not eastern Idaho. It's our second home. We have so many wonderful friends here. I can't even begin to tell you how many people communicate with us, and how many prayers that we get every day. I've had them from Europe. I've had them today. I'm talking about from
we had a couple
New
from
Zealand,
Finland yesterday.
But it's the kindness that the people of Rexburg and this surrounding area, this part of Idaho, how kind they've been to us, and how open they've been to us. I had an acquaintance today text me a while ago, look, y'all are in town. If you need me to come get you and drive you around, if you need something, please call me. I'll come do it for you. And
we've had people offer to, please, you're welcome to stay at our home.
Yeah.
We have a separate, area, and you know, you would have your privacy, and I mean, just so many things that
But it's so important.
It really is amazing.
Yeah. And the support that we get, people don't realize how therapeutic that is for us. It is so therapeutic. And
it's really nice of people to reach out and do that, because when these trials get moved to different venues, I don't think people realize the toll it takes on the families. Kay and Larry have to rent a house for Lori's, Chad's trial. I don't know how they did it for Lori's, but they ended up renting a house for Chad's. Now they got to be in Arizona for this trial, for Charles's murder, and they want to be there. They got to be there, and all the things. It just takes a lot out of them, and it takes a financial toll. They facing the same thing in Idaho. You got 4 different victims and 4 different families who need to make their way from Moscow area over to Boise now. And people are like, oh, they shouldn't even be asking for GoFundMe's or money or help or anything to get there. Like, why not? Other cases, people do it. People will reach out and offer on their own. They don't really got to do anything, but goodness, have a heart.
not only from the locals, but from so many professionals, counselors, psychiatrists, lawyers, that interpret
Whatever
for
y'all
us.
need,
Yeah, whatever
just
you
ask.
need, just ask. So we love this area. I consider it my second home. Kay does too. And I just can't say enough about the goodness that everybody has shown us and provided to us. It's just like this hotel. Honestly, this is our second home here in Rexburg. We know each room by heart.
We know which rooms to ask for.
And the managers and the staff here are just wonderful. You can't ask for better people.
Is there anything else? I know it's the question that's always asked. Is there anything else that you just want to add or want people to know?
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your
It is
support.
what keeps us moving, and our love for JJ and Tylee and for justice they keep us uplifted with the support and the prayers, and we feel it. We feel it when they send a message. We feel it when they call. We feel it, and even in the text, whatever, or written words, we feel it, and so. We can't respond to everyone. Good Lord, we get inundated with stuff. Like right now, with all this going on, absolutely. My phone was blowing up yesterday.
It was nonstop.
It was crazy, but
Even during the night, we were asleep, wake up in the morning, and it's like, holy mackerel.
but it's calming down now a little bit. So.
Okay, guys, that was a little bit of Kay and Larry there talking about the case. Right, Joe, right? I was just pointing that out earlier, how much Kresha, is like her mom. When you see and hear Kay, you can't help but see and hear Kresha at the same time. And that's pretty cool. And you can see where she gets her feistiness from, for sure. Kay don't hold back. She never has, and I love that about her. I've always fell in love with her and Larry a long time ago. Long time ago. Okay, this next piece is a part where, so Alex Cox ended up marrying a woman named Zulema during all this activity with Chad and Lori and all before all the all of that was going on, and they weren't married long. I think 3 weeks before he allegedly passed away of natural causes. Now this is the same brother who shot Charles. We're going to hear a piece now from a local news, or no, actually it's a long crime piece, where I believe it's his first ex-wife speaks to the authority or speaks about Alex. This is just to give us a little bit of insight into Alex Cox, a little more insight into him. If you guys have any questions or comments in the chat, throw them out there. I appreciate you guys chatting it up. It does help with the stream, and I like to see what you guys are commenting, so I can chat it up with you guys. Let me pull this up.
Off his rocker. I really don't want to have this guy in my life.
Okay.
I'm not really.
Get to the beginning here. Okay. So again, this is where a call was placed. It's a phone call interview with Alex's first wife. And we'll hear what she has to say about Mr. Alex. Let's see. Let's speed it up just in case we need to do that. If we have to go back down, we will. Okay.
Investigations, Detective Coons.
Hi, Detective Coons. This is Debbie. I'm returning your call.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling back.
Sure.
So, I'm not really sure. Did you provide the Chandler Police Department with a tip on a specific homicide investigation?
I did.
Okay. I didn't want to, lead into what the information was or anything like that, or even assume that it was you, because sometimes people play games with us online. So,
Sure.
So, I've read the information that you provided, and I'm assuming you typed the information out?
I did.
Okay. What is it that you can actually talk to us about regarding all of this?
Well, I can only share the conversation. So I was married to Alex many years ago, and our marriage ended within a year, but we stayed in very close contact for several years. And I spoke to Alex last, right after he had served time in jail for the assault on Joseph Ryan. And when he was telling me about it, now Alex, I'm sure you know from your investigation, was a comedian, and he was always joking about things in a funny way or trying to be funny. And he did tell me he was still really, really mad at Joseph Ryan because of things with his sister Lori.
Okay.
Custody issues. And he had told me that Joseph Ryan had possibly sexually abused the kids, Colby, as well as Tylee. But when I would ask Alex a lot of questions about it and try to dig deeper, then it would turn into, well, we're just trying to get custody. And he would flip-flop around quite a bit on whether or not that abuse had actually taken place, whether they...
So Lori was trying to convince everyone that her husband before Charles, which was Tylee's biological father, Joe Ryan. And at that time, Joe was raising Colby, her oldest son, and that together they had Tylee. So she's trying to convince people now that Joe is doing things to the kids. That was never proven, and Colby denies that ever happened.
They had any proof it had taken place, or if they were just playing games to try to help his sister get custody. Mm-hmm. But in that conversation, he told me that he wanted to bait Joseph Ryan into a fight so that he could kill him. And if I had really at that time thought he was serious, because he said it in a joking way, but it was still creepy and weird. Weird enough that I never spoke to Alex again. That was the last time I ever talked to him. I just thought, okay, jail has not been kind to him. He's off his rocker. I really don't want to have this guy in my life anymore.
Oh.
So I just never spoke to him again. That was the last time. But he had told me he wanted to bait him into a fight so that he could kill him and claim self-defense.
Okay. And how long after how long after Alex had been released from serving his time that you guys had this talk?
I think it was probably 2-3 months.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on the dates, but I know it was relatively soon after, just not immediately.
Okay. Did he ever go into any details of what he did to Joe or anything like that, or why he did that?
Yeah, he told me that he had tased him, and he told me that the reason he did it was because Joe was making it difficult for Lori to get custody of the kids. He also claimed that he did it as punishment for sexually abusing the kids. He said he thought Joseph deserved to die because of the sexual abuse. But really, Alex couldn't provide any... Well, I didn't feel, because I was like, well, are you sure? How do you know? Did you take the kids to a doctor? I was asking a lot of questions, and he just couldn't be straight with the answers. But those were his reasons that he stated to me that he had tased Joe.
Okay, and did he say that he had tried to kill Joe at that time, or was it something different?
He didn't say he was trying to kill him. He just wanted to hurt him.
Okay.
But he did tell me he wanted to kill him, but I took it more of, I want to kill that guy, just kind of conversational. I didn't think he would actually go do something like that.
Okay.
I was even shocked that he tased him. But I didn't even know about the tasing. I heard about it from Alex.
What do you mean you didn't know about the tasing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alex had kind of fallen off the radar we hadn't talked for about a year. And so I just thought he kind of fell off the radar. And then we talked, and he told me where he'd been the last year and what he had done.
Okay. When did you guys get married?
We got married in 92.
So then you got divorced in 93?
Yeah. Yeah, that, I don't know that this helps anything with the investigation, but as soon as I married him, I didn't know his family before we got married. We dated, whirlwind romance, got married, then I got to know the family, and there were so many crazy dynamics in that family and I've gone back since all of this came out and read my journals from that period of time, and there was just a lot of crazy dynamics in that family back then. And it caused a lot of issues right away, and it actually made me scared and nervous.
How so?
And we thought about because there was a lot of inappropriate sexual touching and things going on in the family.
Okay, did y'all hear that? What the ex-wife said about the inappropriate, strange things, the touchings and sexual things. That is not the first time we've heard that about Lori and her family. It's kind of creepy. But there was an inappropriate, it seemed to a few people that it was an inappropriate relationship between Lori and her brother Alex here that she seemed to have so much control over.
Particularly between him and his sister.
So between Alex and Lori?
And Lori.
Okay, you kind of got me at a loss on this one. What do you consider inappropriate sexual touching?
Like they were simulating sex acts, and which is not normal to me for a brother and a sister. For example, he would pick her up and she'd wrap her legs around his waist, and he would kind of bounce her up and down on himself.
Okay.
In front of me, and they would moan and simulate.
What the hell, y'all? Do y'all do that with your siblings? I do not.
Sex acts. And I have brothers, and I would never act like that with one of my brothers.
Okay.
And his mom and dad talked about their sex life in front of us constantly, and it just kind of seemed to be a game for them.
Oh, mom and dad didn't really object to it then, huh?
No, not at all. All of this was going on in the family, in front of everybody. They had no shame.
Okay. So that obviously was kind of an alarm for you, I'm assuming, during your marriage.
Yeah.
And did it continue? Was it more than one time that you saw it?
Yeah, it was just about every time we were with them. Now, Alex and I only lived together married for about 4 or 5 months. And then I just knew that family was too weird, that I had made a big mistake. And so I got out.
Okay. So at the time, were you guys part of LDS?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean,
you're right, Joe. She did. Megan, for those of you who don't know, Megan is related to Lori's family. She's the niece, right, Joe? So she spent time with Lori growing up, and she describes the same activity because they were all raised Mormon, but Lori and them lived over in California, so Megan would go visit for the summer. And this is the same type of stuff that she would see happening over there. So yeah, It's the second time it's been confirmed through people who knew them closely.
Both of us had been baptized, but neither one of us were being active.
Okay.
And I was only baptized and active for a year of my life anyway. I wasn't really raised LDS.
Alrighty. How did Alex talk about Lori?
Well, he was a really, really protective big brother, but he also talked about her being hot, and he sexualized her quite a bit. But he was just also really, really protective. We lived in the same apartment complex for a while, and it just kind of seemed like Alex just chased after her a lot.
Did you ever suspect anything more going on other than their playfulness, I guess?
Well, I asked him because he did touch her breasts and things, but they were allowed to do that in their family. So to him, he didn't think it was weird. He thought I was weird for thinking it was weird. And so we talked about that stuff a lot, but I didn't think he was sleeping with her.
Okay.
I just thought he had the liberty to touch her.
Did you ever confront him on that?
Yeah, I did. And I confronted him on, what about when we have kids? Would you allow that between our kids? And he just didn't think that there was anything wrong with what was going on.
Okay.
So we thought about it.
I imagine so. I'd fight about that too. We're not having no kids together, dude. Bye. Right? What the hell? What the hell, right, Butterfly? That is crazy. And they just act like it was no big deal. Nothing. You're the one weird for thinking something weird is happening. That is so crazy. Y'all are the weird ones there, Cox family. Y'all are the weird ones.
So you mentioned that he was a protective big brother. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that?
Well, he just, she had been married. She got married really quickly. I think she ran off to Las Vegas, and this was right before I married Alex. I think she ran off to Las Vegas with she married a guy, and then came home, and Alex would just always...
Joe, weren't they told that up front, or would that be a routine question for somebody in that area? For the police, I don't know. I'd ask for sure if I was in that area, because there's some shady stuff in that LDS. Yeah, I feel the same.
Always talk about how he wanted to go kick his ass.
Was this Joe or was this somebody else?
No, this was someone else. She got married when she was like 18.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't approve of her choice, and she did run away and elope. And the minute she got back to California, their dad, Barry, made her divorce him. And so Alex was like really, really bothered by that. But if anybody kind of looked at her wrong or treated her how he thought was not right, then he was always talking about how he wanted to kick their ass.
Okay, and did you ever see him take steps to that?
No. I really thought he was all talk and no action on that.
Okay.
He always just talked really tough back then.
How old were they when you guys got married and you saw this behavior?
I was 22 and Alex was 24.
Okay. And I'm unfamiliar with how much older Alex was than Lori.
I'd say 3-4 years.
3 to 4 years. So, okay.
Early 20s and mid 20s, and over there grabbing on each other, touching on each other, humping on each other, moaning and groaning. So what the fuck were y'all doing as children to each other? Good Lord. Yeah, I don't know. In one of those interrogations I watched, one of the cops is LDS and one isn't, and it was one with Melanie Gibb we're going to look at here in a few minutes, and how she wants, make sure that other cop's following along and to be patient with her LDS stories and her other stories. It seems like the LDS officers may treat LDS members with difference. If they are, that's on them because they shouldn't be, right? And how many officers are LDS? And there's quite a few. I mean, let's get real. The whole area, there's going to be a lot of LDS people, and they're going to protect each other. And they're not going to want the world to know that there are people here that are going to move beyond what we're teaching, which is already bizarre, and go into this fringe world with it. I mean, Jody and Ruby didn't step off into the fringe like these freaks, but they did the child abuse all in the name of Jesus, and there the LDS was shipping people off to Jody all the time as a recommendation for therapy. Don't even get me started on them LDS church people.
So she was maybe 20, 21 at the time?
Right, Joe?
Yeah. Yep, that sounds right.
Okay. And this, where was this at? What state?
Yeah.
Utah.
In Utah?
Mm-hmm. Lori and Alex both lived here in Utah. And then we just went to California a lot. And so a lot of the inappropriate behavior that I saw, I didn't see any of that in Utah.
So do y'all wonder if jurors are going to be asked if they're LDS? Will it matter? Should it matter? Right? I don't think it really should matter. But I just, Joe's line of thought there just made me think of that for some reason. I don't know. What's your thought on that, Joe?
All of the inappropriate behavior I saw was in California at their mom and dad's house.
So anytime that you guys went to visit the parents, that's when you saw this behavior?
Yeah.
Okay. And otherwise, how was his behavior at the apartments other than, I guess, kind of touching her?
At the apartments, I didn't really see them interact too much. It seemed like here in Utah, she had her friends that she ran around with, and Alex and I were always together. And so I didn't see a whole lot of interaction. I just remember a lot of the conversations about him wanting to beat up the guys she was dating. And he was always kind of obsessed with where she was going and what she was doing, but we didn't do a lot with her.
Okay. And is that also during that time frame that he would refer to her as being hot, or would that be only when you were visiting the family?
No, that was, during that time he would talk about how hot she was.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are they biological brother and sister?
They are, to my knowledge.
Okay. And you never talked to him after that last comment where he stated he was going to try to bait Joe into a fight?
Yeah, nope, that was the last time I talked to him.
Okay. And forgive me, would that have been in 2009?
Yeah.
Or would that have been a little later?
No, I think it was 2009 when I was doing the math.
Okay. But it was
right after he had just been in jail.
Okay. And you said like a couple months maybe after he got out.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you ever hear of Alex being violent to anybody other than the event with Joe?
No, I hadn't. Like I said, I really thought Alex was all talk and no action. And so I never thought that could happen.
Okay. Did Alex ever...
I was shocked by the tasing.
Well, I can imagine. If you've never seen that type of behavior, I can certainly imagine the shock that could come from that. Did Alex ever talk about religion with you or any ideology that he had?
Yeah, he did. While he and I were married, he got excommunicated from the Mormon Church. And then over the course of the years of our communicating after our divorce, I know that he said he got rebaptized, and then he got excommunicated again. And then I just don't think he ever bothered to try to get rebaptized, but he was always really, really convicted in the faith. He had very strong opinions, but where Alex is weak is he was just sexually promiscuous. And so then he just kept getting kicked out of the church because I think he was a sex addict.
So what makes you think he was sexually promiscuous?
Oh my goodness, because he told me. He would tell me. He couldn't.
Oh Lord, now he's a sex addict. Goodness. Thank you, Real Happy, because we knew we were waiting on the news about that, right? Did Nate post that up somewhere? Oh yeah, Joe. We watched a piece with Nate talking about it this morning. We knew that he had asked for an emergency hearing, so we were kind of waiting to hear about that. I'm assuming he's dropped some news about that. You guys, I'll take a look in a second and see if he did. All right, these two right here, man. So Alex kept getting thrown out of the church because of his sexual activities.
He couldn't control sex. He would find it wherever he could find it.
And is this after you were divorced?
And it was before also. I was just foolish and thought, oh, he's married now, so that's going to be over. But we were actually when we first moved in together, we were living in Texas, and he had told me about his struggles with sex addiction before we got married.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't really understand what that was at 22, and so I thought, oh, okay, we get married and it's over. But when we were living in Texas, then I had been wanting to move back to Utah because I didn't like living in Texas, and he wanted to stay, but then all of a sudden he came home from work one day and said, okay, we're moving, pack up the car, let's go. I didn't ask questions because I was excited to leave, so we packed up the car and we left, but it was really hurried, and we even left some things behind. So once we got back to Utah, I found out that actually he had slept with a 15-year-old girl while we were living in Texas, and her dad had found out, and so her dad was going to come find him.
Gotcha.
So that's why we left.
I'm going to take care of this problem on my own type of a deal?
Yeah. So Alex, that was why Alex came home and said, okay, we're leaving right now.
Okay.
And we were already married at that point, but...
Well, I'm going to have to get on that real happy. Thank you for helping us out here today on the show. We appreciate you guys. I love that you bring the latest. If I'm live and don't know it's happening, I really appreciate that. Yeah, Joe knew there was going to be that one more hearing, and this is it. So Fox 10 will be streaming the hearing. What time did you say? Because I'm on Central Time, so they're a couple hours behind me. At 1:30 today, their time. So what about 3:30 my time? I might be confused about that. I'll have to go double check. So as soon as this finishes out here, I will go and check them out real quick and make sure we got the link for that.
That did play into our divorce. There was just too much promiscuity.
Sure.
Surrounding sex in our marriage early on.
So infidelity then, I'm assuming, was part of the issues?
I only know about the 15-year-old girl. Mm-hmm. I only know about that one. And then the other sex issues for us were really the situation with his sister.
The situation with his sister
just the touching and, the touching and the things that we've already talked about.
Okay.
It was just so blatant all the time when we were around her. And it was always Lori. He didn't act like that with his other sister, Summer, because Summer was really, really young. And he didn't act like that with his older sister, Stacy. He only acted like that with Lori.
Okay.
How many of y'all believe there was an inappropriate relationship between these two after hearing all this? I think there could have been, because I think there's a real good chance there was. Ew.
Okay. So, since all of this stuff has obviously been hitting the media, have you been contacted by any other family members or anyone else and provided that information with the intent that they wanted you to say this or anything like that?
No, I've actually really, really kept a low profile because I don't want to be in the news. I don't want my kids felt a responsibility to at least say what I heard in that last conversation. And it's taken me a while to even get to you because I left a tip on the Gilbert police, and I left a tip at Idaho, and I left a tip at the FBI, and didn't ever hear from anyone. And then it was just this last week I realized I should have left the tip with Chandler. But no, I haven't been contacted. No. No, I'm not.
Thank you, Real Happy. So I was right because I have to usually I remember because Idaho shit's 2 hours behind me as well. So 3:30 Central Time, we should be able to play that. Okay, thank you. Uh-oh.
Even sure that people can find our marriage and divorce license because it was just so long ago.
Where was that?
So I
What
don't.
state?
We got married in Wyoming.
And was it pretty much a know-nothing deal for the divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. Since there's no kids in common?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So I'm asking this next question because it's going to get asked one way or the other. So it's not to be judgmental or anything like that. But why come forward now, this far down the road from when the investigation started?
Well, like I said, at first, I couldn't even believe it. When I saw it on the news, I thought, I can't believe this happened. And then after about a month of that, then I did start trying to reach out. I tried all of those agencies that I told you about.
Okay. When did you actually first hear about this?
December.
December of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because of the search for the kids and or the death of Alex or what?
No, it was it was the search for the kids. I was watching the news one night.
Okay, and you
and it came on, and I was just floored.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just let you know that we record our conversations just because the prosecutors want that done. But I'm going to stop the recording now so I can actually ask for your personal information. Okay. So just kind of.
Okay. Can I tell you one thing though? Because I don't want to leave anything out.
Yes.
When I first found out, very first, I did reach out to Alex's sister, Summer, through Instagram and just said, because I heard Alex had died. And so I reached out to his sister, Summer, and I said, I'm just so sorry to hear about Alex. And her response was, don't believe what you're seeing in the news. And that was it. There was no other contact, but I just didn't want you to think that. When you asked me if I'd talked to anyone, I talked to Summer, but that was the only exchange, and that's all it was said.
And that was with Instagram?
Yeah, and that was probably actually in December when I first heard that Alex had passed away.
That's an odd thing for her to say. You gotta reach out. I hear your brother's passed, and then she responds, "Don't believe anything you hear in the news." Like what we heard so far about your brother's death, lady. We hear now we're here. We're told it's all natural cause. What the hell?
And that there was a problem. At that point, I just still couldn't believe that actually he could have done something like this.
Sure.
So I was sad he died.
It is it is one of those things that we tend to not see in people, and then we have an even harder time believing it when we hear of it.
Yeah, it took me a minute to believe this was actually happening, but I would say, and I'll be honest, I was scared of being in the news because my kids don't. And I thought, well, the police are going to find everything that they need. But I just couldn't get past what Alex had said. And while he may not have done that plan to Joseph, I don't know that he didn't do it to Charles. And I just couldn't live knowing he had said something like that to me and not pass it on.
And I appreciate the fact that you are reaching out to us to provide this information to us. So I'm going to ask you, if we have additional questions, is it okay to reach out to you?
Of course.
Okay. So I'm going to stop the recording now so I can get the additional information. 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 Additional.
I don't know what that was about, but it kept on repeating itself. Okay. Let me check something here. Okay. see, real happy. Did you see that on YouTube or on their actual on a website? Where did you see that news about that? Because I'm looking at Fox 10 now because I want to see if they have any information about that out there yet. And then I'm gonna, because I do follow them already, but I want to make sure that we, let's see, go here. They had something out 2 hours ago. Makes me wonder. And there are a lot of LDS. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. A lot of law enforcement in the area are, right? Kind of like those Odinist people who live there are going to be them, right? I mean, it's not. So yeah, like I was saying in one of the Melanie Gibbs interviews, one of the officers is LDS and one is not. And you can certainly tell which one is and which one isn't. Let's see here. Let me check one more thing before we go into our next little preview of something here. Whoops, didn't work out right. Do y'all think that people being LDS will, if they're like juror members, would affect anything? What do you guys think about that? I don't know if it make a difference or not. I mean, I feel like they would be able to be fair because a lot of the majority of the people there are. Joe, is there a huge population of LDS in Arizona? Like they would be like in the Idaho, Utah, Salt Lake City, all that? I don't know how big of a following they have in Phoenix, but I know they're there. I know they're there. Hang on, guys. I'm looking at something. I'll pull the screen back up in a moment. We'll get on with our other stuff here. Now, Joe says, yes, Gilbert, Chandler, Mesa are SLC South, an LDS church every mile or so, particularly. Wow. So a lot of the population's going to be LDS, you know what I mean? But I don't think that will cause them to unfairly look at Lori either way. They're not supposed to anyway. Okay, I was trying to look up information on that Fox 10 Nate Eaton thing, and I don't see anything yet. So real happy wherever you saw that at. Please let me know in chat so I can take a look at it and keep up with it. Because I may take a break in between streaming and come back just to stream the hearing. If we don't make it that far, I'll continue to look for stuff here. Let me pull up this because I want to show you this interesting interview with this crazy lady number 2. Well, in this case, there's so many out there right now. Oh my goodness. Crazies everywhere we look. All right, Melanie Gibb. And this is long. I don't even know if I want to play the whole thing, but she said some interesting things in here about the castings and how that stuff started to come about, who brought it to the table, what they were incorporating. And then I saw that, I got like Julie Rowe. So I went and investigated a little bit more about Julie Rowe. And for those of you who don't know who she is, she was an author that Chad latched onto. And Chad had a publishing company, right? So he began doing her books. Julie is like to me, she's a part energy healer type person, there's a lot spirituality wise, there's a lot to Julie Rowe, but it was never LDS stuff, right? It was different types of stuff, the shit that Chad began to incorporate into his LDS stuff, creating whatever it was him and Lori were doing. So we're going to watch her in a second, but I also have an interview with Lori's mother and sister, and a couple of things we can take a look at. And I also got some stuff with Melanice. Melanice is what we call the second Melanie, because she is Lori's niece, Melanie. And then there's the best friend, Melanie. Okay, I will check out my Twitter feed here in just a second while this is playing, guys, and get the latest on that. All right, where did it go? Where was I about to show you guys? Okay, we'll go to Melanie first. I'm going to put her ass on high speed because she gets on my nerves. Hold on one second. So this will be Melanie Gibb, Lori's friend, being interviewed by the Rexburg Police Department. Lori tried to help get Melanie to say, well, you tell them you've got my kids. You know, when the kids first disappeared, went missing, everybody's trying to find the kids. She wanted Melanie because Melanie bought into everything that Chad, I don't care what this woman sits here and tells everybody now, Miss, I need to save my own ass, lady, and nothing more. Bought into everything Chad and Lori were doing. Hook, line, and sinker was a huge part of it. Knew that Lori thought her children were zombies and also bought into that. So don't let Miss Melanie fool you, because she doesn't fool me. I'm going to let her play now. Y'all just know I feel some kind of way about this lady.
Okay. So. They're not anklets.
Like this?
Like the no-shows.
Oh, the no-shows.
Yeah.
Now see, those creep down to me.
Yeah.
And then they go under and they make your feet uncomfortable.
What's weird about it is when he sits down, his pants go up, you see his shoes and it's like that much because he's so tall, long-legged. Nothing. No socks.
So we always tease him about, man, are you wearing socks today?
It's always girly-like, because girls have more ankle shoes.
Or did you cut the little ball off the back of your sock?
I bet you guys are fun. Oh,
How are you?
I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm married now.
That's what I understand. Good.
Awesome. Congrats.
And we still are married, according to a gossip that's out there that we're separated. That's the gossip.
You know, I may have saw that somewhere.
And I'm like, who comes up with this stuff?
Caught me by surprise a little bit.
And I was like, they got the gossip. You know what I heard? I don't follow me. I don't look up any information about what people say about me. Don't want to know. Don't care. Anyway, but somebody told me, did you know that you and David were married on 12/12? That's 12 times 12 is 144. Like the 144,000 I went.
Oh my God.
I was like, I never ever put that together. And then it was Alex's death. Didn't even know it was his death. Didn't even know. Because I didn't memorize
on the 12th
the
of
day.
December?
That's what they said. And I was like,
Yeah, you did that.
I know that they know more than I know about myself. And I was
It's
like,
crazy. It's crazy.
people,
Yeah.
you guys are like, why do you spend your life looking at another person and gossiping about them? That is so bad.
some people, and really with this case, they're so involved with it, is like, it seems like it's just consumed their lives.
It's consuming. It's
And
addiction.
they're always posting, they're always looking, always coming with these little things.
Oh, it's so gross. I don't know what else they're saying, and I don't want to know. So I always tell people, don't tell me. Don't want to know what they're saying. Just leave me alone. So I don't know too much more. Isn't that great?
So David's still up there in Utah?
Yeah, and he said that if you wanted to, he was going to come down and help me with some moving. I decided, no, I'm keeping my stuff in storage for another month.
Okay.
So he says if you need him, I could call him. He's standing by.
Okay, so Rachel, you were, thank you for the information. It is a Twitter post by Justin Lum, who's with Fox 10 in Phoenix. 1:30 motion hearing, and it will involve at Nate News Now, which is Nate Easton, as we all know, and it says Fox 10 Phoenix has it covered. So I've got notifications on, and we will check that out. And right, Pokemon, we need to bring that up, don't we? Because I congratulated him this morning. Guys, Joe has reached his milestone of 1,000 subs. Let me pull something up here. So let me look at something real quick for that. Congratulate him, everyone. He deserves it. And couldn't have got there without all you guys. So he made a Twitter post this morning as well. So yeah, Joe got to 1,000 subs, and he wanted to thank everybody and his partner in crime, me. You're welcome, Joe, and thank you. We've done this together. So we appreciate what you've been doing for us, and you've been boots on the ground in a couple of cases now. Lady Bird Lake, you went there for us. You've been to Delphi. You're there with Lori. We appreciate your hard work. You deserve that 1,000 subscribers, so let's keep it going. So congratulations on that, and thank you, Pokemon, for reminding us of that. Spinster. Cool. Spinster. Hi, True Crime friends. First time on this channel. Love the topics. Well, thank you. Welcome in. We hope you like it enough to stick around and get to know us some. Forrest, you're back. Good deal. Good deal. You didn't miss a lot. You didn't. We're just going over some more stuff still. So we have found out, Forrest, that there will be a hearing at 1:30, 3:30 Central Time, my time. Should be Nate Eaton's emergency hearing that he applied for, that we spoke about this morning when we started the stream, for his intervention over there in the, being called as a witness in Lori's case. So that should be televised from what we're seeing here as a post by our News 10 there on in Phoenix. So if they are going to bring that to us live, we'll be on to cover it. Right now we're reviewing a little bit of Melanie Gibb, the chatty lady, known as Lori's best friend and podcast co-host, partner in crime, whatever you want to call her. She's all the things. I got her sped up, guys.
I don't think we need to talk to him.
Yeah, he's like, I'll do what I can, but I don't really think I'm that useful. But he is a little bit.
He's useful.
He is useful because he's another witness.
Yeah, he's useful.
He's useful.
And a pretty good guy, I think.
Now, this bigger officer over here on the right, he's LDS. And this guy over here on the left, he's not. And old Miss Melanie over here just chats it up like she's known these guys her entire life. And listen to me, I'm an honest, decent human being over here. You can trust me. Right, Miss Shorty? Go, Joe. Go, Joe.
But there may be an opportunity we may have to sit down and have a chat with him, kind of like we're just trying to butt things up a little bit.
Good.
Cross T's, dot I's, and then prepare for what's possibly coming here in the near future.
The trials. The trials.
Anyway, so it's been a long time since we chat, and so in that period of time, Ray, myself, any other detectives gone over quite a bit of stuff.
Okay.
And also quite a bit of stuff with you.
Yeah.
So in going over that stuff and talking to other people, more questions come to mind that we may have not known back then.
Okay.
And so this is where it's important that we sit down and talk with you again and kind of get that all out in the open and try to figure out exactly what has happened here and what was going on.
Okay.
Even, when they moved to Idaho, but maybe even prior to moving to Idaho.
Okay.
So that's what we'll talk about a little bit. Melanie, one of our main objectives here is we are trying to block off any type of avenues here that somebody say we may not have checked out.
Okay.
Okay. So in doing that, but some of these questions popped up, and I want you to be honest with me. I don't have any
I'm
reason.
always going to be
I don't have
100%
any reason
honest with you.
to believe that you haven't.
Okay.
But what I do want you, anything that we talk about that you don't think is important, ask it. So what I don't want to happen here is Melanie to think, well, you know what, and I don't know if that's happening. I hope not, but something you might be holding back on is thinking, well, I'm not sure if I really want them to know that.
Okay.
Unless they ask me a direct question about it.
Okay.
You know, we don't want to have to be pulling
Yeah.
information out of you.
Okay.
Just be an open book and tell us.
Absolutely.
And it'll make this a whole lot better, faster.
Yeah.
So, last time we talked to you, we didn't really hit this portion up very hard, but I want to talk to you a little bit about these castings.
Uh-huh.
Is that what you refer to them as? Or are you new to them?
Yeah, I think so.
What else were they referred to as?
It's been a while since I thought about it, so I can describe how it came about and what it sounded like, if that helps, because I don't really know what else to call it than that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you know the idea of casting out is to help people spiritually leave the body, right? That's the whole premise from Christ.
Well, I've never heard of it being, well, okay, so I know
Right,
that
so let's go back
Christ
to
is
Christ.
casting
Okay,
out demons, and
Yeah.
I understand that.
That's the premise, that's all. That's all it is. I mean, that's what the idea is to get, if there is an evil spirit in you, then you ask in the name of Christ that evil spirit leave. That's what it's about. Okay.
So sometimes in my mind, I'm having a little trouble trying to picture this.
Okay.
But like, if I look at this, I'm like, such and such has a evil spirit in them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would call a group together to have a prayer and a casting.
Yeah.
Or if I would just, in my own personal prayer, say, Lord,
Mhm.
will you help this person out?
Right. Oh, I don't agree with it. But I want you to know that's what the idea. Anything I tell you, I don't agree with. But that's how it came about in the time. So how it started was this. We were in Sulima's house, probably in January. I don't know how to remember the date other than I was trying to think of sequences,
Okay.
So there was Christina and Nicole. Remember them?
Mm-hmm.
And Serena was there. I was there. Sulima was there. And Lori was there. And maybe Sulima's daughter might have been in the house, but I don't remember. And so she was talking to everybody about that Charles had this evil spirit in him, okay? So that was kind of what they were talking about.
Okay, tell me about that evil spirit. Did the evil spirit have a name?
Yeah, remember we talked about it. It's the Ned guy.
Right.
That's what
Okay.
they said he was.
Ned is the entity that they said took over Charles. Charles just disappeared from his own body, and the person who entered his body was Ned. Right, she's on a fishing expedition, Pokemon.
So he was this Ned person, okay? All right. So she's kind of talking to the girls, and they're all kind of talking about what's going on. And she's like, I don't know what we're supposed to do about this. How do we get, how do I do that? I don't understand what this. So nobody has any information about casting out at this point. And then Christina, she starts talking about something. This was all beyond me because I didn't do the energy work. I mean, I had energy work done to me before, but I don't know how to do it. And I don't know if Christina knew about it or not. I'm not sure. But Christina started talking about, man, I don't know how she brought it up now. It's been a long time for me to remember. I don't know how they start talking about, but somehow they start talking about casting out somehow. And then they all started joining in. I was listening because I didn't have any comment to make to it. I was like, I don't know. And then they were trying to figure out, she was trying to help solve the problem. Like, if this Ned is in him, how do we get him out? Or I don't even know if that was the right word at the time, get him out. But
Can I stop real quick?
yeah.
Remind me how she knew that was Ned.
Okay, that was, remember when Chad made the phone call? Lori and I were in her house, one of her houses she lived in. Not the last house, but the one prior to the last one. Because I remember where I was at certain times, so I remember the house. Anyway, so I remember she was coming in the door. It seemed like we just did a podcast with a couple of men. So we just did that podcast, they left. And Chad calls and says, hey, I want to let you know that I did some research and figured out that this Ned. Oh, it's been a while since I thought about this. Ned,
that's right. I know
Ned.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're even forgetting details. It's been 2 years, right, or something like that. So Ned, Schneider. Thank you. And Ned Schneider is in him, and she was taken back a little bit because it was a new concept for her. She didn't know about it.
They even gave Ned a last name, y'all, Snyder. We all thinking they could have had a better name for their demon, right? Good Lord, Ned.
this could happen. So this was introduced from Chad. Absolutely 100% sure of that. Okay. So then she was ruminating over that idea for a while. They were talking.
How are you 100% sure of that? That was introduced by Chad to her.
Because I'm watching them talk on the phone, and after that conversation, she shares with me, this is what Chad just shared with me.
All right.
And so she didn't look like she made it up because she had never talked that way before. She never said anything like, hey, there's an evil spirit, and that never occurred to her. So when she first told me, I could tell she was like trying to absorb it. It looked like it was new for her. And so so that's where it came from. And so I'm sure they had a lot of conversations, which I wasn't privy to. So then when she came together in January with all these girls, she was talking about this problem she had about this Ned person now coming in. And she said that her reasoning for that was that Satan was breaking eternal law, and that he could now do this, like he had some kind of power to do this. And so now these evil spirits were able to get into these bodies. So if we use an example, Ron is no longer Ron, he's, Phil. And Phil comes in and he is now, I'm really dealing with Phil, I'm not really dealing with Ron anymore.
Because Ron's gone.
Ron's gone. He went to the spirit world or whatever, someplace, right? And so, anyway, as we talked around.
Sorry, Ron, you're gone somewhere, whatever, the spiritual place. Heaven, lady, hell, in between, the veil has been lifted. Where they're gone someplace. Did she never bother to ask the people she was following, well, where do these people go when their bodies are taken over by these entities? Are they gone to heaven for, they're gone somewhere.
The girl, they were trying to figure out, well, how do we do this? How do we get the spirit out? So they sat there and talked about.
I'm sorry, if I'm following some people and they're like telling me evil spirits have entered the room, I'm going to be like, okay, I can get behind this for a moment. Let's have a talk. But don't tell me they're just gone. Where'd the good person go? Don't be so simply, let me word this right. Don't be so simple-minded with me to say, oh, they're just gone. Because I'm not going to believe you. Now, what do you mean, where did they go? They go to heaven? Let's talk about that part. You know what I mean? This lady, her and her word salad. I don't think we got big enough dressing in all of America for Melanie Gibbs' word salads. Like, she might take the cake. Even more than Doug, Joe. Even more than Doug.
About it. And a lot of the wording that they use, which I can't recall all of it, but it had to do with features that they learned from energy work. Different weapons and different.
Yeah, Butterfly. Ned is not a person. Ned Schneider is the name they gave the demon that allegedly took over Charles.
So like stones or different things that they had learned through a spiritual means, talking about, hey, and they came up with this stuff. I did not come up with it because I didn't even know what to say about any of it.
Did they come up with it, or did Lori assign them something?
No, at first they talked about it as a group. They were like, well, what can we do? And it seemed like Christina started bringing it out first, actually. She's the one that, and I'm trying to remember the words, but I can't really remember what she said. I just remember I remember her sitting down with her one day and go, what can we do to help you, Lori? She was sincere, and I was thinking, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what that looks like. And so anyway, they started talking and getting different ideas, and so she was told that she had this priesthood power. Now that Moroni gave it to her in the temple, she suddenly had this priesthood power. Right. That women were now getting it, because that they don't have in church, right?
I find that odd.
Yeah, everything's odd. But at the same time, because I was on this, so I had listened to some podcasts she had learned. So it wasn't super odd for a person that had listened to Julie Rowe or Mike Stroud, because they were talking about now if you go back and listen to those two, she doesn't come up with this stuff herself. This has been coming up by other people, okay?
Well, right, and I know that the big picture, it's all a little weird, but when you hear, because, you're LDS,
yeah.
When you hear something as in Moroni appeared to her in the temple and gave her priesthood powers, what did you think about that?
Well, let me back up to when I first met her to help you understand how I got involved with her. Jason Mau's the one that introduced me to her. He met her in the temple and said, hey, there's like-minded people that are spiritual, da-da-da. Here's Melly's information. So she meets me, and she hears me talking a little bit, because I'm doing something for a steak event. It was really normal and good, and, had to do with, like natural preparedness kind of things, something that we all can learn and enjoy. Anyway, afterwards, she's in the back with Melanie. And then I came out, and then she came out, and Melanie was still in there because there was other classes going on. And she was just so excited to meet me. And she was like, she's talking about people she knew, like Mike Stroud, or not knew, but knew of from podcasts of Julie Rowe and her change of heart. And I said, well, I've been changed of Christ, and my experience is a normal experience that somebody would have. But she was like mirroring me, and I was like, I think she's mirroring me, because I didn't know that then. I didn't know her, so I would have no way of knowing. But anyway, she was like, oh, I've been changed by Christ. And I said, well, I have too. And it was in a more significant way than maybe what I experienced at church. It was a beautiful experience that I had. And so, but there was nothing odd about it. It was just beautiful.
Except for you thought Lori was mirroring you. So now Lori's looking up to you and other lady. I don't think anybody wants to mirror you, honestly.
You know? And so she said that she had the same, and she was super excited. And then she said, well, I said, you must have been through a really, a lot of challenges in your life to be able to have these experiences. She goes, well, she says, I've had some special experiences with the Lord in the temple. And she might have said Moroni at the time, too. She might have. I can't remember if that was the next time I saw her or not. And I was like, wow, what have you been through? And she's like, well, my kid was raped by her father, and who would have known that probably is a lie. But anyway, she was bringing the story about all her trials, and they sounded genuine to me. I did not think
Now, she was speaking about the story Lori was going around telling everybody about Joe Ryan, Tylee's biological dad, what he was allegedly doing to those children to make everybody turn against him, right? And then that poor man passed away of allegedly natural causes, kind of like her brother Alex. So I think maybe some heavy-duty tox reports should have been done on those two men.
I don't think people are manipulating. That's one of my weaknesses. I don't manipulate. I don't know how to. So I was so foreign to it that I was like, oh, she can't be lying to me. She sounds just like me as far as my testimony of Christ. Now, not all the crazy stuff, but just that normal kind of sisterly bond that you would have with somebody in church. So then she tells me, well, because we had listened to Max Stroud.
Pokemon, don't make me laugh again. I was wondering the same thing about 4:30 this morning. Why do we go there, right? Certain things don't even bother me. I'll never notice, but some things do, and I'll be like, what the hell, lady? I couldn't figure it out either. I think it's a giraffe shirt. I think you're right. That makes sense to me now. Miss Shorty said Lori would have mirrored her to integrate, herself with Melanie to get Melanie into her web. Exactly. So, yeah, I think Melanie looked at it as flattery, but Lori looked at it as, I'm going to get you, Melanie. You're going to be in my web of trauma here soon.
We talked about 144,000 and about how people are going to be called to help be instruments in God's hands of bringing people together, like the lost tribes and different things in the last days. And so she says, well, I've had these experiences, and I know that I am part of the 144,000. The Lord sealed me his in the temple kind of thing. And I didn't necessarily disbelieve it. It wasn't a new thought for me because I had listened to different podcasters talk about some of their experiences, and I didn't think that they were lying either because they sounded like it matched Mormon doctrine. All of it did.
It matched the Mormon doctrine. These podcasts you guys are listening to that put you over the fringe edge aligned with what you have been raised to believe your entire life. Interesting story, Melanie.
I read the scriptures a lot, and I thought, well, I know about these things, but somebody's actually having them. And so, but, people can have real experiences, but somebody can take that and act like that's their own.
Sure.
And I think that's what she did. She took some information that could or couldn't have been true. I don't know if the guy had it or if he was deceived. I don't know that personally. But anyway, she learned a lot about, and Julie wrote, they talked about casting out. They talked about when evil spirits, you put your arm to the square, you cast out, you use, and then talked about love is your most powerful weapon, and different weapons. He would say different weapons. I don't know if he described them, but he just talked about love as the most powerful weapon we can use against the adversary. So I don't know, maybe she took that, and then she took Julie Rose freaked out stuff, which she's whacked, but she was heavily into the energy work, and a lot of these things were like coming through all these weapons and different things and evil spirits around you. So I remember one time she told me when she was in Hawaii, before I ever met her, so this was when she was living there, she recalled a moment. She goes, I remember, Melanie, I woke up, an angel woke me up and said, you need to email Julie Rowe and tell her that she's a true servant. And I was thinking, wow, maybe Julie, because I didn't think Lori was lying to me. I thought she was really enlightened. And anyway, she believed in this. And anyway, she said she finally figured, she said, I can't even email, or I don't do Facebook. She's like, I just finally read the back of the book, had the email on it, and just said, you are a servant, and that's it. And she just said, Lori. And that's all she said. She sent off and went back to bed. So I was thinking, wow. Okay. And so so when her and I met that day, she's like, I know that Moroni, she must have told me about Moroni, or he was a savior. I know that he's called me to be part of the 144,000 to help other women. I'm to gather other women, something like that, and help them be part of the gathering kind of thing. Okay. So her and I go to the temple. We go to the Phoenix temple because I remember the Gilbert temple was closed. So we're going in there. This is, if you're LDS, you're going to be surprised by this. This is where the deception really began. I go into the temple, and I'm going in the dressing room. We're getting our white clothes on, And she is in the dressing stall. And I come out and I stand behind. They have an arch window in the Phoenix Temple, right in the women's room. And I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I get this like heat all over my head. And I'm like, what's that? So I said, Lori. And she comes out and said, feel my head. And she goes, oh, it's happening. And I was like, yeah, it's really hot on top of I didn't have a fever. Nowhere else on my body was hot. And it wasn't because the sun was coming through. It was really like this heat. And it lasted for, I don't know, like a minute or two. And she's like, wow, it's happening. I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty awesome. You know, I'm thinking that's good. And so anyway, we go into a couple of different rooms. I don't want to share too much because it's a temple. Right. But anyway, she thinks that she has the power to ordain me at that point to be part of this 144,000. And so she says a little prayer. That's her thing, her little prayers. And
did she say she got the keys to ordain you?
yeah, from the Lord himself and from her own eye. Herself in the temple, in the initiatories, in a certain location.
And you believed her. Now you're sitting there acting like, yeah, can you believe that? Well, lady, you believed it. Goodness. That heat was from the devil rising up at your ass.
And the interesting thing, I told this to Rob, the same place that Sulema said she saw the Lord was the same place he said. And I was like, how did that happen where she said the same place? And he goes, well, Melanie, people can have some psychological word. I don't remember what he called it. So some psychological word that she had this experience. And I was like, well, I never had anything like that. So I don't have the experience they do because I don't have visionary experiences. That's not me. That's not my gift. So I just assume that because they had them, they knew more than me. Well, if they can see that, I can't see it. Maybe I don't doubt that people can have gifts like that. I'm very much a believer in that. So that was a bit on the odd side that happened to me in the temple. And I've asked other people who work in the temple in different.
I was taking a drink of my Coke when I read that, and I just about went all over my computer. I gotta not do that and read comments at the same time, guys. That would have been so bad.
Things they said, well, they can bring Satan in with them. I'm like, oh, yeah, they can. So that was sad. So that's where my confidence came from with her, because I'm in the temple of my God. That happens to me.
Sure.
So I had to, you can imagine after all this happened, I had to read back and go think, it's like, all those things you thought were revelation, get rid of them. Don't even remember. Don't go back to try to figure out, Heavenly Father, what happened here? Thought I was on your team.
Sure.
And I cried to the Lord. I said, I cheated on you. I broke my heart because I was that absolutely gobsmacked by it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with these castings, and the first one you're involved in was at Zuleema's house, and
I can't remember if they did it that night or the next day, or I don't remember, but it was.
Was it still at Zuleema's house? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, pretty sure.
And that was that just for Charles?
Oh, absolutely, because that's the only person they knew had that issue at the time, according to their pretend revelation. I call it pretend because who knows what they're listening to.
Describe to me how
they did it?
How they did it.
Okay, so they were trying to figure out first how to do it, and so they're all coming up with different ideas, and I wasn't familiar with their vernacular. They would say things like, you know, like Melanie would coin the phrase, probably like some kind of malachite or something after a while. Like malachite's a gem. So they thought that gem had power. You know, like in the chakra world, people get into stones and stuff like that. They kind of brought that into that. So they thought that.
Yes, they did, ma'am. And too bad they didn't understand what opening a portal, doing energetic work was really all about. Because they did it wrong. Instead of casting out evil, they welcomed that shit right on up into their homes. And that's what you get when you don't do it right.
That had the power, and then
those Malachite rings or the Malachite stone.
Well, she eventually got that, yeah, but that was yeah, like the Malachite stone, and then I remember Serena having a moment where she was like, "We just need to ask." I don't know, it was a question. I remember it triggered something like, "We need to ask permission," or something. Anyway, sorry, it's been too long. And it was weird that something happened that night that was strange. Sulema and was it Serena? It's almost like they got attacked by an evil spirit.
Now, keep in mind, guys, she's about to talk about Zulema, and Zulema was Alex's wife for a very short period of time there, a couple weeks before he passed away. And she was a really big part of this group of women practicing and following the teachings of Lori and Miss Thing here, Melanie and Chad, and what they were doing. What good point did Forrest make? Did I read it out loud already, or probably to myself? Where'd he go? Right? Don't mind Meld with her. You guys are cracking me up. Thank you for all your comments. I do love them. And I am that streamer. I don't care if it upsets people or not. I don't think my chat minds, and that's the only ones I'm concerned with. I do stop and talk to my chat because I think it's important.
Like all of a sudden, Suleima's sitting there talking.
That's why I'm here after all.
All of a sudden she can't breathe. Like she's like, I'm having a hard time. I'm like, what is that about? You know, and then Serena, it seemed like something happened to her where something happened to her. And Nicole, or maybe it was Nicole. I know Nicole has something with Nicole's a sweet, gentle soul, if you ever met her. And she just all of a sudden got really depressed and really heavy and quiet. And so anyway, they were obviously opening darkness because anyway. So they would say, well, anytime darkness comes after you, it's because you're doing the right thing. So it's an oppositional idea, sure. Right? And so anyway, they would just basically, she would raise her arm to the square, Lori would, and then she would say through her priesthood power, which she believed she had the patriarchal power, which was higher than the Melchizedek power, okay? Sorry if this is confusing. I'm not sure.
I'm following you. He's following you.
I'm patient. And Chad would help groom her into these beliefs and ideas. He would help her believe more and more, like, you're the most powerful woman in the world, whatever. And so anyway, they would just, each one of them had like a little something to say, like how they could help in a loving manner. It wasn't like an evil or a dark, like a yucky kind of a voice. It was, or I'm mad at you kind of a voice. It was like, come to the light, or, you know, something like that. And so the only part I pitched in was my testimony of Jesus Christ. I didn't have anything else to offer than that, because I was like, well, Jesus did this, and look at what's his name, and look at Paul the apostle, and you know, and I was just trying to share my little part, because I was like, all these people, I don't know. And so anyway, that's just how she did it. And so she would, and I think she kind of did it more on her own as she got more closer to Chad, and everybody's kind of started leaving the group, you know, like Nicole and what's her name, Christina were out, and then Serena was out early. Thank goodness on their part they were out early. And it's only because Lori was getting jealous, or you know how the jealousy can get in, and she was worried because Serena would call Chad too much, and then she was like, Chad was like, well, she has more intentions than this, and then they cut her out of the group. Just stupid stuff like that.
So you think that they cut Serena out of the group because Lori was jealous?
Well, I think, see, he would say, this is how it started. He'd say, you know, she keeps calling me. Serena keeps calling me, asking more and more questions. And then he would tell that to Lori. And Lori would talk to him about that and say, oh, she wants to learn more power, and she's actually now getting darker because she's getting like Julie Rowe or something something stupid like that. And then so pretty soon they had deemed her more dark, and she just they just cut her off. Basically means, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. So she went out of the country and came back. She got sick, and she was asking, like, what happened? Was some evil spirit touching me when I was there? And Serena had a hard time swallowing all this. After I came to her and said, these people are bad, she was like, you mean they lied about that and that? I'm like, Serena. And I had told her the whole story, everything that they killed kids, and I really felt they did. And she was like, and we went to the temple, and she's like, Melanie, did they lie about this? I'm like, Serena, the whole thing is a lie. And she was so convinced. She was so convinced. And she's a very intelligent woman. She's a very beautiful and amazing woman. But she was just sucked into it. And so, and it had a lot to do with the preparation work, had a lot to do with learning things outside of Chad and Lori before we even got together, like, you know, the podcast people. And that prepared Lori to meet Chad. I remember hearing that recording about her sister saying something like to Rob in that little room that they got in trouble, you know, obviously didn't get in trouble, but, you know, tried to get in trouble with the defendants. And she was saying, I think that her podcast, she named who the podcast people were, but I choose not to use the names of people on the internet openly. But she said, I believe she learned those teachings from this podcaster, and then when she met Chad, and it was easy, oh yeah, I'm already prepared kind of thing. So that first day that they met, she was already prepared for Chad because of these podcasts that she'd been listening, which actually kind of got, you know, went from Chad to this, you know, Julie. So they kind of were connected a lot more ahead. They worked together quite a bit, and that's where he learned a lot of his energy work from, I believe. That's because I don't know that he knew about it until Julie Rowe, because Julie Rowe's the one that brought this whole emotion code and energy work and all that. She's the one that really opened that up. And then he switched from being with that one lady, Suzanne Freeman, and then he dumped her. I call it dump because he just kind of moved from one person to the other. And they went to Julie Rowe, and then he dumped Julie Rowe, and then he went to Lori. So he kind of kept doing this. Probably for money, you know, he's really into his books, so he wanted to make money, and I've learned that he made a lot of money off Julie books. I recently learned that, but from a good source. But so this is what the castings really were about, is to invite the spirits to leave, or with their so-called power, or their, you know, things that they would bring. I never thought this was like a huge deal. I mean, I talked a little bit about it before. I always say too, it's like we did prayer, you know, she did prayers to help cast something. I don't know how I said it, but to me, it has no effect. There was no power in what she did, so it had nothing to do with anything, because it was all by Satan. Now, when Julie Clement got involved, I remember one night we were at Lori's, the last house she was in before Charles died. I think he was still alive. And I remember they were doing a prayer, and Julie, Clement, and Sulema with their, I don't know, energy, they both do energy work. They're saying, she's like, I saw this dragon, something like this, and I know Sulema said she saw that later, and I didn't see anything. So that's just what they imagined in their, I don't know, this, some evil spirit tricking them, something.
How many castings do you think that you were involved in?
Gosh, I don't know. I'd have to make a guess because I wouldn't know.
What would you guess?
Maybe 10? Maybe. I'm not sure.
Um,
And they were just for chat, I think most of them were on Charles, and not the kids. And Tammy, I mean, I know they probably did. I don't know what they did with the kids. I don't have any idea on that part. They probably, I'm not sure on Tammy. Maybe?
Let me ask you about Tammy then.
Yeah.
Was Chad there, or was it just Lori?
Well, they did. There was one, I can't remember who it was, though. Sometimes these things, I don't remember all of it, because sometimes I was often detached from a lot of it because I was involved in my own personal life. So I necessarily was.
And I know I'm asking a lot for trying to reach back and grab.
Yeah, so we were in a circle, we were holding hands, and Charles had passed away, so it had to have been somebody else because Charles was dead. And Sulema, she started talking about that. She was into, moving the earth and the earthquakes and all that. You probably know that. She thought she had the power to do that. And I remember Chad and Lori said something, and I don't know if anybody else said anything. So who was it?
So Chad was there in the circle.
Oh, yeah.
Lori was there.
Yep. And I think Melanie and Alex, Sulema, me and David.
And Zulema can make earthquakes happen. She can make the earth shake, rattle, and roll, y'all.
David doesn't remember any of it. You can ask him. He's blocked it, dude. He was so blocked. He can't remember it.
And this was after Charles died.
This was right after he died when we had that little meeting. Remember how I said we got together one time in Charles's house?
So that would be like
July
probably.
Yeah. But he died July
11th.
7. I always try to remember 7/11. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah.
You recall how soon after that was?
Weeks. Within weeks.
You think it's still in July?
David had been in town. That's the only way I can track it.
But this casting was for what reason?
To continue to help the spirits that are in the bodies to talk them out of leaving their bodies.
Okay. What bodies?
I think it could have been Tammy. It might have been Brandon, maybe. That's the only two I could think of. That would be the only two I can think of because if they said anything about that, I have no memory of that. So no memory.
Liar, pants on fire. You absolutely know it was Tammy and Brandon. The next trial, Lori, your friend is up for after Charles will be for the attempted murder of conspiracy on the attempted murder charge of Brandon. So they also thought he was eat up with evil spirits as well.
And definitely, well, because not JJ, definitely, because JJ wasn't deemed a zombie until, September, right? Okay. So they would definitely not have done it about JJ. So probably Tammy and Brandon, because they said Brandon was definitely at this high level, dark.
I don't want you, I appreciate you saying it was probably either one of these two or maybe both, but I need you to remember who was trying to be casted. If it was both, fine, but if it was just one.
I know, it's...
Think about it.
I can't even remember what Chad Lori said.
Okay.
I remember she always used her priesthood power, and then she was like, go ahead, take it over to Zulema. I remember that.
All right. So, were you...
Because Zulema remembers. Yes?
Some things.
Okay.
Refresh my memory when you were up there in Idaho.
September?
You dated in September. Mm-hmm. Was there a casting done at Lori's house?
Not that I can recall. I tried to remember, what did I think of? Not that I recall.
Or did you have how about a prayer? Where you guys got together and just had a prayer or anything like that?
Well, normal prayers like on a flute or something, possibly like that. I don't recall.
Okay.
I mean, I could say maybe, but I don't remember.
So as far as castings, none of them took place in Idaho that you were present at?
Not that I can recall.
Miss Shorty, you think this stage in the game, they would have already charged her with something, right? So I'm assuming that since they haven't, with 2 more trials pending, I don't think she's going to get any charges. She did testify at the other trials, but she only did so to save herself. Once she realized Lori wanted her to say she had the kids, especially JJ, and she didn't have them, that's when she got nervous, and I think she quickly started to realize, if I don't cover my tracks and cooperate, quote unquote, it's not going to look good for me. So I don't know if her cooperation helped save her, right? Exactly, Pokemon. That's my thought process on it too. That's what I think. But what did she actually help with, right? Confirming what could be confirmed about Chad and Lori's bizarre behaviors and their zombie bullshit and portals and, castings and all that, which are real stuff, but the way they were doing it was not right. Let's just say that.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm doing my best to
I know,
remember,
I
but it's horrifying to think about it, but I don't know.
Okay. So the ones you may be involved in were the ones here in Arizona, and that would have been at Lori's house,
Yeah.
Zalima's house.
Mm-hmm.
Where else?
I remember when she was at Charles's house, and the one in Houston, or was it Houston or no, the other city? I always forget what city it was. Remember she lived in Florida
Texas?
and Texas. Remember that? I remember she was. I can't remember if I was.
Now, someone else might can answer that, Miss Shorty, better than I can, because I honestly don't know. We know that Jen Soto received that here in Florida, her derivative immunity. I don't even know if they have that in Arizona or in Idaho, or I'm sure it's something very similar. Yeah, so I don't know if she was ever actually legally offered immunity, or she just wasn't any direct evidence to tie her to a crime, so she was basically just a witness, you know what I mean, who decided to come forward and finally tell what she knows. But I don't think she was legally offered some immunity there. I don't know for sure, though.
It seemed like she was on the phone with Chad. I remember her talking about Charles because he was in the house. That's right. She was really into Charles's. She kept saying, "Oh, he's getting broken down. He's getting broken down. He's getting weaker. He's getting weaker. We're doing things to help, get him weaker, get his, spirit out of his body," kind of a thing. They were like working on him. I remember that a lot.
So let me ask you this: were there any castings that you weren't present? You were just on the phone with them.
So there was in the beginning. There was a phone call. That's right. Good. Thank you for reminding me. Serena, Sulema. At one point, Melanie joined in, and Nicole, Melanie Boudreau. Oh, wait. Sorry, I remember one. Let me just stick to that one right now. I'm sorry.
That's right.
All over the place. This is not enjoyable for me.
That's all right.
This sucks.
We'll
Anyway.
Get through it.
So yes, there was this phone thing because she was doing it through Zoom. It was a Zoom thing. And so they were everybody had their own little parts. Like I just said, like mine, I just talked about Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. But one was over fire elements or something, wind, fire, earth. I don't know, just thinking about
the 4 elements, lady, and you have to. The fact that you were opening portals and don't know that and the proper way to do that tells me a whole hell of a lot.
Funky words, and not that they were horrible words; they were just not usual. Putting them together in a sentence kind of thing. I don't know how to describe it. Mm-hmm. It's very unusual. So yeah, they did that a few times on the phone. And then Dolores just kind of got tired of doing it with them. She was like, "Oh, this person talks too much." She'd get irritated with people. I think she was always jealous. Anyway. So yeah, that was on the phone. And I don't know how many times, but I'd say a handful. Maybe we tried it maybe 2 or 3 times. Maybe. I don't know. And then, one time, okay, so the house she moved in the first time, Alex's house, right after she left Charles the first time. Mm-hmm. She went to Alex's house for a while. She had Serena on the phone, and Melanie was new to it, and she really didn't know what was going on. So it was the first time Melanie was exposed to it. And I remember we were holding hands, and I remember she said, "My hands got really hot, and they got really cold." I was like, okay, not my experience, right? And then Serena kind of related to that. They were talking on the phone, and that was the night she came up with this idea, this map thing of zombies in the world. Arizona, Utah, Idaho, And then she's like, "Okay, Chad says," and she'd be on the phone, how many zombies in this state?"
She called him by name, Chad.
I knew she was talking to him.
How'd you know he was talking to him?
Well, I just did. I mean, I just did. I don't know. I knew it. I'm sure she did, but I just know she was talking to him. Who else was she going to get this information from?
I don't know.
No, she was into him. She was way into Chad.
Yes, Miss Shorty, it is. We need to slow it down a little bit to get all of her, because if it's, like I said, if it is a little bit too fast, I am fine with slowing it back down. So I can adjust it back down for us so we can make sure we're hearing every little detail what this woman's trying to tell us. Good morning, flip-flops, or good afternoon, whatever it is now. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. We're doing good. We hope you are as well. So we need to back it down a little bit, guys. Let me do that so we can make sure we're getting all her words.
Yeah, she was infatuated with him big time. There was nobody else she could ever talk to about it. Nobody else could have given her that information. Nobody. I guarantee it.
Sorry, flip-flop, you're just joining in. This is Melanie Gibb. She was a good friend of Lori Vallow's, and we're going over some of the stuff to do with the Lori Vallow Daybell case, because her trial starts this week in Arizona for the conspiracy to commit the murder of her then husband, Charles Vallow. So we're just reviewing some stuff before the trial starts, and this is one of the things we're looking at now, and it's Melanie being interviewed by the Chandler Police Department over in Arizona, and she's talking about the things that they would do in their little group as far as castings and all those good things. Oh, yeah. Okay, you watch everything on 1.25. It depends on the people talking. Like, I have this pet peeve. Like, I'm in the car and, a commercial comes on the radio. At the very end, that dude talks 100 miles a minute. My head and my ears cannot take it. I turn it down right then and there. I can't do it. So some things I cannot play on fast speed because my brain's like trying to keep up what they're saying. So that's why I'm always offering to turn it back down for you guys if need be. But if you're cool with it the way it was, we'll roll it back to 1.25. Flip-flop. So yeah, we're just reviewing some of this stuff here. And like I said, this is Melanie Gibb, was one of Lori Vallow's friends. Let me just bump it back up again. Again, guys, if this is too much, let me know.
It was nobody else. I just know it was him only, because who else is she going to call? She doesn't know anybody that talks like Chad. She didn't know anybody. She wasn't friends with these podcasters. She didn't even know Julie Rowe. She never met her.
Okay.
So, anyway, and I could have maybe possibly heard his voice if she had speakers sometime. I'm sure that happened at times. So I knew it was them talking. And I probably, she was on the phone a lot, in the car a lot. She was talking to him, and I just knew she was talking to him. And so, anyway, he would say, okay, there's, I don't know, grab a number, 100 in this state, something in this state, and then throughout the whole world. And so he got this, these people, or these entities are in other people's bodies. So her idea was, it was for her to get rid of the zombies. The idea was for her thought she had the power to cast out, she'd say in the name of whatever, and with her power. And then he would check, oh, there's none left in the state, So anyway, that's how she did it. So anyway, I remember that conversation was kind of going on that night. And then, I don't know the heck they were talking about that night. I don't know who. I'm sure it was Charles. And I think it was probably for the world, too. It probably was. And anyway, everybody was just holding hands. And anyway, they all said their little, whatever they could come up with, they think of that would help encourage this spirit to leave, or encourage them. And it wasn't done it didn't seem like it was done out of any unkindness or anything like that. It was just a matter of, like, if you were to invite somebody to leave. I think they started using different weapons that had light in them to help that encourage that spirit to come out of the body by those words. But it had no power. So I haven't worried about it since I've left Lori. I was like, she didn't have any power. She can't hurt me. I'm not worried about her. So obviously I didn't believe in it to the level of worrying about my life, right? So that's kind of it. I mean, is there something you're kind of looking at that might help you more?
Well, I really want to just dive into these.
Yeah, to kind of understand them? Yeah.
My understanding, and we may have hit a little bit on this in our first interview, but my understanding is that the spirits, in order for the spirit to be taken out of the body, has to be casted out. However, if that body is or the spirit in that body is a certain darkness, just casting it out doesn't prevent it
from coming back out.
From coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and there's certain ways that body can be destroyed.
Body or the spirit?
Or spirit.
I don't know if it can be destroyed.
The spirit?
I don't know if they can be destroyed. I don't know if Father
You never heard
destroys
anything?
spirits.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not saying they believe that. I'm just saying you and I personally,
So-
I don't think
yeah,
they be destroyed.
When we talk about this, I'm trying to.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm trying
Okay.
to dive into their world.
Okay, there.
what they're
Sorry, because
thinking.
you're
Right.
sharing personal. So okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that they thought they could destroy them either, though. They were just trying to get them to the point where, well, I don't know,
If I
maybe
had
they
a
wanted
dark spirit in a body,
Yeah,
I mean, a dark spirit,
yeah.
and that body, or excuse me, that spirit is cast out of that body. What enters that body next? Can it be a light spirit or can it be a dark spirit?
Oh, so that did occur with Charles, they said. So, okay, this was the first thing, is they were trying to cast out, normal, like casting out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they said, oh, no, it's still in there. Chad would deem it still in there. We can't get him out. They're breaking eternal law, right? This is what we're saying.
Okay.
They cast his personal spirit out and then put a new one in. So then they finally said, we got him out finally. Through our priesthood powers, we got him out. Now, who's the next one? Garrett? Garrett was the next one that came into Charles. And this was supposed to be a more advanced, darker spirit.
Okay, so if
according
the
to
body,
them.
if the body keeps receiving dark spirit,
Yeah.
in order, does that body have to be destroyed?
Oh, no, not, see, they were learning. It was never figured out. This was Chad pretending more and more along the way, is my opinion now. It's like, he was just like, okay, that didn't work, but what can I come up with to keep Lori happy, right? And let me just figure this out and come up with, I don't know if he even played all the way through, because Lori was so pushy about being with him, and I think he was so infatuated, which you and I both know he was with her. I think he just got more creative in his darkness. And I think it just went on line by line by line. I don't think, that's my feeling. I could be wrong. Maybe he had the whole, some people say, oh, a writer, knows the end of it. I don't know.
All right, so let me ask you this then. With these castings, we know that, or I think we know, it was with Charles. They tried casting Charles.
Yeah.
They, at one point, tried casting Brandon.
I think so. It feels familiar, I'll just say that. Because they deemed him as really dark right about the time, probably either right after Charles died, because then they were trying to help Melanie, because now she would go hooks into Melanie. She got totally taken out by Lori.
Now, Melanie, the other Melanie she's speaking of, is Lori's niece, which was married to Brandon Boudreaux at the time. And there was an attempt made on Brandon's life, and that is the next trial that Lori will face. So that's who she's talking about here. And Melanie's mother was Lori's sister, and she passed when Melanie was young. So Lori was like a second mother to her instead of just her aunt.
Brandon is all these things, and he's now, not only is he dark, he's actually, we found out more about him. So first he's this. Oh, wait, we discovered more about him. Now now we know he's actually a high level. He's like up there with Hitler kind of thing, right?
Right.
And yeah.
Did they ever say that?
He was one of the Hitler crowd. He was one of the group that associated with Hitler. Mm-hmm.
Was he?
Yeah, did you know that?
I must have missed that somewhere.
Yeah, well, you're not missing much.
But Tammy.
Oh, so Tammy was, let's see. That's a good one, because that one's different. Because she was sweet, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it was at the very, no, it must have not been Tammy.
Well,
but that's a good thing. Thank you, because I got to route it around. Tammy, what would they have said about her? Because she didn't have an evil spirit in her. So then at the very end, she did. And who? Because it was, she probably told me like once, so it's not like there was a lot of time spent on Tammy, to my knowledge. What did she say about Tammy? I don't know that she. I remember she said right in September. Oh, there's evil spirits starting to work on Tammy now. Tammy's good, but they're not in her yet. They're like working on her. And they're coming around the house, something like that, and then she had to knock at the door one night, and Tammy wakes up to go see the house, and of course Chad and Lori would say, oh, that was Julie Rose's spirit that came and knocked on the door.
Okay, you lost me right there.
I didn't know if this was, I did share this with somebody. I really feel like it's come out somewhere along the journey.
It probably is. But you gotta understand, man, there's so much that's coming out here, sometimes we have trouble keeping straight.
I don't blame you. That's why I keep saying, call me. If you have like a brain cramp, Melanie can help me sort me out, because I can at least I got my memory.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
I know, but I'm just saying, when you're going through
So
stuff
like,
and you're
call
going
me.
through all the stuff you need to keep.
Call me if y'all need all the story. Look at me. I know everything. Just call me. Bitch, you should have called somebody a long time ago. You know that thing called the telephone?
But collective, ask me, because I'm going to tell the truth. Nobody's going to tell it like me.
All right. So tell me again about the knocking on the door.
See, something about one night there was this is what Chad would tell Lori, that Tammy woke up to a knock at the door, and then he would say, maybe to Julie, I don't know, to his wife, I don't know, but she told me that he said it was Julie's spirit knocking at the door, that's what woke her up. So that was one indication, and it seemed like there could have been other things, I can't recall, but she just said, I felt this feeling of like they were kind of like around her house as evil spirits. That's what it felt like when she was telling me. So you know how you feel things, you picture it, but you don't have the words to describe it. That these evil spirits are now trying to get a hold of her. Oh, and then she says, she's starting to question if he's seeing somebody else.
Lori was. Or
No,
Tammy
was. That's what she would
right.
tell. So that's how they knew the evil spirits were in her. Is because now she was starting to, and I don't remember what she said. Something like, "Are you seeing another woman?" Something maybe like that.
Interesting, because Charles did send Tammy a email letting her know your husband and my wife are having an affair. At some point, that email to Tammy was opened, but was never replied to. And we don't know who opened that email. Was it Tammy? Or was it Chad?
Do you know when that was?
Yeah, that was that time we went September. That weekend I was up there. She would tell me that when I was in her apartment.
Lori told you that.
Yeah, and that was when she was telling that JJ.
I think we did know that.
So, Joe, when was that email from Charles over to Tammy? Was it in the time frame she's talking about? I'm wondering. You're right. She's just got her memory.
Yeah, everything I can remember, I tried my best to as fresh as I could. Yeah, I did share. I feel like I shared it. It feels super familiar me sharing that. Anyway, so, but she didn't tell me when she got in her spirit until I think after she died. So I didn't know, and I don't know that she ever said who was. She was trying to describe it, but I don't even remember what she said.
Can I interject really quick?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the castings because we're kind of getting just sidetracked just a little bit.
Okay.
So back to the castings. You participated in about 10 of them, and then some over the phone, roughly.
Something like that. They were mostly on Charles, if I can remember, if not all of them. There might have been a few that weren't, but it felt like they were, if not all, Charles.
And Lori would start it, and you would go around the room.
She'll always.
You'd go around the room, and each person would say something.
I have something to say.
Describe to me. Let's say we're in the casting. What would you say?
I would say so they would always refer to the evil spirit. So if it was Ned, they'd say
all by name.
And I can't remember if I said Ned's name or not. I don't know. But anyway, I just say, Jesus Christ is your Savior. Come to Him and remember that you can always repent and come to Him. So it was my testimony of the repentance and the power of the Savior. That was what I'd say. So I'd say, just like I referred to Paul the Apostle, that he went through a hard time and he came to the Lord and he was able to be forgiven. And that you can come to the light side. It was all done with love. To me, I felt the love when I said it. I wasn't doing it in a way that I was angry or upset or any negative. Like, I like Charles, so it wasn't like I was against anybody.
So you would say that?
Yeah, and then somebody else would, and then they would move on to the next person.
Okay.
And so a person would say, oh gosh.
So what was your gift that brought you into that circle? What was your gift? Because each person in the circle had a gift.
Nobody really had a gift until they stepped. It seems like they had a gift all of a sudden when they stepped into the circle. Does that make sense? Like, there was no gift outside of it except for Sulema. Sulema seemed to be the one that had the gift of moving the earth, because she seemed the visionary stuff she could see. So she's the only one that I knew of that had that kind of gift.
Do you remember Lori giving anybody assignments? Okay, you be water, you be fire.
Yeah, a little bit. And she started to learn it more, but that probably backed off after a while because she stopped. Like I said, she got rid of some people in the group. So then it kind of just branched off to her and Lori would do a lot of it on their own in the temple. And I'd come and see them in the temple later. I was like, hey, what's going on? And she's like, oh, we just were talking about how to, do this and da-da-da-da.
Sulema, Lori?
What?
Who? Lori and who?
Sulema. So they'd be in the temple doing it sometimes. And they would just do it like they'd sit beside each other and just hold hands or something like that. Like, nobody could really tell what they're doing. And they would talk, I'd see them talking and then they would just close their eyes and then think that they could do something like leave their bodies, And I've heard people do weird stuff like that. Like, it happens to people. I don't know. I've never had those experiences. But anyway, so somebody would do something about water, and I can't remember the words. They were so different. Sorry, I'm trying. Crystals or whatever, and I'm trying to remember Nicole and Christina. Like, what was that?
That's okay.
I don't really remember.
So you guys go around the circle. Each person says their part, right?
Yeah.
And then it comes back to Lori.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm. And how does Lori close it? Like, how do you guys get done with the casting?
She would invite the spirit to come out of the body. And I think a few times, if I remember now, it's so long since I thought about this, Sulema, they would try to, what's the right word, seal it up or something like that?
Yes, you have to seal the portal once you're done. But you also got to open a circle of protection before you ever start. And those 4 elements you didn't know about were super important.
Seal it.
Like sealing the blessing?
The sealing, yeah. Like try to seal it where they could, that light energy that was going into them that would cause that evil spirit go, okay, I'm going to leave now. So they were trying to invite it to leave now. And yeah, she just talked to, I think at the end she would just try to seal that up and try to think she had the power to talk it out of leaving the body.
And that's something you believed in at the time?
I kind of believed in it. I didn't 100%. It's hard to 100% believe in anything that's not true. So at the time, I thought, well, I don't know if this is a...
She said it's hard to believe 100% in something that's not true. And right before saying I didn't believe it 100%. But it's hard to believe in something that's not true. So lady, what the hell? You didn't have no friends, so the ones that did talk to you, you just had to go along with it all because... Lordy. Y'all are right. I've seen y'all's comments. This lady is everything y'all have said she is. And then some.
Effective or not, but it seems that's the direction she's going because she doesn't know what to do about this evil spirit of the body. I don't know if it's working or not because she's saying one time it's here and then I said, Chad, all the body left. So when the first entity first left, Ned, it got really weird after that, actually. She called Chad. She's like, did we get the body? We had a prayer. Did we get the spirit out? Because he would be the one that deemed it. And he'd say, yes, it left. And then, well, where is it? And then, what is his body dead? Because they thought maybe his body would drop dead, which never happened. So she thought that Charles was dead. Okay? Yeah, thank you. It takes a while to remember all this stuff because there's so many details. And I'm just visualizing as much as I can. So I remember, then she said that something like Brandon was involved. It was so dumb. And Brandon was helping get rid of the bodies, something. But anyway, we find out. Then he said, so he kept changing things, the story all the time. And then he would say, oh no, that's not really, because, she obviously found out Charles was alive. Oh, that's not what happened. It was Brandon's father's body that died, or something stupid like that. He would always try to put it off, like find an excuse why it didn't work. So when, that first time she said that Charles was going to get in the car accident and die, that January, because I remember it was right around my birthday, and then, because it was right after Christmas, and then I said, well, why didn't he die? And then Charles's excuse, which is always Julie Rose's excuse that I heard, was, oh, because of agency, it didn't happen. These people didn't meet up with the right plan, and it didn't go according to plan, so it just failed it. So Chad, that would always be an excuse for why things didn't go. He just would lead her along to one, and so they thought they were always discovering things, and the adversary was getting smarter and smarter, and they were just leading, and it just got stupider and stupider, the story did, and it just got more crazy, and sometimes I'd go, okay, whatever, and I just kind of blow it off.
Well, now let's back up. So Tylee was deemed dark back in July.
She was deemed dark at some point.
Cast for Tylee?
I do not recall that.
Okay.
But I know at some point she was called dark. And
who called that dark?
Well, probably Chad would tell her, because Chad was the one she would go to. And I remember I said this out loud to you guys, is she used to think she got a lot of revelation, but now that Chad's in her life, she just relies upon him more. So she kind of didn't think she had the power anymore because he seemed to have more power than her.
Do you know at that point in time if there was any tension between Lori and Tylee?
There was always tension.
Was there?
When was there wasn't tension? I mean, it was from day one that I met her. I walk in the room. I super good with teenagers. Love them. Hi. She's like, if we were each other, I was like, hi. And she didn't even want to look at me, and she was probably thinking, well, one of her friends that she just totally dumps me on. Who knows? But she would never contact me. I did one time try to be affectionate and kind to her. And we were sitting at the table going to California with her friend, and we're sitting at the little that wiener place. I forgot the name of it. Anyway, but that fast food restaurant, the
Wiener Schnitzel?
Well, not that one. The Schlotsky's. Yes, I don't even know how to say it. We were there. She said it was one of her favorite places.
I like food.
Yeah. See, she said she was big on food, and now she loved her fast food. If you didn't know that, she did. And so we were sitting there, and I just, just like try to put like Tylee's hair. Women just do that kind of stuff. And I just pulled her hair off, and she was like, you know what I mean? I was like.
Wow. Lady, sit there with a little smirk on your face coming after a little kid like that. Kids are kids. She don't know you. She might think you're weird. She doesn't have to talk to you or acknowledge you. I don't force my children to hug up on people either that they're not comfortable hugging up on. So the fact that you're going to sit here with this smirk on your damn face, but all your I don't recalls, but you're going to ask me all the questions, I know everything. Gonna talk about a little child like that. Good Lord. Yeah, I do, Miss Shorty. I believe I do. I could go into great detail right now, but we might not have enough time today to explain it fully. But yeah, there were some things going on there that they were introduced to them by another lady. We're going to look at her in a little bit, and they just didn't know what the hell they were doing with it once they got it.
And I didn't take it personally. I knew her mom was her mom. Like, she had a rough life. I was like, whatever. And I think it upset Lori. That kind of upset her. I was like, you don't need to be upset. But anyway, so she didn't think she was dark at that time. That was another time. That was earlier on.
And I know this stuff, bringing it up, can be kind of embarrassing that just to think that I actually bought into some of that
Absolutely,
stuff.
It is.
But it's super important that if you did buy into it, you let us know. Because we've recovered text messages and conversations between you and Lori.
Sure.
Thank God the non-LSD cop is about to call her ass out on her stupidity. About time. Look at the way this one's looking at him, though. I caught that. He's like, dude, really? Yeah, really. We're going there. We're going there.
Or you and Zulema and things like that. So there's some things where it shows that you actually believe that Charles was a zombie.
Well, like I said, to a certain level, I believe it, just like Zulema. But remember me asking her the last time I saw them, I said to him directly, it's like,
no, Mom, Pokemon, it goes way deeper than the Ned situation. They're all possessed, all right, but what I'm talking about specifically they were doing, or what they thought they were doing it ass backwards. That can be dangerous. Now, obviously, when you mix danger with dangerous people, dangerous things have happened. Like, real dangerous things started happening. That sounds good, Miss Shorty, because I definitely would enjoy that. Okay, come on. Get your...
And this was just to show you where my beliefs were, and Zulema's. I said, I'm not 100%. Now, here we're not influenced by Chad and Lori because they're not in the room. This is us three now, alone, without their influence. And Alex. So here we're in Zulema's home, and I remember he's sitting right by the door, and she's in the kitchen, and I'm right here. And I go, 100% of the zombie thing, I'm still not 100%. Okay? So that's what I said. So he goes, 100%, and then she goes, I'm still getting my answers on that. She goes, I'm still not 100%. So that's what our conversation. Now, to me, if she said that, that means she didn't know that they died, or they were, whatever, they're missing or whatever. I don't think she was privy to that because of her comment there. She didn't seem like she knew what was going on to me.
But this was after they had moved to Rexburg.
This was like a few weeks before he died, so this was like...
Charles.
No, Alex. This is right before Alex died.
Yeah, so this is after they moved to Rexburg, they came back.
Yeah, this is after they went to Rexburg, and they already were married. They just got married. Zulema and Alex. So when I say... Yeah, I went along with the text because I was trying to believe in it, and I was trying to, but there was always that little part of me that was like, you're going to have that. You're going to have that doubt until you ever had doubts about something, but you go along with it for a while because you kind of, and then you're like, So I'm not denying that because I told you I was gullible. So that, it's just that I didn't 100% believe in it. I never 100% believed in anything, but she was so convincing when she come around and she would just like make you try to believe it more. You know what I mean? It's like when you have something, you ever try to believe in something and you keep talking about it to keep convincing yourself of it? Multi-levels are great at that. You're just trying to talk yourself into it. And so, but the 100% was never there, even though it made it sound like it. Even Lori doubted it. Because she made a few comments and I remember her seemed like she could have been in the last house she lived in when Charles died in. If he's a Satan, he's a good one. Or maybe she was in Texas too. It wasn't one of those. So I'm just saying, how do you 100% believe in something that's not true? It's very difficult to.
This time that you were with Alex, Zulema, and you, where was that at?
That was at Zulema's house.
And did you have a conversation at that time with Lori and Chad?
They weren't in the room. When was the last time I talked to them? Well, remember I was already coming down.
I thought you said that you talked or.
That cop on the left, he's like watching these two, their conversation. It's like, I wonder what he's really thinking. You know what I mean?
You just got to talk to him or something?
No, I said we weren't talking to them, so we weren't in their conversation. Like, we were just talking, the three of us.
Oh, okay.
So I want to make that clear that they weren't under our influence. They weren't trying to influence us. Okay. I was trying to say we three got to talk without them in the room, which really...
Because they left?
No, but they were wherever they were.
Okay.
I don't know where they were.
And it wasn't that you hadn't been on earlier with any phone conversation or anything?
The only phone call that I've shared with everybody, which is the truth, is when I was coming down from Utah. Remember, it was the Thanksgiving time. And remember I said I did the three-way call and I called them to say, hey, let's say a prayer. I'm worried about them. So Zulema got on the phone call. She didn't really seem like she understood what was going on. Because I asked Laura, I'm like, does she know what's going on? And she's like, oh, yeah, she lied. Anyway, so when I was listening to Zulema, I was like, I don't think she understands what's going on. I got that feeling. She's like, what is this about?
I just want to make sure that...
So that was the last conversation I had with her, was that conversation on the phone when I prayed, when I had a prayer I was worried about, they said the kids were being kidnapped. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I was in the car with David, so he heard it because we had it on the speaker thing. Right. And so anyway, so that was that conversation. And then it got busy for me. I was doing Thanksgiving. And then I went over to their house. And anyway, it was the last time I saw him. And he said, I 100% believe in it, Melanie.
Alex.
And so this is the thing, is I think because he 100% believed in it, he had to, because at this point he had probably killed the kids, is my guess. He probably did it. I don't know. I'm guessing. Maybe you guys are guessing too. But he 100% believed it. And she didn't 100% believe it. And then when I called her, when I realized, oh, holy cow, I called her. I tried to talk to her. She was not there yet.
What do you mean by that? Was she just...
I said to her, I said, so Lim, and I don't remember the full conversation because I was on fire in my mind, like, holy cow, right? I'm freaking out. But what I do remember is I said, there's something seriously wrong here. I said, the gut of my stomach says something seriously wrong here. And she goes, that's just dark. I said, no, there's a difference between gut and dark. This is gut. And I said, do you have a testimony of Chad and Lori? Do you have a testimony of that? What is your witness? And she goes, well, I have one of Chad. When he gave me a blessing, shortly after meeting him, I had more visions after that. And she goes, I'll get my witness about Lori. And I said, well, I don't know what I described, but I just described it and I didn't believe who they were. And I said, I'm going to be going to the police. And I remember it seemed like I talked to her maybe twice, and probably the last. So I said, I'm going to the police. And I said, is Alex on? Can Alex hear me? And she goes, it's on speaker. I said, take it off speaker. Now here's the murderers down the street. Remember, they lived close to me. Remember, Sulema lived around the corner from me. And I'm thinking, I just got myself in a situation. They could come after me, right? Mm-hmm. But I had to do what I had to do. She was my friend. I wanted to warn her. And I just said, hey, so anyway, the police, I know, circled her house, circled my house, making sure I was safe and making sure he probably didn't get in trouble, whatever. And so she texted me, didn't call me, texted me next day, I got my witness. Which means to me, Lori's in. Lori's good. That's what it meant to me.
Did she tell you how she got her witness?
No, that's the one-liner. And I said, I'm not talking to her anymore. Cut her off. I just knew that I couldn't talk to her anymore.
You remember what day that was? Do you still have that?
It's on my phone. Thank goodness for some of the texts that got saved, right? And then she told me she never wanted to have anything to do with me again.
At that same time?
No. It would be after he died. After Alex died. So she was still under the influence of Lori at that time in her life, so. Okay. Oh, December 6th. I received my witness today.
On December 6th?
Yep.
What is this?
So I got $2,000 picked up from Melanie's piano, and she was out of town, so she said, can you collect the money for me? So I had this $2,000 cash. And she said, Mel asked us to get it for her, or can we pick it up? What's easier for you? I said, I'm sorry, but I'm not home, and I'm not sure when I will be. I just text her as well. Maybe I can get it to her through PayPal. Just PayPal it to me. I can't right now because I don't have enough money in my account. If you'll anyway, she goes, well, let me know, thanks. Hurry up for a convo. The bishop told me what happened. I was so surprised, so sad. This was after he died, so this was, I guess it was 2 days later, right? I'm so sorry, words cannot express how I feel. I'm extremely only surprised at your hypocrisy because of what you did. I didn't have to not only deal with my precious husband dying in my arms, but then when police were ransacking my house and traumatizing my entire family. You are not my friend. You are not to speak to me or anyone in my family ever again. I want you to pay the $2,000 you owe as soon as possible. Go to the map and I'll forget that I exist. So you can understand why I'm talking to her.
So,
then I just told her.
Is she just mad because you made the phone call to us? Is that why she's mad? And she thinks that God's pointed towards Alex's direction?
I guess. She knew I was going to police.
That day was December 16th.
Yeah. So then I put the money under the mat and that was it. I didn't want to do PayPal because I hate using technology for that. So I made sure she wasn't around.
And you haven't talked to her since?
Have not talked to her, nor have I seen her. Wait, was seen her? Yeah, I think I saw her a few times through the passing of the temple and she wouldn't talk to me. So, and then the temple got closed shortly after, so anyway, I haven't seen her since. Yeah, so sad. One of my friends, Kelly, she saw her at the temple after it happened and she was like, oh, Kelly, my husband died. Can you see him? He's here with me. And she's like, I don't see anything. I don't see spirits. So she's going on about how he was her husband. I mean, she was deceived so much. So sad. It was very sad.
Mm.
She did not know how evil he was. I mean, all that I've learned about him, it didn't sound like he was had a good past, you know.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I believe her energy work is the one that got her deceived. Because she could communicate through the veil. I had no gift, so, you know what I mean? It got her sucked into it. As far as her not letting that go and believing in it and stuff.
I'm curious, your opinion, do you really think she can see through the veil?
I don't know if people make stuff up or not, honestly, Ron, I don't know. I don't know if people imagine things. I really don't know. I do believe people can see things. I believe it's possible. But my feeling about them is I think they can conjure up ideas and thoughts. Like I would sit with Lori in the temple and we just hold hands because we just loved each other. And she said, oh, Heavenly Father and Mother came to me right here, Melanie. And they were talking to me. And I was like, I didn't think she was lying in the temple. I never thought she was making this stuff up. I was like, but on the eternal thing, I think that God wanted me to be a witness for all this. So, and that's a whole different discussion. But somebody needed to be a witness to all this craziness that would tell the truth. So there was a part of me that's very innocent because I don't think you're lying to me. I wouldn't make a very good police officer because I would think everybody was telling the truth that came in and see you. And then I learned more about my life, and I'm looking back at my former spouse, I'm going, oh, things I couldn't see before. And it's called deception or manipulation. I wasn't even aware of that. Like, people do that. I didn't catch it because I don't know how to do it. I don't understand it. But when you experience it, it's painful.
I'm going to get a little personal with you here and ask some personal questions, but I'm curious, what relationship with your previous husband? Was that relationship with your previous husband kind of in turmoil before Chad and Lori showed up on scene?
Oh, absolutely. We had challenges for the whole marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a hard marriage.
Did Chad?
Did they encourage me?
Yeah.
Actually, they discouraged me.
Did they really?
Well, they were saying, oh, I see you, this is what he would say at first, I see you and your family going to a mountain in camps, and I see your husband and your family with you. But he gets upset and he leaves the camp, and then he shortly dies after that. So then, that was one thing he said. And then, at one point they said, he's not dark, but he has just dark spirits around him. Because I remember out of the blue, he's like, oh, I checked your husband, and he has attachments to him, so I just took the attachments off him. I didn't ask him to do that. Nor did I even think that he had them, do you know what I mean? So that was right in the beginning. And so then I said, and then anyway, I had a hard day one day with Brendan, and I told him months, like right about the time I met Lori, I remember standing with my husband, and I said to him, if you don't stop talking to me this way, I can't do it anymore. You're going to have to make some changes. I mentally, I can't talk. I can't handle the way you talk to me anymore. I can't do it. And I remember he has this scratching thing. He just started scratching his arm with his eczema. And I was, and then we had a discussion once, and I said, you see how you're talking to me? I said, that's the meaning. Do you understand that? He goes, that is? And I go, yeah, it is. I'm just trying to figure it out. You know, he always had his reasons. And then, anyway, so I went out for a walk one day, and I just said, do I have to stay in this marriage, Heavenly Father? I can't do this anymore. It hurts my mind at this point. And I felt this peace come over me. And I was like, huh, are you kidding me? So anyway, I tell Brendan, I fasted the whole day. I was like, I feel peace and I feel happy. I am so done. I was in so much pain. But that's the reason why I came to know the Lord, is because of how hard that relationship was. And I spent a lot of time repenting on just any kind of unkindness that I showed. I mean, I spent a lifetime doing that. So anyway, I said to her, hey, I just want to let you know that I'm divorcing Brendan or something like that. And she's like, I can't remember what she said, but I remember one time going to the temple, I said, this is just not going well. And she goes, no, I think you should go back to him. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of sensing that too. Everything's just hard, you know, like he's getting upset and the kids are da. So she was actually, believe it or not, she encouraged me to go back with him. And then I got to a point where I was like, I got to do what I need to do. And actually, this is interesting. I told Brendan the whole story after I talked to all of you guys before I hit the media. I wanted him to know face to face. I said, I want to tell you what happened. Because he's the father of my children. He needs to know these things. And I told him about Chad and Lori and the whole thing, and he was just like, oh my gosh, you know, he was shocked. He goes, well, probably a good thing you divorced me. Because they probably would have tried to come after me like they came after Brandon. And I said, who knows? And I thought, wow, that was a statement.
She just throws her hands up and says, who knows? Haha, really, lady? Miss Shorty, right? I've had that banner for a long time. I use it occasionally because we do call bullshit over here sometimes. And when I saw your comment, I was like, oh, got to throw up that banner. So appreciate that. But yes, we call bullshit on you, Miss Melanie. We're about tired of listening to your bullshit. In fact, when we get done watching her, I'm going to show you guys an update from Nate about this afternoon's hearing.
Of the year.
I'm going to ask a question, and I do so with a little bit of reserve because I don't want to sound too... It's going to be a weird question.
Okay.
But it is what it is.
You know, you can.
Do you ever feel like that with Chad, there was ever a point in time that Chad was wanting to bring you into any type of relationship?
I never felt that from him. He did contact me, but I never felt that, you know, the thing that him and Lori did. I never felt that kind of a romantic, no. But one time he contacted me, and I'm sure I shared this briefly, 6 months before I met Lori. He texted me on Messenger and says, hey, Melanie, I just finished my last book, and I'm going to be in Arizona. Do you think you can help me with a get-together? I said, sure, I'd love to. And then I contacted Jason Mao, and I said, hey, well, Chad's coming to town. Why don't you guys both do a duo together? And so they both.
Thank you, Miss Shorty. I appreciate that, and I think my dad would agree with you. Bless his heart. I still have my dad with me, thank goodness, but my parents did try to raise me right, teach you right from wrong, and that's all we can all hope for, right? Teach right from wrong and what not to do and what to do, and try not to be naive in this world for sure. Good Lord. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Both were like, he's like, sure, that's fine. And so then I got the word out, like, hey, they're both coming to town. So anyway, when I picked him up, I'm so glad I did this. I picked him up from the airport. I had somebody in the car with me. Whew, glad, you know, because who knows? I don't think anything, he would have said anything about these multiple lives. He hadn't told me about that, so I didn't know anything about it. But I had, her name was Janelle Littlebear. She was with me, and her daughter was with me. So anyway, we went to the place that he was going to speak, and then we had a lot of craziness going on with the air conditioning. But anyway, and then I said to him after, you know, it was all over, I said, do you mind giving me a priesthood blessing? I could really use one right now, you know. And I looked up to him at the time. I thought he was this great visionary, and which I don't even think he's a visionary by the record now. Now, I may have said it earlier on, but now the more I learn and ponder, I'm like, I think he made it all up. Anyway, so he gave me a little, it was just a nice little blessing. Anyway, but he never, I didn't feel like he was trying to come on to me, or maybe he used me just to get his book sold there. But when he met Lori, it was a totally different energy than when I met him. It was, so that's, just let me know. Of course, I never had any type of interest in him at all, because you can tell why. So he was not somebody I'd be attracted to, you know what I'm saying? But plus I was married too.
Okay.
Sorry, it's loud.
Let's talk a little bit about the night that you were at the apartment in Rexburg, the night that we believe that JJ came out missing.
Yeah.
If I recall right, you guys were doing a gas, and Alex had already taken a podcast.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
And Alex had taken JJ down to his place, and a little later we know that then he brought JJ back.
Yeah.
And because I don't have any paperwork right in front of me, he went upstairs with JJ. Is that correct? Is that what I remember?
Do you remember, like, you mean like when we were doing the podcast and then he came in the door from sleeping?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of went that way.
So he goes upstairs. And do you know where he went when he went upstairs?
Just kind of, oh, well, yeah, because he went into Lori's room because he wasn't in David's or I's, my room. Those rooms are empty, so he had to have been in there.
And then you didn't see him again that night?
Who? JJ?
Alex.
And he left. No.
And JJ left. JJ's still up there.
Yeah. And I never saw JJ either.
Right, but Alex left. You watched him leave.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we heard the door open and close, and we probably said it like good night or something. You know. I mean, maybe we're podcasting. Who knows?
Do you recall seeing him walk out with JJ?
Not walk out. Mm-mm. No, just walk in.
Okay.
Just walk in.
That's right.
And when he left the first time, we didn't see him take him. We just know he had him because she said that he had taken him.
Right.
I don't recall that. I just remember he wasn't there.
But the time he left,
Mm-hmm.
so he brings JJ in, and then he leaves again. He did not take JJ out of the room or out of the apartment.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So you get done with your podcast. Everybody goes their separate way, and everybody goes to their bedrooms. And David, I recall David having his dream. He woke up.
Yeah, funky.
Did he come and get you and tell you?
No, I was actually laying beside him when it happened.
In which room?
In JJ's official room.
Okay. So he woke up and you're at the side of him?
Yeah.
And tell me about what happened from there.
His heart was beating. He was distressed. He said, I just had this really bad dream. And then he kind of sat up and he was just, and he just was, I said, well, tell me about it. And he's like, it was just so dark. He's like, I saw an earthquake and I saw people hurting and I wanted to help them and I couldn't, and something like that. That's what it feels like, remember. But it was like his heart was hurting. Like his whole body was under distress. When he has dreams, they're like lifetime dreams. You know, some people dream vividly. I do not dream like that. He has incredible dreams where he feels everything in his dream. So it affects him at a totally different level.
Okay.
So that's what happened. So then I think, oh my gosh, maybe some evil spirit, because, you know, they were always talking about it. So I text Lori and I text Chad. I'm like, I don't remember what I said. Probably, are you awake, or something's wrong with Chad. David, I don't remember what I said. I just remember trying to get to them. So I said, I'm going to go get Lori, see if she can help out. The door was locked. And so I was like, I don't know. She's not, I don't know if I should try to wake her up, or I just decided just to come back and see David after that.
So you tried the door handle? It was locked?
It was locked.
Did you knock on it?
Maybe. I probably did, but there was no answer. I don't remember if I probably did, but...
Yeah, Melanie's done, this lady here, Miss Melanie Gibbs, done multiple interviews over the few years. We reviewed some the other day over on Joe, I believe it was on Joe's channel when we did it, that she had done with East Idaho News with Nate Eden. So we've reviewed that one. There's a couple of times she was interviewed by police, and we've seen those. She's always had a lot to say. Always had a lot to say, and tried to weasel her way out of, getting her own self into trouble here.
And I think I tried calling her too, and texting her. And I think Chad, I tried calling him. I thought maybe he could help out. Neither one of them responded to me, as you probably could tell in the text. You probably saw that. Nobody responded to me. So I just went back to bed. And then we woke up next morning, and she was happy chatty.
How was David?
He was better. He felt better. He's like, that was a bad dream. And then we would tell them, like, hey, you had a bad dream last night. She's like, oh, that was Julie Rowe. He attacked her. Once again, throw Julie into it. From a distance.
Chad said Julie Rowe attacked David?
Well, Lori probably said it, but, she always went through him. So when I say it's kind of both. Who knows? They both. And then I don't even know what I believe anymore, what she says that he says, because she's such a liar now. At this point, I'm like, I don't know anymore who said what. But between the two of them, they came up with it. They always throw her into the bus, And it's because because right before earlier that day, we went to that lot where, that land was going to be for sale. And so we were talking to a friend of Julie Rose. His name was Keefe Levitt. And Keith Levitt was there with his wife, Suzanne. And then the realtor was there. And Alex was there. But Lori wasn't there. David thought she was there. I said, no, she went home after that. He goes, I forgot that. Anyway, and so anyway, because we saw her, we thought, oh, she's going to tell Julie Rowe. Keith is going to tell Julie Rowe that we were there because he saw us, because they're really tight. Keith and Julie are super tight. So that's why they threw that, Julie Rowe attacked him that night because, da-da-da-da.
Do you remember by chance what Lori was wearing in the morning when you guys got up?
She was typical wearing spandex pants and spandex shirt. I don't recall. But that's usually what she had on.
Was it the same clothes that she had on the night before?
Oh gosh, I do not remember.
I know that's kind of a tough one.
I don't remember details to stuff like that. It's not one of those things unless it stands out for a reason. I wish I could tell you. That'd be good to know, but I don't know. She usually had new clothes on every day, if I can remember. It seemed like she had fresh clothes on every day. She was kind of into her clothes, so.
All right. That night on the 22nd, try to remember as best you can, okay? So, it's a Sunday, right? Do you guys go to dinner, or do you guys make dinner on Sunday night?
Well, we would make it because we don't go to eat on dinner now, so we would make it at home.
So everybody's at home.
Mm-hmm.
Does Lori leave anywhere with JJ?
I don't have any memory of her leaving.
So you sent a text. Correction, Lori sent a text to you around 8:30 that evening saying that something to the effect of, hey, I'll be there shortly. JJ woke up. She's getting him back to bed. Do you know where she was at or where you were at when she sent that text?
Gosh. Man, that doesn't even sound familiar. Maybe at Alex's house. I mean, that's the only place that she could be.
Do you have that conversation with her on your phone right now?
No, I think I deleted everything. I was freaked out. I'm sorry. I wish I would have kept it on.
Sorry.
So, and I can get that.
So say it again. So who's speaking? Say it again.
So Lori.
She texts me and says
something to the effect of, I'll be there shortly.
I'll be there shortly.
JJ woke up and I'm trying to get him back to sleep.
And that was at night.
It was about 8:30 at night.
Well, okay, because we didn't do the podcast yet.
Okay.
We started podcasts like late because I remember thinking, man, I can't stay up this late. I'm an early bird. Like, come on. We started late. She's an early bird too. So it must have been, my guess is that it must have been at Alex's house getting him to sleep over there. I'm guessing. So I'm just going to make some guesses. That's that. Because she would never have gone to Chad's house because Tammy was there, right? So where else in the world would she go? I have no idea.
And that's why I'm asking if you remember being alone in her apartment with her not there? Because if she's at Alex's, you're alone in her apartment.
I could have been upstairs or something. Maybe I was talking to David, who knows?
So, and that's why I'm asking if you remember her leaving and JJ not being there around that time.
Probably, because that's when he was no longer there when we did the podcast. And so somehow, I think I was upstairs, that's what I feel. I just don't remember that detail, because I had any reason not to remember that, I didn't know anything was going on, so I didn't have a way of associating it with anything. I just knew I was going to do a podcast, and that was it. And I didn't prepare for it, because I never prepared for the podcast. I just, so.
And that night when David was having his dream, and you sent the text to Chad, and understand, I'm not casting any judgment here.
Yeah, that's okay.
But were you and David sleeping in the same room? Or
that night we were. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so and which room, if you're walking down the hall, which room were you in, the right or the left?
Well, it depends on which way you're walking down the hall. So if you're walking away from Lori's door.
Away from Lori's door, towards the room.
Towards the room. So David's, he was assigned that room. And then the first night, David wasn't there for a few nights, so I was in Tylee's room. So that was the room that I stayed in. And then he stayed, so yeah, left room, and it had the mattress on the floor.
Okay, so that night you guys were in the left bedroom?
Yes. Yeah.
And the nights prior to that you were in the right bedroom?
Yeah, I was a couple, I don't know how many nights. I know at least I was like 1 or 2 nights in Tylee's room. I know that. I just can't remember when he came there. Was it Friday or Saturday night he got there? Well, anyway.
It would have been the first night that he got there.
Which night was that? Do you remember?
I don't, but you guys shared the same room the first night he showed up at the apartment.
Probably.
Because he
I was there like a day or 2 before he was. Because didn't I get on a Wednesday? I think a Wednesday and Thursday. So I would have been in the room Wednesday, Thursday in Tylee's room.
Okay.
And then I think he was there 2 nights. I think. So I think I was there for a total of 4 days. And then we left on the Monday. Saturday, Sunday. No, that was 5 days. Anyway, sorry, they blur. So anyway, I don't remember other than like something, I don't know what I said on the text. Probably something like something's wrong with David. He had a dream, something, I don't know what I said, but something to the fact that something's wrong with him. Well, I just thought, man, maybe somebody, evil spirit, that's all I could think of. That's all I could think of. Because I was like, why is he traumatized in this dream? It's pretty intense. Anyway, it was bad.
And so after you went and knocked on Lori's door?
I don't know if, I know I did this.
Tried the handle.
My guess is I probably knocked. But I just decided to come back. I was like, well, she's probably sleeping, so I'll just leave her alone.
And then you guys,
I hate waking people up. It's not my favorite.
So what was your intent in going in there?
To see if she could come and help with a blessing. Like if she had some, it's like, hey, David's wrong. Can you, do a blessing? Help with that, because that's what she was into. So that was my intent. Because I thought maybe she would know what's going on, because she seemed to have all these, experiences with the other side of the veil and Jesus all the time. Like I thought, well, man, maybe they can help out.
Okay. So, again, we're asking these questions because, it may be something that the defense wants to hit on.
Sure.
I mean, you never know what they're going to want to talk about.
Well, and I could see that angle. Just like, well, why were you contacting them in the middle of the night? Well, just weird experience. I don't know what else to say.
And so, when we talk about this stuff, it's for that purpose, right?
Yeah.
So that morning, when David talked to Lori, did he express you about?
Did he express any concerns to me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall him expressing concerns.
On the drive home, did you guys talk or text Lori or Chad?
No, I mean, what would we have to say about JJ? Just, I know that he questioned her, like, where is JJ? Let me see if he has a zombie in him. And he didn't believe it. I mean, I don't remember.
Was he saying that kind of mock? Or was he really?
No, I think he was genuine.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not a mocker. He's pretty genuine about these kind of things. I just don't remember that full conversation.
And that's why I asked, because if he was concerned, right?
Oh, right, like he was, yeah.
It would be, I would think that maybe you guys would maybe discuss that, if you could remember discussion on the way home, because it was kind of a long drive, right? And then during that drive, there was 3 or 4 phone calls that you made to Lori.
Okay.
During that drive, and do you remember what that conversation was?
Wow, it's jogging my memory. Holy cow.
I know it's a lot to remember.
Well, you could have asked this like a long time ago. That would help. And I don't even know if I would remember, because it wasn't significant enough for me to remember. There's certain things I remember, and some things I'm like, don't remember that. It's possible we could have talked about it. I mean, it's highly possible. And do I remember? I don't remember the words.
How do you remember how she was? Her tone, her demeanor on the phone with you? Was she?
I don't even remember the conversation. That's the hard part. I don't even remember talking to her.
Is it normal for you to call her 3 or 4 times in a day?
That's not unusual. There were periods of time where she talked to me more, and then she'd move, and she'd be maybe focused on Melanie. So if she was focused on somebody else, she wouldn't. But I was with David, so, I didn't have as much when I was with David. So we went through gaps here and there where I did and didn't. In the beginning, yeah, and then when she moved and stuff, it started getting a lot less. I don't remember the conversation. I'm sorry. I'm sure she probably talked about those things. That's all that seemed to be on her mind all the time.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if they bring them up, they're gonna, whenever they ask me in court, happy to talk about it, but I don't remember them.
Prior to those podcasts, had Chad been over there?
Yeah.
You know what time he left? We probably talked about it.
So it was, I think we figured out, if all my remembering, it seemed like he was there on a Sunday, right? And then he was there even before Chad. Yes, he was there when I got there that day or the next day, because I remember they were doing their little music thing they had going on, so he was there then. And then we walked around the track. Wednesday or Thursday, I don't remember. And he was there.
This lady just goes on and on and on and on, and she's just about done. Like she's making me hungry. I'm like starting to get hungry for some lunch. Hurry up, lady.
I'm thinking it was Sunday. I mean, I know, okay, yes, it was, because David and him saw each other, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, so he definitely was there on Sunday, or we interacted with him on a Sunday. Was he at the house on Sunday? Anyway, he was at one point, I remember he was in the kitchen at one point, and I remember David was there, so I just remember they were both in the house at the same time. Do I remember exactly when it was? No. But he always seemed to like to go home because of his wife, so he didn't want to upset her. I had that feeling, something like that. So he probably didn't stay too late. And he was not there when we did the podcast. He was gone already. I bet you got a lot more information because of the text, so you guys know a little bit more about their whereabouts. They were always texting each other. But who knows? You know more than me.
So,
I know you're trying to help
so the night of the
find a way
22nd.
to pin them on a... Yeah. I know. I wish I could just remember more.
So the 22nd would have been a Sunday.
22nd Sunday, yeah.
Okay, and that's the night of the podcast. And that's the night that David got there?
No, we got there, I think the day before.
Or was it on a Saturday? Okay,
it was either Friday night or Saturday night.
But do you recall Chad being at the house on the 22nd? That Sunday. I know it's tough.
I'm going to say there's a high chance he was. Right this moment, I have to put pieces together to figure it out. The days blend to me. When you're there 5 days and you're trying to figure out which day, that's hard for me.
The morning of the 23rd, when Lori's up and about in the kitchen, when you guys get ready to go, does she say anything about Chad?
I don't know. I didn't see him there. I don't remember seeing him there. I don't remember.
Did she talk to him that morning or anything? Okay.
I don't know. David remembers this part the best because he had a conversation with her. And he remembered it because we were leaving and, he talked about getting... Now, I remember that whole conversation to whatever I was listening. I know he was over here and I felt like I was in the living room for some reason. But I couldn't remember. I was like, was that there? I was kind of trying to think, was that Saturday? Was it Sunday? Or what day did she say that? And so he did remember that it was that day, which I'm grateful that he remembered it was that day.
Sure.
But yeah, I remember her telling me about how... And I remember she was doing my hair. I think it was that morning. Yeah, it was Sunday. So it really helps if I can start remembering things associated with it.
With Sunday?
Yeah, she did my hair. She cut my hair in the bathroom downstairs. And she even colored it. She couldn't do upstairs, but it was enough room, so went downstairs. So we were in her bedroom.
She cut your hair downstairs?
Yeah. I think,
or upstairs?
Downstairs. And then it seemed like we started off in her bedroom doing my hair. And then she's like, let's just go downstairs. It's easier down there. I don't know why. I can't remember the reason. She just thought it was easy. Now, she had all her stuff up there. So
upstairs?
That was all because there was hardly anything downstairs in that bathroom. There wasn't a lot down there. It was pretty empty. I remember. There was probably a few things in there, but not much. So it was small. So anyway, I was sitting there, and I remember looking in the mirror, and I remember David was back there in the kitchen. I don't know. I mean, he was somewhere in the house, obviously. And then I remember her doing my hair here. And her cutting it, and David didn't like my hair short. So anyway, it's a long story. But anyway, she was trying to trim it up. And I remember it was, off a little bit. And... it was pizza boxes or something, and JJ was trying to cut them something. I'm trying to remember what she would make for breakfast. And she wasn't a cooker. She wasn't much of a cooker. But we had something.
Melanie, let me ask you this. With multiple probations,
yeah.
Were you 100% believer in that?
Probably sounded like I was, but there was always that question mark. Everything's a question mark for sure, but did I sound like I believed in it? Yeah, I tried to. I tried believing it at times. She'd tell me stuff like, and then sometimes I was like, I don't like this because I'm not,
well,
I haven't lived very many lives.
What was your spiritual name that she would use for you?
Phoebe.
Phoebe.
I don't remember if she had another name for me. Man, it's the memory is...
And then how were you related to her? How were you related to Lori?
So she was Joseph Smith's, but I forgot his name now, but one of his descendants, right? One of his great-great-great-great-grandfathers, so he was his great, Joseph Smith. Anyway, her name was Mary Smith, and he was, whoever the other Smith man was, I forgot his name now. I used to know, and I was the oldest of all her kids, and I was Phoebe, and then the last one was Christina. She would have Christina, I think, at the last or the second to last, something like that. She had like 10.
With the same father?
Yeah, so that she only had one husband in that one, according to her. Now, I don't believe that now, just for the record. I
Right.
do not believe any of this stuff.
So Lori was your mom?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's times you call her mom and
Yeah. Did I 100% believe in it? Say like, I buried in the 90s at times, but I tried to like, is this really, I mean, I think.
How many times she gonna say she didn't believe it 100%? But there she was all up into it, even calling Lori mom. It makes no sense to me, lady. Good Lord, y'all. I don't even think I'm at a loss for words with this lady, but she's driving me absolutely insane. I don't know if I got enough gummies in the world for her ass.
I would obviously be like, this is really true. This is so far out here, I definitely question all of it. I mean,
well,
but it sounded like I did because I referred to it like I did.
And that's the thing we want to address is,
Yeah.
It's probably going to be something the defense hits on, right?
Sure.
I mean, based on all this stuff, reading the text messages and the conversations, it looks like you were probably closest to Lori more than anybody in that group, even probably more than Zulema.
Yeah.
And so, be prepared. That's probably something that they're going to hit on. And there are some text messages where you call her mom, and you talk about different things. Ned Charles being shorter because he's possessed. Different things like
absolutely.
that it does make it look like. And I can believe that you believed it, right? I mean, they're manipulative, and there's things that they said and people bought into.
Yeah.
We just want to get ahead of all that stuff
You want to
before it
prepare
comes
me.
out in court, right?
And that's my testimony's always going to be like it's going to sound like it. If he said it's going to sound like it, according to text, I believed it. And yes, I did believe it to a certain level. But can you ever believe in something 100% that's not true? Well, I don't think any of us can. But that's my thing is.
Again, how can you believe in something that's 100% not true? You can't, Melanie. But the man's sitting there telling you he's got text messages showing you believed it. Trying to manipulate her Jen Soto 2.0 bullshit.
You believe it enough to sound like you believe in it.
Well, I know.
Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense because a lot of people who believe in whatever faith they believe in will sometimes question that faith. I mean, I get that.
Yeah. Like if I say, do I believe in my church? Is it 100%? Yeah. Do I believe 100%? Do I believe in Lord? Not 100%.
But have there been times with your church where you're like, sure make it hard sometimes?
Oh, no, I always know it's his. I
think there's a lot of people out there that are like that. They'll just go, oh.
To always believe in everything. Sometimes I might be like, oh, I'm not sure about how I feel about vaccines and profit donation. Yeah, I have a little bit of that feeling. But I know that. That is my 100%. But I was never 100% with them. Even though I maybe acted like it, maybe I sounded like it.
Well, understand, they're going to look at it like this, and I'm just going to play devil's advocate, right?
Go ahead.
Real quick, are you done? Are you done?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's...
Okay, rude officer on the right. Are you done? Are you done? Go on and let him play devil's advocate here. Somebody do it. Quit flirting with this Miss Melanie lady. LDS companion.
Let's be done here. We need to talk to you about some other things.
Okay.
But I want, if we're going to be done.
Oh, you mean this room?
Yeah. Real quick. Phoebe, it was Phoebe and what else? Did you say Christina?
That wasn't me, but Christina was one of her daughters. Did I make that clear? I'm sorry.
Christina.
I was Phoebe, and Christina, the other Nicole and the Christina.
Oh, the other gal,
She was one of her daughters.
Do you remember what her name was?
Why did he look back at that other cop all funny? I don't know why these two cops are, their little interactions there I'm picking up on shit.
If you asked me, I might remember, but if I can come off the top of my head, no.
Well, we have a goal. So we're just going to.
Okay, that rolled over into the next clip, which is Lori's mother and her sister. But before, let me go ahead and play Nate's update for you guys, because I think I will take a break and then come back. Let me pull this up, because I'd like to see the hearing. It probably won't be a long hearing. I don't imagine that it will be, but I would like to see it. Oh, where'd he go? Come on over here. This is something he put out on the YouTube a little bit ago. Where are you at? Come here, Nate. Okay. All right, let me pull the screen up so you guys can see. Right, Joe? How many of y'all need a drink now after hearing all that from Miss Melanie? She's hard to watch any old time, but that one was her trying to explain all the dynamics of what they were doing. Okay, so here's our latest update from Nate on what's happening with his little court appearance this afternoon.
It is around 9:45 on Monday morning. I'm headed down to the courthouse where jury selection will begin this morning in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. There are no cameras that are allowed in there, but I'm going to bring you as many written updates as I can if you follow on East Idaho News, or you can follow me on X. I did want to come on and bring you a little bit of news. The judge, Bursky, has scheduled a hearing for this afternoon at 1:30 over the issue of me being on Lori's witness list. Our attorney has been advised to be there. I will be there, of course. I don't know if I'm going to be asked to speak or say anything, but hopefully this issue can be resolved and we won't have to talk about it again. So we will have that for you later today. Our nice friends at Fox 10 are gonna shoot the video, and then we'll get video from them and we'll post it here on East Idaho News. The judge could.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. So it's supposed to, the hearing's set for 3:30 my time, which is like an hour and a half from now. So I guess they'll have, like he just explained, they were going to do it, and then he'll post it up on East Idaho News. Okay.
Potentially rule on some other some other motions, including issues about witnesses. There are a bunch of outstanding motions that, as of this morning, he had not ruled on. Perhaps he has by now. Some of the motions that were filed by Lori Vallow Daybell herself, and some of the motions that the prosecution filed. So we will see everything that happens at the hearing at 1:30. And then, of course, tonight I'll break it all down on Courtroom Insider at 7 o'clock Arizona time, Pacific time. So that is the latest here. Good to see you all watching. Thank you. Holland. I hear Holland is beautiful. I'd love to make it to Holland one day. A few of you just tuned in and asked what's going on. About to head into the courthouse right here. I believe that's the courthouse. Maybe it's not. It's in a different courtroom and different courthouse than the one I'm used to here in Phoenix. And this is, I can say, my third time in my life that I've been down here. So I got to find the courtroom. And what's going to happen here in about 40 minutes, jury selection will begin. And then they'll likely take a lunch break. And then after lunch at 1:30, the judge will hear the motion on me being on her witness list. So it's likely that he will ask Lori Vallow Daybell why she wants me as a witness and why her reasoning supersedes the First Amendment, especially when I really don't know anything that she would want me to testify to, and that everything I know came from my interviews and my news gathering processes. So for those of you who want to see, it's a beautiful day here in Phoenix. This is downtown. And a little bit bigger than Idaho Falls. It's probably 80 degrees right now. It's so nice. And I'm gonna confess to you something. I didn't bring a tie with me to Arizona. I should have. I meant to. I also left a belt. I just, was in a hurry. And knowing that I'll likely be called before the judge this afternoon, I needed a tie. But it was early. Nowhere was open. So I went to Walmart and got this very nice tie. So thank you, Walmart, for being open all the time.
I was muted. I'm like, yes, Walmart, save the day for Nate. There's always a Walmart in the case somewhere, right?
And giving me a tie. Will we be able to see the hearing, Vicky asks. Yes. You won't be able to see it live, but once it's over, or 30 minutes into the hearing, we will try to have that for you. So keep an eye on East Idaho News YouTube, and we will have that for you. And yeah, we'll keep you updated. So we'll have the video. If you miss it this afternoon, I'll try to show it to you tonight during Courtroom Insider. Okay, so headed up to the South Court Tower. I showed you the wrong building. I will show you the right building. We're being moved into a much bigger courtroom than the one it's been in before. If you've seen the video before, you know it's quite small. And this one is much bigger. It's back there, and I believe we're on the 5th floor. So, you know, in Idaho, we had there's a Walmart in every trial. Well, I guess you could say that. I got my Walmart on. Oh, okay, it was.
You
It is in
listening
that
to me,
building.
Nate?
Anyway, my apologies for rambling here and trying to keep, find where I'm going. So I'm gonna head to the courthouse right now. We should have some news a bit later. I'll be live on East Idaho News, hopefully in about 30 minutes when jury selection begins, typing out, what the judge says, what Lori says, things like that.
Okay, guys, so apparently he's going to be updating his Twitter feed as well, and I'm going to go keep an eye on that too. I do want to see this little hearing. So I don't know if they're going to air it at Fox 10 or wait and do it on East Idaho. I'll figure that out here in a few minutes. I'll do my research on it and figure out which one's doing what. It sounds like he's just going to wait and play it, or they'll air it on East Idaho News, but we'll see. And we know there is a later, the feed comes out a little later. Butterfly said, "Thank you for the break from the psycho woman. Her brain was bleeding," right? We're all just like, ugh, enough already. That was worse than us having to sit through some of that Jen Soto shit, right? Good Lord. Sometimes we have to endure a lot here in the true crime community, don't we? When we have to review some of this stuff to get context behind a lot of it. So there's a few more things I wanted to present to you guys and show you about, Lori's backstory. We can do some of that later, or I can save it for another show because some of it's long, some of it isn't. But I'm gonna go grab lunch and make sure my animals are all good and keep an eye on what's going on with Nate's hearing. And I'll as soon as I figure out what time I'm going back live, I'll set it up so you guys can get the notification. If you're interested, come back over. I'd love to watch it with you guys. Let's see, Fox 10 is airing it on their YouTube at 4 Central. Okay, so that is my time, and I'll schedule it up for that time, like about 3:45 maybe, to come back in here if you guys are available. I know that's toward the evening, and a lot of you have kids and dinner and all the things, to have to do. And so I understand if you can't come in, but if you are available, we'd love for you to join us for that. All right, guys, I'll see you again soon. And again, thanks everyone for coming in and hanging out with me. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you again soon.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to